Ladies and gentlemen, another day, another you, another me. We are back with the $1,500 day 3 main event of the Throne of the Titans, put together by Mill for his generosity, his support, by Uros for his behind the scenes shenanigans and helping make everything work. And then also by Motaba as well for his admin shenanigans. How's everyone going? Got an absolutely action-packed game for you to kick off today. We've got Mini Yeti versus Husk Sorpe. And then we are going to be moving into Mosca Mini Yeti, Grass Mini Yeti, a little bit more of the Supinator versus Magic. That's what we've got lined up today. I'm going to jump over to the draft because these guys are actually already off to the races. So let's check out what they've picked and what we're going to be privy to for our first game. Alrighty then. And you can see the God picks come in. Soup says, I don't want to deal with Witzler Potchley, so he bans it out. A little bit surprised on that ban, to be honest. If you don't ban Witzler Potchley as player 1, then the opponent needs to ban that God, or you simply pick it and enjoy it. So I'm a little bit surprised in that ban, but he doesn't go for it. Mini Yeti bans out Uranus, maybe for himself. He doesn't want to play against it. I don't know. Maybe Soup's got an amazing Uranus. I don't know. Doesn't want to deal with it. But Soup then says, if you're not going to ban out Kronos, I will happily take Kronos. Soup loves his Kronos, finds it very, very strong. There is 2 maps which Kronos is going to be quite good on, both Mirage and Midgard. And then the picks come in: Gaia Matarasu, Thor Nuwa, Quetzalcoatl, Susanoo, Fu Shi. Our first matchup is going to be on the map Step. It's going to be a Fu Shi affair versus Amaterasu. Let us jump in to game number 1. After the races, for those of you who have gotten in here early, that's why you get here early. We don't mess around here on Boit TV. Let's get it going. And off to the races we go in the left-hand corner of the map. Spawning as his tried and true Fu Shi. It is Husk Sorpe. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Amaterasu. It is Mini Yeti 67. 6'7". Don't ask me why. I think he's been 67 since before 67 was a thing. I don't even know what it is, but I think that's part of the joke. Alrighty, let's have a little look-see at the relic spawns and see what is popping in here. We've got the Demeter's Throne. Not going to be that impactful on this map. Over here we've got the Trojan Gate Hinge. Again, not going to be that impactful. Not really much of a walling map, this one. Into the center of the map, we've got the texts of Imhotep, which is building time minus 10% there. Always nice. And finally, Tale of Cerberus. Down the bottom there for the Myth Unit. Special attack. Recharge. Shenanigans. Now, Soup, he is in tune with the Chinese build orders. He knows how to maximize his gains early on, and he is going to be going for what I would consider to be a later advance time for the Chinese, but a very, very economically efficient advance time. You can see comes in straight for that second Kwafu, and then we get another Kwafu to come through as well as Super's off to the races. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Mini Yeti, he is the man to watch. He is the man to be scared of. He is the man who always has a little something up his sleeve. If Soup is the biggest brain in AOM, Mini Yeti is the second biggest brain, because he's going to come in with some sort of shenanigans no matter what. He's going up through Minakata Tomi, which I don't think is a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. This is the powerhouse god right now for the Japanese, even more so than Inari Okami, and also the Amano Uzume as well. It's definitely fallen out of favor, so to speak. Still good, don't get me wrong. Can still win games with it, but this Minagata Tomi is so strong because it allows the Japanese to play around their early game weakness really nicely. As you can see, the shrine up for Mini-Yeti. He's going to be Shrine of the Hunting this. This is going to be very, very safe. On the flip side here for Soup, he is continuing along with his Kwafu, and he is going up through Chi Yao at the moment. Alrighty, we've got the game coming on. We've got the Saltwater Spring immediately coming through for Mini-Yeti as well, taking sort of advantage of the fact that he's not under any pressure from Soup early on. The later advance from Fushi means you get a lot more time to get set up and make a decision and all the other good stuff. We do see walls up already. A stable coming through for Mini-Yeti as well. And it will be straight in to the Naginata Riders. On the other side, it's simply going to be a Kwafu coming out, and then the villagers as an Imperial Academy gets dropped down. And a military camp is going to come through here as well. Soup is looking to min-max his favor gain early on. Now, this is normally, I would say it's normally not that good of an idea to do this. The problem with it is the buildings are obviously a target. You can lose those if you're not ready. And we are going to see a Pioneer going down as the Yatsa comes in to get a couple of smacks off, but the Naginata Rider will be out of here, and the units are going to be back into their main base. But the next thing is, while it's a target, it's also not defending anything. It's not blocking anything up. It's not making your base harder to raid, which is the big problem. Now, Soup later on might decide to throw some walls down here and then lock this off like this, which I would think is a fantastic idea. But for the moment, he's not really protected in the slightest. So we'll see if he's going to cover that. He's covering it with units for the time being. Makes sense. Mini-Yeti, on the other hand, is simply just going to be building his base very, very solidly at the moment. And the Halberdiers are coming in, and all the other good stuff is coming in. We do see a dojo win for Mini-Yeti. So he's gone Minakata Tomi. And he's not going to go for a single archer here, it seems. It's just going to be Naginata Rider, Samurai, and a Dream. As the first raid comes in, we do have one cheeky little Halberdier over here who does need to be concerned with his life. Good micro from Mini-Yeti does leave base without losing anything, as one Halberdier is at 1 HP, but two Naginata Riders are near death. But of course, Mini-Yeti just claims Bushido here. He's already up now, 2,000 remaining. He's going to pull those guys back, start healing them up. He's also got a Samurai out, so he's now getting himself that 1 Bushido XP a second, which is going to be very, very nice. And the game is now looking like Soup is looking for a little something, and he does manage to catch the Naginata Riders on the way back home. And he does, but Mini-Yeti pulls around, dodges those arrows, and he is safe. That being said, right now, Soup has done something that he's probably going to regret a little bit. Unless, of course, we see a guardhouse getting dropped and Yumi Archers started at some point. It's not the case. Soup's gone into a couple of Javelineers, which are going to have no effect for his army up until any archers are out. And I'm not sure that archers are going to be something which Mini-Yeti wants to build. He builds Samurai, he builds Naginata Rider, and that's going to be enough to break this army 9 times out of 10. Well, at least that's what the counters will be doing. As Mini-Yeti pulls forward a little bit, he will be dropping a Samurai here as the villagers are going to get pushed off. We do have the Shrine of the Hunt helping defend. Nice little snipe. Every little bit of damage you do and you don't take back from the Japanese is incredibly important in these situations. And Soup is just going to continue his pressure here. He can look to take out the wolves. The villagers have to pull off the forward gold mine. Naginata Riders are going to be returning back in here, as I don't Soup going to lose drop a couple units. That's exactly what Mini Yeti is going to be wanting here as the army charges forward. We do have on the backside there, the one Udor does get the Solar Shield, but Lightning Weapons comes in and Soup is just in full send right now against this Amaterasu. All the villagers pulling into the town center. We will have the Naginata Rider also falling. That's a god power down for Soup, but I mean, did he get value? I mean, he did because the villagers aren't on this gold mine. He's losing his wolf presence on this position as well, which is going to be a problem for his gold situation. We are going to be seeing watchtowers queued up here as well, but the gold actually isn't in for it. Of course, there is a little bit of gold trickling in. There's 0.5 gold per second coming in for free for Amaterasu. As now the one Udor numbers are going to start to tick up, but look at the difference in military. The difference in military is absolutely stark here. As the villagers will pull back into the sentry tower, going to jump into the town center. We'll see everyone to this side. The Kwafu going to turn, get a little bit active on the defense here as Soup doesn't want to run with those for some reason. Do have the Halberdiers coming in, picks off one, pulls out, going after a peasant there as well. Nice play from Mini Yeti, but he does drop 2 Naginata Riders for a peasant and a Kwafu. Not a great trade for Soup, but you'll take that when you're putting pressure on like this. As Mini Yeti has his samurai and his one Udor out, he doesn't yet have the condemned soul technology, which is kind of the big technology to make these units worth something in the actual fight. Now he's grabbing it. Also, the watchtowers is coming through. Maybe, just maybe, Mini Yeti is going to be able to macro out an army now that can compete with now the lightning weaponless Fushi of Soup. More fire archers to come through. We've also got the Najar coming in as well. And Soup is just hanging outside this base. He's got some Yahtzees in here as well. He can't really pressure this without taking some damage from the towers here. One thing that Soup could definitely do with right now is when you're on the offense and you have the advantage, drop an armory and get this exact technology. And that is exactly what Soup is going to be going for. Ballistics is going to come through, which is going to allow his Archer Ball to be felt even more on these pokes. Basically, he's going to be able to hit the villagers even if they start running away. It could be time actually to go into those Yumi archers as well. Soup's starting to look to macro towards the heroic age as well. I actually feel like the best move here is to kind of keep spamming units, but also work towards another town center. But nonetheless, he's about to get hit up onto this gold mine over here. There's 5 Kwafu on. Does he have the upgrade for them? He does have his survival equipment. So these guys are... I was about to say packing a punch, but they're throwing a boulder. That's for sure. As one Kwafu will end up going down. We'll toss those boulders. We'll pick off a Naginata Rider there, or at least half of a Naginata Rider. He's back to the gold mine, but Mini Yeti gets the pick, and then he's going to get out of there as Soup continues to look for this pressure here. He is advancing. He's going up through New Bar. So he will get himself that heroic age spike, so to speak. And on the other side, Mini Yeti grabbed himself Raijin here. But he needs a little bit more gold, and he's actually managed to get to equal population after all of this. And get to his own heroic age slightly later than Soup, but still getting a heroic age in. What exactly is he missing here, though? It's just this military resource diff, which can get circumvented by Raijin. So what does Soup get by going Nubar? The big thing he gets is the Tautier. That's going to be a really important unit. Helps him take out the big fat samurai and all the other good stuff. But Mini Eddie, he's got to play some very, very good defense here moving forward. He's going to have to push out of his base, get onto the gold mine here very shortly, as we do have into the main base here the drought getting dropped down. Tower on the front will get knocked down. I'd love to see the temple getting targeted, but he's going after the watchtowers, of course. Every building is at half HP. When the drought gets dropped, he's going to take out the temple as well. That's going to prevent the Raijin, the Raiju coming in for Raijin. Nope, maybe not. The Naginata Riders charging it onto this position. There goes the big fat Thunderburst, and Soup does need to respect that. He pulls back ever so slightly here. That's a lot of damage, as now the military differential is looking very, very close here. Soup turns. He's got to take out all those one Udol. The micro here needs to be impeccable. As the Tautier onto that backline, they're taking down the Infernal one Udol as well. We've got the Raiju on the back getting some good damage done, but it does get taken down. Militarily, it's still very, very close, but there's not any really good units here for Soup to take out what's remaining for Mini Eddie. Mini Eddie comes out of that with the advantage here, and Soup needs to pull back, regroup, and figure out what to do next. On top of this now, Mini Eddie, he could go for a slight greed here. And what I mean by this is he could stop building units for a second, walk in, drop a castle down onto this spot, and he should be okay. One thing that Mini Eddie's been doing here is he's got 5 Miko in, healing in the actual fights, making his units feel way stronger than they actually are. With the Miko's healing, I think it's 10 HP a second or something. When they're in combat, it's 5 HP a second. If you're going for multiple heals, it's less. But 5 HP a second of healing in combat is still a fairly significant boost. But Mini Eddie says, nope, the game is done. He's not going to be able to get out onto his goal. But I think he made a mistake here trying to force that fight. He should have gone for the castle over onto this side and look to lock this off with a wall. Eat this hunt on the side, grab that gold mine, and maybe would have been able to continue along here. But a solid start for the Superstar in game number 1 here, as he claims that dub. Very, very nice execution. A couple of dangerous moments, but you take a look at the way that Soup is playing. The recent changes for China have really rewarded Chinese players for doing this. The favor comes in so nicely now for the Chinese if you do this. And if you don't do this, then guess what? You're not going to be anywhere close to what Soup managed to get in this game. At 193 favor at the end there. And of course, he's been spending it very nicely as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, let's have a little cheeky look. It's going to be a Midgard map, and it's going to be a Thor versus Quetzalcoatl on Midgard. All right. Do I have a map? Let me just get the lobby up. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's jump into our next game. Thor versus Quetzalcoatl. These guys are already off to the races. Let's go into Midgard. Alrighty, off to the races we go. In the bottom of the map, we've got Thor for Mr. Soup. And in the top of the map, we have Mini Eddie playing as Quetzalcoatl. Put ourselves the dock. Down for Mini Eddie as well. He's going to be getting himself out the fishing ships and all the other good stuff. So we are on the map Midgard. It is a fish map. This is the first I'm really going to be seeing of an Aztec on this map. Soup did kind of get what he wanted from his map pool. If I have a quick look at it, he had Kronos, he had Nuwa, and Thor. He could have picked any of those gods on this map, but I think that Quetzalcoatl would be pretty good versus a Kronos Rush because you can just make the warrior priests and defend, even if you're kind of got a late-ish advance time. It's totally fine. But he's going this way anyways. All right, we got some relics. We got the Staff of Dionysus, regeneration rate +1. Over onto this side, we have the Eye of Ornlu, which is going to be some extra base percent increase. We've also got the Eye of Horus, which is going to be +4 pop cap. And onto the top here, we have the Feather of Jing Wei, which is +0.5 wood a second. Alrighty. So, normally on these water maps, some people can do some pretty nasty sort of metagaming, so to speak, on these sorts of maps where they opt into some sort of quasi-rush rather than going for a fish boom, but it's a little bit tricky to do if you're not prepared. That these guys, I mean, they're playing a tournament. They should be somewhat prepared for these sorts of ideas. But you can do these quasi-aggressive types of ideas and get a lot of value where that's concerned. But in this situation, both players are just going to be going for their dock boom, going for their fish boom, and enjoying. As the houses are going to come up, the temple's going to come up. We've already got walls up for Mini Eddie. Of course, Mini Eddie has got himself the Kalpuli lumber outpost as well, and he's going to be looking to wall this off so he doesn't get hit too hard. Could get forest fired on this early, and that would push the units away from this Kalpuli anyways, the villagers away from this Kalpuli anyways, and then he can actually look to attack some other stuff, but still. We'll see how this is going to go for the Yeti man. He did not get off to the best start in game number 1. And, well, he is now on a god that, generally speaking, Mini Yeti is going to be at his best playing stuff that people don't know very well. Because he definitely investigates, like, the Civ in an alternative way. And he definitely comes up with a lot of meta ideas that people end up going for later on. In this specific instance, he's going for a lot of docks. A lot of docks. He's already up to 3. Does he have a temple down yet? No temple. And on the flip side here, Soup's getting himself out his hearse. So he's probably going to look for the relics first. He is in tune with those relics. Eye of Ornlu is going to be really nice to help him out in this matchup. There's no Cav up until the Mythic Age for Quetzalcoatl. But, yeah, no Cav means throwing Axemen are going to be really, really useful. Of course, there are the Eagle Warriors to help out there as well. Also, shout out to Green Moors for the Prime and everyone else who's going to be given any subscriptions throughout the stream. We do have notifications turned off for the viewer experience, but I appreciate you guys nonetheless, as Huehue Coyotl is going to be the god of choice here for Mini Yeti. That there is an interesting one. We do have a little cheeky wall coming up here from Mini Yeti, who is quick to do it, gets himself safe, but the villager is trapped. The villager is trapped, and the dock will come back up, and I guess, does Soup see this? He does. He's got line of sight, so as soon as that villager attempts to run, he will get charged in on as the troll is going to come over here, and the villager will bail out, and Soup is going to say, no, 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 no. No, no, no. This here was what we call in the business a risky move, and you will take pain for that risky move. You got your dock up, congratulations, but you lost a villager for it. But now Hui Hui is in for Mini Eddie, and we'll see how he's going to be using this. This is probably one of the first time you guys will see a Hui Hui Coyote. Now, I personally, at the moment, it's quite hard to use Hui Hui Coyote, but, and mostly just on the fact that the Shinekwe is a little bit difficult to use, but if you got a plan for it, it's going to make a lot of sense. And that plan here for Mini Yeti is probably going to be a fast heroic. It's probably going to be in for Warrior Eagles, and it's probably going to be in for Tez Ponatli Drums Warrior Eagles. It's going to be 5 speed. It's going to be pain to deal with. Very, very strong. What Soup should be thinking here is probably, as we've got an arrow canoe out, is probably going to be to actually start getting the map walled up. He's playing Norse. Walls come up very, very fast for Norse, and you can be in a good spot where that's concerned as the dragon ship comes through. And you get a little bit of damage here as Mini Yeti is on the patrol. We've also got a longboat coming out just to make sure that everything is okay here, and we will be seeing that Kuatle Kue to come through as well for Mini Yeti. To the side, Noble starts up all over the place. There's going to be 4 in that main base, and there's also going to be the Hammer of Thunder coming down from Soup over onto this side as well. We've got the Longhouse for Soup too, and he is ready to start going into something. We're actually going to be seeing some Ocelotl warriors here first and foremost. Of course, the extra food is coming through from all the fishing ships, so it makes sense to be going for that. But yeah, that it is interesting. So a random transport ship is in for Mini Yeti. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing here. I don't have a good answer for the transport ship coming out from the Mini Yeti man. We do have another arrow canoe to come through, but docks are just getting cleaned up left, right, and center. It's now Mini Yeti into the heroic age. He's going to be making some Ocelotl warriors over here. He's got his big Ocelotl to come through as well. It did unfortunately use its heal here as well, as the Ocelotl warriors will come in and attempt to help here. I'm not sure what he's planning on doing. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense. He's going to be losing everything. The Shinekwe doesn't even get turned into a turret here, and so that's going to go down. You want to turn it into a turret. It doesn't die anywhere near that fast if you turn it into a turret. Even if it starts to take damage, you just turn it into a turret and it's going to survive for a much longer time. As Mini Yeti goes for the roll away, I don't know why he didn't do it. He should probably be rolling away. He's going to be losing that one as well. An absolute disaster for Mini Yeti at this moment. And now he's going into his Eagle Warriors. But an absolute disaster for Mini Yeti. Loses a whole bunch of units. Does pop out here. He's got a little bit of that ambush in. But the army of Soup will have to pull all the way back home here. And I mean, bit of a stock take. There's 22 fishing ships. 22 to 17. I'm a little bit surprised to see Soup going for Skadi here. I don't think he actually needs the Skadi. I think he's going to be in a very, very good position by going Bragi here. I do talk Skadi up a lot, but in this specific situation, he doesn't need the Winter Harvest. Doesn't really need a Frost. Of course, the Flaming Weapons versus a Earth Monster isn't going to be that helpful, but More longhouses here. This is actually interesting. But I think that it may be going Bragi, and at the very least getting some boosts for your Berserks and some boosts for your Herdman for much later in the game, if it does end up going there, is somewhat important. As Minigetti decides to pull back here. He doesn't know he's got the advantage. He's terrified of a whole bunch of raiding cavalry coming through. But I don't think Soup's going to be building them. Soup actually going in for something completely different. He's going in for the Krakens. Going to be able to take out the Siege Canoe and then also fight down the Axolotl here, as 2 Krakens will 110% beat this cute boy. And you see he's nibbling away, but unfortunately for him, his life is over. Hillfort has managed to come through now for Soup as the army of Minigetti pulling in onto this side. Soup does have himself Huskarls. Huskarls are a nice counter to the Eagle Warriors. Meanwhile, we're also going to be seeing the tried and true Arctic Winds idea from Soup as well. Goes Arctic Winds. He's going to be able to build himself a whole bunch of Dreki and just absolutely dominate the water. The other thing for him here is grabbing a town center on the back. The other thing, he's got that gold mine in his main base. So, and he can just work towards another one. It's only 50 gold. So he can work towards another one if he needs to. And he can basically just go very hard on the water. And no matter how much unit Minigetti has, so long as there's enough kind of to defend, Soup should be fine here to just win the entirety of the water. Shut Minigetti out and be in a good spot. But nonetheless, town center will be up. Walls now coming up onto this top side. This might get spotted over here. The Eagle Warriors are still in 4.5 speed. They're getting that Tepon Zartzli drums now. An extra 10% movement speed for everything is a pretty wild proposition. And the Berserk over here does get cleaned up as the walls get denied. Up onto the top side, one throw and action is going to be going onto this side as the villagers over here will get picked off. On the flip side here, Soup does have his speedy units. Now, if he can get the walls set up, this could be a nightmare for Minigetti. He's got the throw and axeman up here, but this is going to get spotted as well. And Soup will say, you know what, instead of trying to catch him out here, let's just put a hill fort up. We'll take the L. We'll lose the guys. It's fine. Get the walls down. Let him get his small wins with those Eagle Warriors that aren't going to be that useful later on, and see what happens there. Soup also has got potential to go for... He's going to go for Tyr here, which I do think is the right call. I was going to say Bragi, but Tyr, Fimbulwinter, go for a Berserk Narok. I say this all the time and then nobody does it, but I think this is going to be one of those situations where you can literally go for like a 20 villager, 30 villager Berserk Narok or something and absolutely dominate a position, push your opponent off gold, kill everything, and live the dream. As this Great Temple will go down. Nope, Earth Monster is called, and that's what the Frost was for. A little cheeky Frost and a little cheeky bit of defense of the Earth Monster. Up onto this side, going to be attempting to throw some walls over here as well to try and maybe kill off the gold mine on the back there, as the units will pop back out. They can finish off the Great Temple and, more importantly, be on top of the Eagle Warriors. And both players are basically at full population at the moment. Of course, Soup is in front by a little bit. He needs to get a couple more houses down, I think. I think he's missing. No, he's getting them with the villagers. No problems. And the Frost will be coming out momentarily. We've also got portable rams in here as well. As the villagers are going to be falling. We've got onto the backside. A little cheeky bit of the lullaby to come through as the Ocelotls coming in. We've also got that Tailwind to come through to help his units get in here a little bit better. The Warrior Priest getting turned into a Tajipla as well. As the big question is going to be, can Minigetti micro this? He's using Tailwind, but he hasn't microed at all with it. No repositioning in the slightest, as the infantry army just barreling through on this position, and there is nothing for Minigetti to do here but run. He drops everything, every bit of god power there. He just did not have the units to deal with this Forseti army. The wall on the back also causing some problems here as well, as Soup just continues forward He's got a couple of units on the back that aren't actually fighting, but it's not really going to be mattering for him here. His tier has been delayed, but look at this. He's going up to dragon scales because why not? And that there is a quick 2-0 for Soup, as I think that's his first win in the series. That's his first win in the tournament there. Gets his name on the board. Bam. I think that means that everyone has gotten a win. There's no losers in this tournament. Only winners. Only winners. Alrighty. Well, that there is a fantastic game from Soup. Really, really well executed. I'm not sure exactly what Mini Yeti's plan was here. It didn't really make sense to me at all, to be honest. I'm not sure what he was going for. Like, Ocelotl Warrior, Eagle Warrior is a quality army, but if you go for the fast heroic age, why not just drop a Great Temple and have Sean one? We don't need Ocelotl Warriors. What do you need Ocelotl Warriors for? You've got Slalomani Spearmen if there's going to be cavalry involved. So Ocelotl Warriors, not really an important unit for a heroic age Quetzalcoatl. Maybe I'm wrong on that assessment, but I am a little bit confused on what he went for. Anyways, if you guys are enjoying, make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you hit all the buttons. Let's jump back over to our draft and our main menu and see what we're going to see next. Alrighty, so our next map or matchup is Mosca versus Mini Yeti. All right, let's see what's happening here. Not exactly sure what the dealio is. Do I have to wait for the next series or something? I'm not sure. Hang on, let me have a quick look. We've got Mini Yeti, Mosca Mini Yeti, Grass Mini Yeti. So there's going to be a clash here, potentially, right? Grass is at 2-0. It should be fine. Our Soup is playing Grass at the moment on the other channel. Wait, what? Wait, who am I playing? What is happening here? I'm so confused. It's all right, Soup. I didn't miss anything. It's all good. Thank you for the rating, party. Your games went well. It's the Soup of old. The Soup that I know and love showed up today. All right, let's change this to Moscow. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna jump over to Motiba's stream for the moment, and we're gonna get sorted with the next game momentarily. So don't you guys go nowhere.
All right, we are in. We can unpause on 3, 2, 1, go.
As we're jumping into the map, Elysium, spawning on the left-hand side of the map in the blue color, we have Kavoth playing as Gaia, dropping down his trees. No economic guild. We've seen this before. We saw this last time. Kavoth not really going for the economic guild as Gaia. Is this sort of way to defend against quits, or is this another way to get an advantage as Gaia? We'll see.
I would assume he's kind of scared of the early priest shenanigans and he wants to prevent that, so I think this is the right approach if I'm being honest. And on the right hand side of the map, sorry Young, we have a red player, Recon, spawning as Huitzilopochtli. He's gonna be trying to get his name on the scoreboard. Go on now. My bad for interrupting.
No, you were fine. I should have let you do the introduction first. We saw Recon not do the economic start into Moscow's Tsukiyomi last time, and he just went straight for a town center. Not sure how quickly, like if you get a town center up quicker without the economic guild. I imagine you don't, but it is an interesting adaptation.
I would say even the second DC for Kavod doesn't look all that bad. Like he does have the hunt in the back and the gold mine is reasonably close. And then you know the Kavod special where he shuffles his villagers from one gold mine to the other on different sides of the map. And you know about that
Yeah,
shenanigans.
yeah.
So I'm assuming he can do that here also. Wouldn't be the worst decision. And then like he also what he can do if he is out of the gold on 2 TC is he can always sneak 2 villagers, build a manor, kinda let them like it's a risky move, but it is something that he can consider for sure. Getting the manor up on the gold mine buys him like additional like 20 seconds before the manor is down, so he can react and stuff. So that
So yeah. It's really good with these Atlantean manners to sort of garrison builds and stuff. And you get the lush, and it's super obnoxious to deal with sometimes as a raid player. But talking about what both players are going for, so no economic start for Kavoth. However, on the other side, we see Recon going for every one of his Kapulis. Nope, he hasn't got his gold Kapuli yet, but you can see that he's not using the wood one, so you can imagine that he wants to go for that pretty soon. So
we also have a
very
comment in
interesting.
chat. Sorry, Young. Chronom saying AM transmission rulebook forces you to have at least one OC casting. That is absolutely true. OCs are great at casting this game, so why not just have them in? I say yes, sir.
How are you going from? Hope you are well.
Alright, so Oceanus
Oh
is
yeah,
in
this scene though.
for Kavod. He isn't taking his eco upgrades now, though, so he's not gonna be all that behind. I'm not even sure if this actually makes any significant difference if he delays the economic upgrades for like 5 minutes. That should be fine, I think.
I think you lose out on quite a lot of resources because having that hand axe, having that pickaxe in at the very start, that means your temple's 10% cheaper, and the village's wood cost is 10% cheaper, basically, right? Because you're gathering it faster.
Yeah, yes, I guess that is the case. Probably, but I mean, if you have to choose between preventing the early damage from the warrior priest and taking your eco upgrades for 10% cheaper temple and villagers, I say just take the faster approach, get your things done, and then get the upgrades. I think that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I do believe you got to play it a bit safer, especially since these oracles of Atlantean can't really run into the main base of your opponent at 1 minute and see exactly what he's going for. See the Terma marching across the map. And this is a very strange situation going on for Recon. It looks like he wants a town center. He's put down his spider infestation. Sorry, just infestation. Scorpion infestation, actually.
But Kawad does
And
have plenty of units to actually prevent this. If you look at unit count, it's currently 14 versus 9 in advantage Kavad, but he doesn't really have any heroes. One hero Murmillo is in though.
Blood
But
Pact on the snake is chasing down these Terma.
I feel like this is gonna be enough for Recon to get the Townsend trap, but the question is what after? Because I'm sure Kabati is gonna be looking for that gold star after seeing this town center coming up. And he didn't really take any damage from the blood pact, which is also a win to some degree for Kabot.
Yeah, big win for Kavoth not taking the damage from Blood Pact. There is one thing that helps the Aztecs against the gold stuff. It is getting this craft workshop in the Kupuli because it doesn't make you mine the gold quicker. It makes you drop off more gold. It makes So you don't have 3,000. Well, essentially, Recon doesn't have 2,330 gold in this gold mine. He's got 15% more. So
That is
add an extra
definitely
200 gold.
something that's gonna matter. But one more thing I have noticed is that behind Recon second town center there is actually no hunt, and the woodlines are absolutely horrendous. So I'm not really sure what Recon is thinking here, taking this town center. There is absolutely
He's
nothing on
thinking
it.
farms. He's thinking farms.
This definitely
Oh, I
seems
don't
like a
like
divine
this.
move. Divine likes to do exactly the same thing. But I don't think Kavot is gonna let that slide. He knows exactly what he has to do, and I believe he is in a great position to actually accomplish that. I do wonder though, if you see plenty of Murmillos plus Therma for Atlantean play, what do you do as Aztec? Do you go for these Tequila Archers? Do you go for these Ocelotl Warriors? What do you do? I don't think Ocelotl Warriors actually trade all that good into Murmillos. And there's no access to healing for Aztecs, so any skirmish you take actually benefits the Atlantean player because of the Caladrius, and they can always heal.
You can go pure war hut units against this because these spearmen of the Aztecs are absolutely insane, and these Melina upgrades are so strong. It's not like Hoplite Toxotes where it's like you cannot make Hoplite Toxotes versus Terma. These are, especially with spearmen, they outspeed the Terma. So the Terma have to absolutely book it versus spearmen, while your archers get to pick off the Mimillo.
That does sound like a decent strat. I do think that the Spearmen for Aztecs are kind of like even better than Yari Spearmen were when Japan was released, and we all know how obnoxious Yaris were to deal with early on. How about this
Yeah,
checking? Sorry, go on.
Yari still have the advantage in a sort of population way. If you get to like full pop Yari, it's better than full pop Talamani. But for the cost, the Talamani is so good.
There is one more thing I would love to see from Kabot. Oh, there is a cheeky raid on the top side on the hunt from Recon. He managed to force these villagers off of hunt, but he didn't manage to actually kill any of those. I kind of wonder, what do you think about these Coyote Warriors? They do seem kind of decent, but I've seen plenty of people saying that they actually do not do the job they are supposed to, as in counter the archers.
I don't think they're too good. The main reason why I say they're not too good is because I had a very long game against Mr. John Arbiter, and I built only one unit against his the Demeter archers, the Amazon archers, multiple times, trying to like find out which is the best. I built the Jaguar Riders, I built the Coyotes, and I built the Taunton Smashers, and the Coyotes were by far the worst, and the Taunton Smashers were by far the best.
I think one important thing to note though for that comparison is that Amazon archers actually do divine damage. So that's something that we should definitely consider when we are talking about the interaction. Like the divine damage on any unit is absolutely cracked, and like the fact that they have that going for them is kind of insane. We do see Kavot going through Thea. He wants to transition to Contarius. He's getting all the upgrades in. And Recon on the other side is going with some Ocelotls plus Spearman. How much gold does he have in his main base actually? 400 gold. And Recon is forcing a fight on the forward gold mine of Kavot, which is something I'm not entirely sure is a good thing. Another Texipla has been converted here, but Kavot is just gonna run. He could lose a villager or two in process. I don't think that is something you want to you want to do when you're a 1 TC player. Losing villagers never feels good. Seems like this little engagement is favoring Recon for the time being, though. Kawat can't really take a fight. Another Texipla has been converted. Recon wants to fight here, like he is committing to the fight. He's spamming units. Kawat could go for a cheeky raid on the back with the Cantarius while defending here. He does have his tower upgrade in as well. He's doing a great job pulling his army back and kind of forcing Recon to fight under towers, but another villager goes down.
Military rents holding about equal for both players. Recon has significant advantage with the military, but trading equally against Kavoth. You're seeing this tech Ziplo getting converted over and over. Recon really values that unit. It's very, very good at dealing with these dryads. You get so many dryads through Thea, and it can just deal damage to all of them at once. And it seems like Recon is forced to retreat off this position. He's getting the walls up on his own gold mine. He's not going to let Kavoth raid it there. And the stream of spearmen is in. We see Kavoth actually building some Carabalista to deal with all of this.
I think it's this fight was actually a bait for Recon to secure his second gold mine, which is something I really like. We do see a great temple node. This is the regular temple coming up for Recon on the spot on the forward gold mine, which makes me wonder, does Recon want to go into mid units here? Making a temple on the forward position.
To get more warrior priest is what Recon's thinking. This is actually giving me an idea. What if you just put temples all over the map instead of, like, let's say towers, or instead of town centers for garrison points? So against raids, you don't garrison your villas, you just sacrifice them.
That is definitely something to consider, especially since Recon does have a significant lead in villagers. Kawat is trying to pressure on this gold mine though now. But the military value still favors Recon, so Kawat is not gonna find much damage here in this position. He's trying to take advantage of his fast units in Contarius, but Recon's control has been impeccable this game. And as you said, these Texipla priests seem like an incredibly good answer to those dryads. They're just going down like flies. Kawat not really able to take any fights, any good fights for him.
Arius, Mamillo, and now the Carabalista coming into Kavoth. I really like the Carabalista. Don't bother going into those Arcus when you don't have to. Unless you really want to go heavy into the Stymphalian Bird.
I definitely think that, like, I don't see Caraballistas actually being able to snipe all these priests that effectively, so I think Arcus to snipe the warrior priest would be a decent choice.
Big fight happening here above Recon's gold mine. Both armies taking lots and lots of damage, but it looks like Recon is, once again, he's pushing Kavoth back. He's holding this town center. And Kavoth is wondering, what can I do now?
I think this this game is truly in the hands of Recon. He has managed to stabilize after taking a second TC. He does have a military advantage as well as economically. He's still in H2 though, but looking at things, he doesn't really need heroic all that much. So once heroic does come in, Recon is gonna be in a perfect spot to end the game, I feel like. Kawat also burned through his home gold mine, so he kinda needs to secure the second one, and there are no walls for him for the time being. Recon forcing a big fight on the forward gold mine of Kawat, and Kawat has to bail once again. But the villagers are kinda mining unbothered. Another cheeky raid on the bottom gold mine where Kavot tried to sneak some villagers, but the spearmans are on.
We're seeing Heroic Age, Coatla Q coming forth for Recon.
That's definitely gonna be hard for Kavot to deal with. There's gonna be butterflies coming in. Purge is also gonna be on the table. Another big fight is happening on the middle though. Recon doing a good job sniping those Kairos. Thermas actually. He's not really sniping Cairo ballistas. He just targeted them, but his army seems to be absolutely decimating Kavot's army, and this, ladies and gentlemen, looks like a GG to me. And Kavot taps out.
That
Recon
moment.
takes the dub.
GG's. Just quickly, the god coming in for Recon was Coatla Q, which gives access to Earth Monster and the Roly Poly,
Oh,
not the star,
oh,
not the
my
not the
bad, my
Kelton.
bad. So Recon
Yeah,
was
but
gearing up for that great push with the Itotalis, I guess. That would be absolutely devastating for Kavot as well, I feel like. Alright, I'm gonna be switching us to the drafting screen. Alright, so both players managed to secure the victory. Very, very well played game by Recon, I have to say. Even though it looked really grim at the start, I didn't really see the point behind that second TC, but seems like Recon has made it work. And he managed to secure the victory. We have comments in chat. Kavot's units early didn't make a ton of sense, I guess. Built a lot of Therma versus no archers. Yeah, yeah, that kind of makes sense, honey. I do agree with that to a degree. Kavot did kind of went into the unit composition blindly. So Recon was having an easy time defending all that. But I'm assuming he did want to kind of like abuse the speed of Contarius uh, because Recon doesn't really have access to the fastest units in classical age.
Almighty Spearmen go brrr. They're like 5.3 speed or something. They're pretty quick, but yeah,
I
still
mean,
you can outmaneuver them with the Cantarius for sure.
yeah, spearmans are quicker than most, but like quicker than most actually, but like still Contarius just outrun them. These bad boys are incredibly fast. Hello, Mr. Soup in the
Yeah.
chat. How are you doing on this fine day?
So Soup's series just ended between Soup and Mini Yeti. I hope it was a great series.
There's some funny talks in the chat between Recon and Kavot. Although we have the map, is gonna be Giza, and the gods for this map are gonna be. Just give me a moment. Set versus Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl. Yes, I believe that's how you pronounce it, right?
Yes, Quetzalcoatl, Quetzalcoatl, something like that. I also just want to say, it's good to see Darth Nox back. It looks like he's doing well. You see him saying, "Buff Gaia?"
I just wanted
Question
to
mark.
ask, was
So
there a Buff Gaia, Buff Gaia comment? I also did miss a couple of follows, so I'm just gonna address that real quick. Ustchi, thank you for the follow, my man, appreciate it. And ODT underscore Ake Tierney, thanks for the follow, man, appreciate it very, very much. Hope you guys enjoy your stay here. We do have the ID, so I'm gonna be sending that one to you, Jan. And the game just started, so we will have a certain delay, but that's nothing to worry about. I do have to check some messages though, Young. So if you would discuss the matchup with the chat while I check the things, I would highly appreciate that.
Okay, guys. I want to say first of all that this is the game. Who is going to win this series? From saying young as a procaster, we required a better mic from you. I am sorry, guys. I know my mic sucks. I might actually get one like tomorrow or something. I was looking into it today when people kept saying it. I've sort of heard it as like a sort of heard it a bit, and then I tried to fix it, and then people still say it sucks. So I just think it just needs to be changed. Yes, whoever wins this will win the series, and this is for all the marbles. This is a really, really big matchup. Both players are 4 points at leading in the points. So yeah, whoever wins this makes it really, really likely that they will make it into the main event. Well, not the main event, the finals tomorrow. This matchup, Quetzalcoatl versus Set, it is a rough one for Set. We have seen a lot of players saying it's just impossible, you can't win. However, we have seen some players, despite everything said about the matchup, they pull through, they get a win. We saw Rappel versus Mosca. Mosca played an excellent game on Set and was managed to beat the powerhouse that is Quetzalcoatl, really putting those Eagle Warriors to shame with his Slinger Elephant comp. So I say, and I've been saying this a lot, Slinger Elephant Phoenix, what do you do as Aztec? Is that enough? I don't actually believe the Phoenix would be that good into Aztecs. They have quite low range, so the warrior priest will kind of just kill them very quickly. Slinger Elephant, definitely, I think, is the way to go. We have got into the game. I have paused it
I
at
am back.
3 seconds. Okay, you're back.
3 seconds, you say? All right, I'm paused at 3 seconds as well. So I'm just gonna transition us and we can jump right into the game. The map is Giza. Enjoy. All right, we should be in. We can go on 3, 2, 1 on pause.
All right, guys, jumping into the map. Either in the top right-hand side of the map, in the blue color, we have Kavath playing as Quetzalcoatl. I imagine he wants to get those Capulis down. That's one of Quetzalcoatl's bonuses. Get the Capulis, get your economic going, and live the good life.
And in the left hand side of the map in red color we have Recon playing as Set. So I heard you a bit talking about this matchup. Elephant Slinger was the comp you would be going for here. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so. I don't think it makes too much sense to make camel riders, because in heroic the Aztecs don't have access to to a cavalry unit. So you're just building those camel riders to kill archers, which they're just not very good at. So how else are we going to kill the archers? Because we know that pure slinger doesn't kill the archers. Pure slinger doesn't win versus eagle warriors. So we need another unit that will help us kill the archers. And the only other unit actually that Iggy has is the elephant. And we see a very cheeky, in the middle of the description, we see a very cheeky commissioned spy targeting down this priest trying to convert the rhino. Hate to see it. set players in chat absolutely fuming at this. But the Pharaoh is moving forward. Bitaku is his name, and he will be putting an absolute stop to this. He's trying to kill the commission spy, but he does no damage as well. Oh, the Rhino is in. He's healing the priest, and the commission spy is sent packing. That is funny, guys. I haven't seen that. I mostly see Sapfat doing this on stream, and he just deletes his priest.
An interesting interaction, I have to say. Although one thing I did notice is, like, I know the important thing playing Egyptians is gold mines. So basically, the second gold mine is a really important thing for you as an Egyptian player. And I do see a really good position for the second gold mine for Recon on the top left side of the map. Defended by this cliff and this pyramid. And I think he will be 100% happy seeing this position. Now on the other side, I don't think Kawad has the same gold mine as Recon had, because his gold mine is kind of more exposed, actually a lot more exposed. There is no cliff and no pyramid in this position, so that is something to definitely pay attention to going forward in this game.
Not only that, but check on the other side of the map where the town center is. This isn't back gold mine, I guess. You can call it back gold mine. Well, for Recon at least. Kavots is definitely back gold mine on this town center. 2 gold mines there. He could live the dream if he grabs that.
Well,
I can imagine we see 2 TC for both players.
yeah, maybe, but like this town center doesn't really secure those gold mines, so I don't know. But the position is incredibly good. Yes, I agree with that 100%. Although I do think this is a 1 TC map, at least for the starters. I don't think any of the players will go for that second TC approach, but I have thought that in the last game, and Recon showed me that it is indeed possible to go for a second TC in the bad TC spawns map, so I will be paying close attention to it. We see Pta coming in for the Recon. I'm assuming, like, there was a game we watched, I believe I watched it with you, Young, where Mosca actually played with Slingers Elephants versus Rappel on Step, and it seemed to work quite well into those Eagle Warriors, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, that was the matchup I was talking about when you asked me to entertain the chat. Yes. I do really like the slinger here. We're seeing Kavoth. Oh, sorry, we're seeing Recon just open with some spearmen to start off with, though. Just to take care of these warrior priests.
I think the one thing that you always want to do with Egyptian is kind of open spears, because spears are fast. They have that movement speed that you can actually use on the open map like this, and you can cause some problems early on, which is exactly what Kawat is going to be doing. Actually, Kawat is going to be Recon, sorry, he's going to be marching his entire army forward, but he changed his mind. I think he is kind of considering if Kawat is going to be going for this gold for this town center. So if Kawat goes for it, there is a shifting sands option that Recon definitely can use. But there is also a problem that arises with that, in if Recon loses the units, then he will be giving a lot of hunt to Kawat. Kawat does decide to go for the TC after he's made like few Ocelotl warriors. And the question is, oh, actually, I stand corrected. Recon is going for the second TC of his own. That is definitely something I did not expect, I have to say. Second TC on this map looks really, really rough for me, but both players actually decided to go for it.
So Kavoth took this town center in response to Recon. I'm pretty sure he had like the perfect macro in, and he was just waiting to see what Recon did. And he had a bunny sitting on this town center, and as soon as he saw the units come through, he ran that bunny away and moved his villagers over to grab the town center.
Recon also spots the TC coming up with the Lion, so both players are going to be going into those 2 TC kind of games, and I'm assuming it's going to be a bit longer game. We're not going to be seeing this ending anytime soon. Now, when you're taking a TC as set, you kind of don't have to worry about the food situation, so that is something that's really, really good. In one of the previous patches also, we have seen the cost of animals from Pharaoh has been reduced in response to the number of animals being reduced from the age up. So that is something that Recon definitely can use if need be. Although I don't really think there is a need for that, because there is plenty of animals to convert if Recon chooses so. Couple of Ocelotl warriors coming into the main base though. They are gonna be trying to take down this monument. Kavod trying to dodge all the TC fire.
This monument isn't a huge loss. Actually, losing an Ocelot is a bigger loss than losing this monument. And we see an Ocelot going down.
That
It
is
feels
unfortunate
bad.
for Kavod. Kavod also doesn't have a healing, access to healing. He does have healing through Agave Bloom, but I don't think he has Agave Bloom anymore. I think he used that one. He did manage to secure the top gold mine. He's gonna be happy with that one. He also has one gold mine in the back, as Young stated earlier. So that is gonna be something that Kavod is gonna be extremely happy with. Bunnies are trying to cause some damage in the main base. One villager might go down, and yes, he does go down. That is a great pick from Kavod. The one thing
Now
that
these bunnies can go and eat some berries or something and get 4 stacks. And unless you kill these bunnies, it's not good to actually deal damage to them because they can just eat berries and
is there any
get more and more bunnies.
Is there any berries on the map though? I don't really think so. He can eat his hometown berries, but he's already eating them with villagers, so I don't think that's an option. These bunnies are gonna stay low HP for the time being, I feel like.
I wonder if it's good to just make one farm to have them eat that.
Is that actually a thing? Is that actually like a good thing to do? So they are
I don't
eating
know if
though.
they deal damage to it, but I imagine it's if they don't, it's perfectly fine.
They are eating the berry bush. They are kind of slowly healing. That's an interesting.
More of them now. They're upgrading in veteran C by healing. I don't believe they should do this, but they do this. It is part of their design.
Both players going through heroic. Recon going through Sekhmet, and Kavod going through Koyokochi. Koyokochli. Something like that, I guess. But yes, both players are going to be playing for the heroic. We do see a Citadel Center for Recon in his main base. There is going to be a mid goal coming up shortly, I believe. Or maybe, wait, just maybe we are going to be seeing a shifting sand here. I did see a lot of games that Kavod played versus the shifting sands. He does kind of have the perfect answer to that. The way he builds his town centers really prevents all those shenanigans. And he did that thing in this situation as well. Like, just look at the town center, the home town center of Kavod. He has buildings all around it. It's going to be extremely tough for Scarabs to actually target it. And on the top town center, he's doing the same thing. Great Temple is also in on the gold mine. So I think Kavod kind of covered all the weak points of his base with this building placement. But Raycon here is not going to go for those Scarabs. He is gathering his army on this position, but I don't really see any Scarabs coming. He's spamming Slingers only for the time being.
Kavak getting heavy Great Temple soldiers, and then he's getting Ocelot it seems like Ocelot and Eagles. I'm not sure why he wants the Levy Great Temple soldiers. Maybe he's just sort of making use of the cheaper upgrades for the temple and the Great Temple that you get from Coyoli. Lots of
Kavot,
villages actually being sacrificed right now for Kavoth.
Kavot really wanted that monument down, and monument did go down. And now shifting sands on the gold mine. We do see what's the name of this? Starfall coming down. There's gonna be some Tsitsi Needles helping here, but Recon does have plenty of priests. Another Tsitsi Needle coming in from this Starfall. And the priest unfortunately teleported outside of the wall, so they are gonna be the easy target for these units of Kavod. Although I do think Recon did plenty of damage to Kavod. The villager differential is 12 villagers. But his army is cleaned up.
I don't think it was particularly important for Recon to kill this Great Temple. The only units that you can make out of this Great Temple at the moment are the Shorn ones and the Atolton Smasher. Both are super, super slow. So building them out of this Great Temple is not ideal for Kavoth in the least. You'd have to move across the whole map with those units, and it would just be better to build a Great Temple further forward to make them.
I am kind of wondering what Recon is gonna do now. He's spamming those slingers. He's securing the front position. He has the mid goal. There is a monument. Siege workshop. Double siege workshop coming onto this position. And Kavot on the other side wants to go through Mythic. He almost has all the RS he needs. Tlaloc is the god of choice, but I do think that is gonna be extremely hard to pull if Recon can hit the timing. We do see Kavot sacrificing a lot of the herdables, I believe, for faster gather rate on the hunt. To get that food in. He's also researching the plow because he's placing a lot of farms in his main base.
But because Recon went for this attack and he got some villager kills, sorry, how do I say this? He lost a lot of army during this attack, which allows Kavoth to be able to go to the Mythic Age with sort of not spending any on army. And we're seeing Recon on the other hand, he wants to push this, he wants to deal more damage. But Kavoth has said, hey, you're just throwing away a bunch of your units to get some vill kills. I'm just going to go Mythic Age and get my advantage there.
Well, there is a problem that could arise here for Kavot. If Recon manages to stop the Mythic, Mythic is halfway through, but this is a menacing amount of siege towers for Recon, and he has the shifting sands momentarily. 6 siege towers for Recon. But he is gonna be going for the second DC of Kavod. Oh my god, look at the amount of siege towers here. Recon is going at it. He wants to kill Kavod right here and now. But the Mythic Age is gonna be coming through.
He doesn't care about denying the Mythic Age. The amount of siege towers should be able to destroy the pillar.
That is indeed correct. This amount of siege towers should be able to kill the pillar. I do believe pillar went through some changes in the recent patch, and it's not that hard to kill it actually if you have enough siege towers, which Recon definitely has. EC going down, third down center for Recon is coming on. Kavot trying to get some damage in with some cheeky raids, but Recon's units are in and they are chasing the raiders. However, on this position, seems like Pillar is doing a great job. Oh my god, look at the damage for
The
this.
attack move of the units, it's just hitting buildings. Recon needs to get those units onto something.
I think the way that Kavod built his base actually makes it a lot harder for Recon to target the pillar. He doesn't really have any
It's very
priests.
smart.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it was a very smart pillar placement as well behind all of the buildings. I would have just dropped the pillar on the army, but you know, Kavoth knowing much better than I.
I think if he actually placed it onto the army, the pillar would get destroyed extremely quickly. So in this way, he put the pillar here. He can defend the area that's highlighted here, and the siege towers cannot really get through this little gap that's left, and that makes it a lot harder to actually target than it would be normally.
The Rat Hand boys are coming in. Their name is Iozit. I'm not gonna try it. The Rat Hand boys, they grab the elephants.
Oh my god, this is the funny interaction.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience there. If you want to go over and check out some more of the old Recon and Kavoth, that's their final game. The one who wins that one most likely gets to the finals. Very, 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 very big game between those two at the moment. We've got ourselves our next series of the day here. If you do want to watch, you can jump on over to Motiba's channel. I would appreciate you giving him a follow regardless, and or having that one open on a separate monitor. Completely up to you guys what you want to do, but we're going to be jumping into Mosca and Mini Yeti now. I will hey, turn that back. Don't change the channel on me. We're going to jump over to the drafting screen for Mosca and Mini Yeti and talk you guys through it. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a draft here. And you know what? This is actually quite interesting. Mosca has been the most target banned player, I think, of the entirety of this tournament. I think he's the only player who's actually been target banned. I could be wrong on that. Maybe there's been some like soup target bans for his Norse or like a Loki here or there. But Mosca getting target banned Poseidon, that should give Mosca so much ability to do whatever he wants with his own bans. For example, if he's thinking that he's going to get target banned Poseidon, he could, as the host, he could easily not ban Witzlapochli and just pick that for himself. Or he would be able to get himself his Poseidon, for example. But that's not the case. That's not the case at all. He bans it out. We have the Amaterasu pick for Mosca. This one, very strange if you ask me. We've seen a lot of Amaterasu picks early on, a lot. And I haven't been seeing the Amaterasu success that really justifies it. Of course, these guys are playing their scrims or whatever, and they're playing these gods and they're having success in their scrims, or at least maybe they are, maybe they're not. I don't know. I don't know why they pick gods, when they pick gods, how they pick gods, for what reason they pick gods. But Amaterasu is picked. Mini Yeti grabs himself Kronos and Gaia, which is a little bit of a crazy decision. Or at least it's very telling for what Mini Yeti is going to be valuing here. That's a lot of Atlantean. Now, I was talking about Status Flow, thanks for the kind words. Livestock pen start is the way. I'm glad you had success there. I saw your name as a first-time chatter. Welcome. Oh, you're Vindicate. There you go. Welcome. Welcome to the Twitch side of life. Be careful here. People are unforgiving. Okay. So, especially Pegasus Rush. So we've got the Kronos Gaia. The reason I say this is a little bit wild, because in a best of 3, it allows your opponent to draft around you if you pick both of those gods straight away there. If you pick Kronos Gaia, then immediately Mosca's going to go, ooh, he's going to pick the Atlanteans. Great. Let me just pick gods that are going to beat the Atlanteans, or what I feel comfortable playing against Atlanteans with. And Mosca here goes, Kronos Gaia, let's go with a Hades. That makes sense. Let's go with a Tsukiyomi. That makes sense. And then, funnily enough, here I'm actually going to go out on a limb and say potentially Mini Yeti has drafted into that Hades with his Isis set. Mosca takes a Loki at the end that he might not be picking. He might pick it for Midgard. He might not. Depends on where that Kronos shows up. But this is a really interesting one. Our first game is going to be Amaterasu versus Gaia. I think we've seen the Gaia have success here. I actually want to, okay, this is what I want to see. You guys might think I'm crazy on this, but I think Leto is the better play here for Gaia on any open map against Amaterasu. Not only do you shut down any sort of samurai shenanigans, but you get access to those automaton that are going to be really good if your opponent goes into on the Musha, the samurai, and you can take them out with Karaballaster. If it goes in with the Bushi, you can make Terma and take them out. I think it's a really, really, really good way to play. But nonetheless, we're going to jump into our first game. It's going to be on the map Elysium. Let's jump in, check it out. Amaterasu Gaia, off we go. And off to the races for our first game of this best of three. In the right-hand corner, weighing in at 395 pounds. No, that's definitely not what he weighs in on. It is Mosca, and he is playing as Amaterasu. In the left-hand corner of the map, not having the best start to his day. He's got 3 games to play today, all kind of back-to-back. He is going to be playing as Gaia. His name is Mini Yeti 67. So we'll see how it's going to go. Map is Elysium. He does go for the Economic Guild start. Recently, we've been seeing Gaia players not actually go for an Economic Guild if they're planning on going for a second town center. I sort of had this discussion a little bit with Kavoth on stream yesterday about the pluses and minuses of an Economic Guild opening over not. So the pluses of an Economic Guild opening and then going for the second town center is you get to choose and be in a good spot as to whether or not you play 1 town center or you play 2 town center. Right? You can obviously bail on the far second town center idea as well if it feels garbage, playing without the Economic Guild, and just chuck it down later if it feels garbage once you scout, but it's going to be, you're going to be in a less good position. So the question does come to it, well, do you want to gamble on a really nice second town center and rushing that up without the Economic Guild? Or do you want to play it safe and go, well, I can grab it if it's good, or I can grab it a little later, and just be ready to play that 1 town center game if it so happens to be important. But yeah, we asked, wow, that's a lot of goats there, and they look very much like pigs, but I'm going to keep calling them goats for no apparent reason. All right, we got a lot of pigs here. And onto this spot, Mosca getting annoying with his Kitsune, as the Kitsune will turn, will shank, and of course that will be, I don't believe it's any. I don't believe you get any favor from that, or of Bushido. 0. So yeah, unlike Susanoo, who's enjoying the myth unit Bushido income. I could be wrong on that. Is that true? I kind of want to. He's got 1. He got 1 Bushido XP. Maybe he did get some. Anyways, neither here nor there. Minakata Tomi, the god of choice for Mosca. And we're about to see the god of choice, and I couldn't be more disappointed. I wholeheartedly believe that Leto is the way here. Leto, it's so good because it allows you to play 1 TC. That's the main reason it's so good. It allows you to play 1 TC. Oceanus against Amaterasu. Amaterasu, or the Japanese player, goes 2 TC. Or Well, not even goes 2 TC. He can basically defend anything you throw at him with Oceanus. But if something goes a bit awry, you can just... It's just going to feel so much stronger. But maybe I'm wrong on that. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. And it does look like here that Mini Yeti is going to be opting into a town center as well. He might not be. He might not be, but it does look kind of like he wants to. He's got a lot of gold coming in, a lot of wood coming in. His citizen will make its way over onto this side. We've got that saltwater spring coming through as well. And the counter barracks is going to get dropped. I guess he can potentially get himself out a catapulty hero or two and then drop the town center because it's going to be defending against any sort of pressure that comes his way as the citizen make their way up onto this town center. They are a little bit on the early side, but it's not going to matter. They will start that town center and off the races, Mini Yeti's defense goes. The one saving grace here for Mini Yeti is that he's got gold mine, and gold mine. Having this particular gold mine on the other side of the map is really key for any sort of defense here. He's got back food with the berries as well, which is nice. And we'll see how it's going to go. We've got that Kumiki to come through immediately as Moscow is going to be going straight into Samurai and then into his archers as well. Meanwhile, relics kind of getting now currently getting grabbed. We've got the scales of Echidna. Just the one relic coming through. And then onto the backside, there is the text of Imhotep. Build time minus 10%. We got the Jade Hair here as well, plus 5% there for myth units to boot. And finally, Thundercloud Shawl with the vulnerability to pierce attacks, minus 5%. But so far, Mini Yeti, while I did suggest to build some catapulti right off the bat, there isn't a single stable. It's going to be all samurai, all send, full send here. It looks like. Moscow is going to be charging across the map, looking for villages to pick off, looking for damage to deal, looking for scouting information. At the moment, the Terma will be helpful against Yumi archers and things like that, but Paraballists are also going to be needed here for Mini Yeti to defend what's going to be coming. Moscow's still massing up a force, and funnily enough, like, I mean, population-wise, is basically equal here. As the Terma come in, nice dodge there from Moscow. The dancing shoes on full display. When you're in the defense here, for Mini Yeti, for the 2 TC player, I definitely think grabbing that ballistics is going to be really, really important. Allows you to get in, snipe some units a lot easier as the Terma come forward. I'll try and throw those javelins, and they're all drunk and they all miss. But he is going to continue to push in here and try and take out the Yumi Archer mass, trying to limit that. We've got a little bit of a move away from the Yumi Archers into Naginata Riders here as well, as it's going to be everything under the sun for Moscow here as the Economic Guild goes down. We do see some Kavoth-esque building placement around the town center just to make sure it's as safe as possible. One hero, Caraballista, does come through. You don't have to actually heroize these. It's not like there's a Carnivora coming in to kill these off, but it's definitely going to help out. It's a huge amount of damage, 8 pierce damage per second. Of course, the unit is a ridiculously expensive unit at nearly 400 resources. It's 4 population, but you compare that over to a samurai, that is not 400 resources. That's closer to 200 resources. So, of course, the Caraballist normally is just a little bit more than 200 resources, but still, up onto this top side, mana comes in. Citizens need to run. This wall here can come up behind this. Moscow's got to be careful. And Mini Yeti finishes his walls. He's in a good spot. Villagers over here starting to get harassed away as Mini Yeti can pull back into his town center. We'll turn and get a couple of shanks off as the Naginata riders are going to pull away. We got some more catapulties. We got the archer upgrades coming through. We got the counter barracks coming up. More counter barracks. There's always going to be more counter barracks, but the question is there ever a point here where you want to go away from the counter barracks and you want to go into those generalist units like the Murmillo? Answer might be no. As the Hero Carabalisters getting converted in. Terma coming in, trying to take out the Miko on the back and at least force a little bit of something here. With great control from Mosca for the time being. As he gets his one Udo, his flaming heads back up to full HP, and the base is now open. That will be walled up immediately. Of course, the Mosca one Udo can get back in and knock that down very, very quickly. And another counter barracks down for Mini Yeti on the back. The big thing that's going to be difficult for him is one, securing gold. As he's going to move over here. This is smart. I would send 2 citizens here, 2 citizens here. No problems. Put a mana down on both. You can run. It's fine. It's now the Infernal in one Udo is in as the Hero Caraballists are going to try and put a stop to those. But there needs to be a front line for them, and there is one. But is there enough stuff here to defend? Mini Yeti needs to go box 4. I keep seeing pro players not understand how to use the Caraballister on the retreat. Box formation is everything and more. At least it keeps them alive. The Caladria is going to be a big help. Murmillo's, Catapultis getting charged in. They don't need to be on that front there. You want to pull them back and have them sitting on top of your Caraballister. That's what's important. Citizen get pulled to get some more damage done, but Mosca gets in, gets damage done, pulls back, 3-1 Udor, working at taking down military buildings. We do have the 4 citizens out onto this second gold mine as well for the time being here. As the Terma will charge through, they do have that 5.8 speed, so they can get in, get some pot shots, get out, militarily speaking. Mosca is very much in the driver's seat. That being said, the villager differential is gigantic. And if I'm Mini Yeti, I'm thinking to send 4 citizen up here. Just get them out. Run. Yes, exactly. You could leave 1 or 2 on that gold mine, no problems. But in order to prevent like any sort of, like you just make it look like you got found, sack a couple of citizens, no problems. As Mosca coming up, he is searching for everything potential. Any sort of retreat here as the citizens will climb literally all the way up to the top position here. They try to stay out of line of sight, being as sneaky as he possibly can. Now the units coming back in onto this side as, well, he's eating Hunt. That's risky. It's risky. I'll tell you why it's risky. It's risky because your opponent has got this thing that they can do. For example, over here, the animals kind of look dead if you look at them through the line of sight. And if your opponent is good enough, they will check that out. As this citizen is... Uh-oh. He stays secret. He stays safe in the corner. Was he paying attention? I don't know. Up onto this side, all the micro in the world. He's not going to be able to win this fight. For Mini Yeti, he does have a nice wall he can run through as the army over here is going to start pulling back. The most random of Gaia trees over here as well. The citizens are just going to sit idle for the time being, and they can get back to work a little bit later. Villagers over onto this side have been spotted as now heavy is in. That's Bushido tier 3. And I think Mosca could definitely consider a second town center or something at this point. A couple weapons coming through frontline heroics. Getting queued up for a couple more hero frontline units and all the other good stuff. Farms coming into the main base. Villagers over here get sent packing as Mini Yeti trying to be sneaky with it. He's going to hide everything. I would send these citizens onto this gold mine now without question. That's so sneaky. This gold mine not getting checked in the slightest. He knows it's there. He scouted it, but one thing that I've noticed from top players is they often scout things and then don't actually have vision of them. Therefore, it doesn't matter that they know that it exists. But of course, Mini Eddie is sort of playing a little game of, I'm just going to wait and see here. As he runs forward, and attempt to get onto those infernal one Yudo on the back. The Catapulties do get onto this position. We've got Carnivora getting dropped down here as well. The one Yudo are going to be doing tons and tons of damage here, as well as the Terma charging around on the backside. It is heavy versus, well, medium, I guess. And it's not looking like Mini Yeti is going to be able to get through this army. Not in the slightest. And he does decide in that moment there that the game is indeed lost. He will tap out, and the first win goes over to Mosca. A very, very solid Amaterasu game. I think Mini Yeti just, I'm not really sure what he was thinking with the town center. I don't think Oceanus is the right call. I think you got to go Leto. If he goes Leto with this town center, then guess what? Spider eggs everywhere. High value units like the Samurai, like the Naginata Rider, they can't charge in without you losing a bunch. So all of a sudden, you're the player playing defense, but you've got the defense locked down with Spider eggs. On top of that, you could also go for automatons, which are going to be able to both kill off Samurai and kill off Naginata Riders. I'm not exactly sure what the automaton versus Samurai situation looks like. Of course, the automaton is actually kind of cheaper than the Samurai, but not sure what that trade is looking like. And of course, that too, Moscow can go for full heroes, and your Spider Egg's not going to do anything, but full heroes is less spend on actual tangible units. When, on the Musha don't do bonus damage versus infantry, so catapulters would be better, and all that other stuff. That's my take on the thing here. I'd love to see some Leto shenanigans in this tournament, but yet to see it. Nonetheless, let's jump back over to the drafting screen and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, so first win there goes for the Amaterasu of Mosca. And their next game is going to be on Ghost Lake. And it is going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Isis matchup. So this one's going to be interesting. I don't know how this matchup really goes. I haven't really played a huge amount of it. Without having access to Minakata Tomi, you do end up having a lot less pushing potential with Tsukiyomi, but you get a whole gigantic power spike. That's kind of the thing. You get this gigantic power spike that you can just kind of throw at the Isis and throw at the opposing player and basically see how you can manage to make that work and all the other good stuff. But let's jump into this second game and see what's going to happen on the map Ghost Lake. Alrighty, into game number 2. On the left side, Mosca as the Tsukiyomi. This is his Poseidon 2.0, by the way. That's why he loves it. He loves the Poseidon, and he's loving Tsukiyomi as well. In the right-hand corner of the map, we got Mini Yeti playing as Isis. And he does go for the side granary here. I have run a whole bunch of wild builds on this map, and if you really want to get into the micro of it all, it is possible to get the Pharaoh to basically empower up every single building, so long as they're not too far away from like the town center. Like, for example, putting the granary here, close enough to the town center that you can just run back and forth. And then also the mining camp, run back and forth. You should be able to basically just get the nastiest of like early game boosts to your economy, so to speak. Now, this is Ghost Lake. This is to gold mine Ghost Lake, for example. This is going to be a more defensive type of map. Oftentimes, you still go for a second town center on this one regardless, but it's not a good second town center here for... it's not a good second town center here for Mini Yeti. Moscow can probably push off of Hunt with a very strong one town center play if it does end up being 2 TC. So long as he claims all the goats, which, well, to put it bluntly, 3.6 speed versus 5.7 speed, who's going to get more goats? One player will, and that one player should be the Tsukiyomi in this matchup. Now, Mini Yeti's grabbed 3. If Mosca is somewhat lucky, he might be able to claim those ones back. There is some goats over here. Oh, goats in the center of the map getting claimed there as well. And there's 3 over on this side too, as the priest does get spotted. These goats need to get pulled back the other way. I would run all the way over to this side and then back in to just avoid the priest as he just barely misses it. Unless it's now going to come over here and grab some more goats. Oh. He sees the priest. He goes, nope, let's run back. Can he sneak through? I don't think he can. Mosca's got... Well, Mini Yeti's got all the lines. Oh. They've been spotted. And now the priest leaves, and the goats are going to try and get pulled back in. And the Kitsune is going to roam down. I would definitely consider roaming down to the bottom side. There's also these goats here as well, but Inari Okami comes through. It will be a stable. That's the point. The point here is Egyptians, they've got some terrible early game scouting. Very, very bad. It's very hard to compete for the goats. And because of that, they're not going to get a ton of goats. It's only 8 here. Which means if you end up getting yourself into a situation where you go for a second town center, which I think Mini Yeti is going to want to go for. He might go for a village center. He might play a classical fight. I don't know. If you want to go for that second town center and you don't have food, that second town center becomes very, very difficult to make use of. But we'll see how it's all going to go. Goats over here get spotted. They're going to be attempting to send that home as the Kitsune will clean up those forward obelisks anyways. Naginata Riders are out. It's going to be a somewhat late advance from Mini Yeti, and he does decide to go into barracks. Of course, the unit here for ISIS, for Egyptian, that is basically the go-to unit. The unit to sort of build, to enjoy, to defend mostly, is the Spearman. The Spearman is doing very, very well right now. If there is one unit for the Egyptians that I think is a good unit, it is the Spearman. The Spearman and the Chariot Archer, to be completely right down the middle. The Spearman, the Chariot Archer, and the Champion War Elephant are the 3 units for the Egyptians that, if you can make use of them, you're going to have a fantastic game. So we'll see if that's what Mini Yeti is going to go for. We see the priest splitting up onto the different obelisks, and Mosca is going to be looking for any amount of pressure that he can put on. Spearman does get caught out. That's going to be potentially a dead one here, as it's taking a bunch of slashes to the back. Does end up going down, and well, Mosca's got to be somewhat careful here. The Spearman, they do hurt. He's trying to take out the Anubite, trying to get some more damage done. But he does see that he is up against a classical fight. So now we're in this position where it's 2 Gold Mine Ghost Lake, but both players are playing for the classical age, which is a little bit odd. And now, well, Mosca's going to have to make some sort of an adaptation here. I'm not sure he was expecting this at the moment, like the army comp that he's got, Naginata Rider, Yumi Archer. I'd love to see him actually be on this gold mine instead of the back one. Walling up his base and all that other good stuff would be very, very helpful. But nonetheless, the Naginata Riders charging in over onto this side. Does spot a spearman and a goat. Can he actually get that goat, though? I don't think he can. Not when it's close to the barracks. Meanwhile, Mini Yeti moving up to the top side. We do already see Walton, a patrolling Juragumo on this side as well, just to be like, hey, you! I'm deadly. You're not allowed in here. We got more Yumi archers coming through, and the Juragumo does get spotted. The priest's out onto this spot is a wild proposal. I mean, what Mosca's going to want to do is pull everything back and hit this, but now Mini Yeti makes the smart move of pushing forward with his spearman. And we'll see what he can actually make happen here. Another obelisk coming up. And I think Mosca here is trying to get... He's trying to get a heroic age in. Does he have an armory up yet? He doesn't have an armory or a market. But it's by the resources that he has here, it's looking like he's trying to get a heroic age in. He needs watchtowers. That's one of those technologies that is very, very important if you're going to try and get this heroic age in. Might be... We're going to drop the armory first. It's an expensive deck, but it's very, 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 very strong. 250 wood, 150 gold. Helps you get to the heroic age. Helps you not take any damage. Of course, at the moment, Mosca is on the backside very, very nicely. And, well, to put it lightly, I think Mini Yeti knows what he's up against. And he is like, nope, we're going to take advantage here. Let's take down the towers. Both of those forward towers. Look for more pressure. Try and break through here. Try and attack onto this backside. Has to be the idea. Because now Hachiman will be coming in. The thing is, Hachiman doesn't give any power spike. It's not like Raiju. Oh, sorry, it's not like Raijin, right? Raijin doesn't give the power spike. Sorry, Raijin does give the power spike. Hachiman doesn't give the power spike. And we will see an attempt here from Mosca to utilize his Swampland just that little bit earlier. Get a couple of smacks on over to here. Unit's turn, and then that will be Mini Yeti needing to pull away here. Gives a little bit more play over to Mosca, who's still got a lot of food in the bag. I'm not sure what he's saving up for. Normally, we would see an immediate move into Yumi horse archers. But yeah, Hachiman doesn't give that power spike. The power spike for Tsukiyomi is, I got to the heroic age. Let me enjoy my armory upgrades. Let me enjoy my myth units. Let me enjoy all that stuff. We'll see what Mosca's going to be able to come up with here. But Mini Yeti is right at the doorstep of Mosca. Stables coming up onto the back. No movement over onto wood just yet. We do see a very quick bow saw from Mosca. I like that decision. Quick bow saw for a heavy amount of wood income. He can pull off this food after it's finished and just jump onto the wood line. And then he can get all the upgrades he wants in the world. And all the extra food units like the daimyo, etc. And just spam out those Yumi horse archers with full bronze and enjoy that for the foreseeable future. Got the Anubai diving forward. He pulls back. No problems. One Tengu looking to get involved over onto this position. Does see some villagers. It's got itself a jump move, but doesn't actually use that here. As the Pharaoh will turn. We'll get some damage in. Tengu picks off one villager. Just jump in. Oh, jump onto the Pharaoh. Jump onto it. Use the special. Never mind. Not happening. Mr. Pharaoh is going to fall. Nice pick there from Mosca. And now the main base is under threat from a Tengu, and there needs to be priests or something in here to defend. And the horse archers will start coming in droves. Not only that, Mini Yeti, or Mosca, excuse me, he is making it crystal clear he wants everything here. Ballistics in, then New Moon on the armory. He is up to tier 2 Bushido, not up to tier 3 anytime soon, but he's up to tier 2, which means he's got full full medium. He could go for the upgrade here, the stable upgrade here, and just buy it manually if he likes. Don't see that done very often, but New Moon first, make the upgrade cheaper, buy the Bushido coming in a little bit more. Basically, the more your Bushido XP comes in, the cheaper the upgrade is until it's free. So he can do that. He's got the resources for it if he wants to. But he's now going to move forward and look to try and get this forward gold mine. But this is a pretty tense position because there's also still going to be Plague of Serpents here. New Moon does get dropped. Tengu are coming through as well. Good control from both players for the time being as the Tengu are going to be playing around with trying to get in here. We see the Plague of Serpents getting dropped. These units should not be attacking Spearmen. That's not where they should be. You can't attack the Spearmen with Naginata Riders. Not at all. There's so much wood here in at the moment for Mosca as well. Does he have a market down at the very least? No market. Does have those Tengu coming out slowly. Excuse me. He's got 2. He can build another one if he wants, but no upgrades for them. Do make them a little bit underwhelming as now Mosca is going to dive in with those Tengu. There's so many priests here that a couple of Tengu just aren't going to cut it. Potentially with some nice wiggle micro or something, he might be okay, but Mini Yeti is applying the pressure here, and Watchtowers is trying to come through. A market up the top, surely. There's that market from Mosca. He can still sell for a little bit. He's definitely in a pretty good position from a economic standpoint, from a technological standpoint. It's just the military he needs to sort out here. If he had this gold mine mining, in fact, if he mined this gold mine at the start, at least half of it, and he was still mining now, he would be in a winning position here, I would say. Or at the very least, he would be out of his base and be fine. Is Miko now going to start coming in? A little bit of heals to come through. And the selling of wood and food will commence. Fact of the matter is there's a lot of priests in this army. And you almost just want to leave with the Tengu. Like if your opponent's got all these priests here, leave with the Tengu, go and raid. They're very good raiders. You see a random Tengu doing that for the time being. Sashimon Bannerman also going to come in for a little bit of extra HP boost. I'm surprised we're not seeing any samurai or anything coming out as well for Mosca here, but nonetheless, Mosca coming in onto the gold mine yet again. Left these on the way as the Tengu will make their way out around the map. It's 45 villages apiece. The one player is selling, and now we actually see Shinobi. Okay, I don't know about making Shinobi here. It might work out. Of course, there's no answers to the Shinobi in terms of... There's a samurai there. There's no answers for the Shinobi in terms of Axeman. But it's going to be a tough one here as Mosca drops a villager. And he's going to try and take a fight here. He's feeling quietly comfortable with it. And he should. The army charges forward. Those Naginata Riders still need to be microing here away from the spearman. He gets himself up to heavy, but his army is melting on the front line. Archers pulling back. Is there enough stuff here? Is the big question. I think there is. There is more than enough stuff here. All of those priests are doing nothing now. Absolutely nothing. Ancestors does get dropped down. Of course, Mosca can just pull back at the moment. He's gathering gold. He's spending his economy. He needs more infrastructure, though. He's got 3 stables. Are you kidding me? With that much in the economy, that's not going to be it. Up onto this wood line. I want to see more stables down, more dojos down, more guard houses down. Everything needs to be spent right now for Mosca. He needs to get up to that full population. The good thing for Mosca is he does have Shogun. That's going to be an answer to some degree for these minions. He does have himself the bonus damage versus minions, or versus myth units as well for his archers, or for his Yumi horse archers, not for his... yeah, it's also for the Yumi archers as well, for all archers. He's healing back up. He's out of this problem that he's had. The game continues along. Mini Yeti going to be getting himself his prosperity. He's dropping a Migdal down. It's 48 villagers to 49. Very, very close. And the villagers over here have been spotted by Moscar. Of course, this has also been spotted by Mini Yeti as well, as he does pull away. But 3 heavy Naginata riders come through, and does he see it? A little bit of a glimpse of red. A little bit of a glimpse of red. Oh, there they are. Yep. Trying to be sneaky, but he sneaks into the corner. Moscar not chasing anymore. And a granary to protect himself for the time being. Better to keep the villagers alive than not. Because now Moscar says, all right, I've had enough of this. Let me charge in onto this position. Spearmen attacking up onto this spot to take out the Mikos, but units pulling away from this side. They see the slingers over there as Moscar says, hey, if you're going to attack me on the left, let me come in and kill you on the right. All of Mini Yeti's units just get melted. And that there is a quick 2-0 for Moscar. That there is a quick 2-0 for Moscar, as he does end up dominating there with his Tsukuyomi. He had a little bit of trouble here. I think a little bit of fundamental mistake by not going for the forward gold mine at the start when it's safe. If your plan is to do if you have any plan at all to do any sort of semi-fast rogue, you want to go onto that forward gold mine. And even if your opponent pushes it, then you've gathered like half of it or whatever, you can push onto the back gold mine and it's fine. But that's not what Moscar did. I mean, he was very safe. He got into a good position regardless. Utilized the market nicely. Sold everything, but utilized it nicely. Got out of the sort of bind he was in. And once he's there, the Egyptian does sort of fall off. So a well-played game from Moscar and a well-played series from Moscar. Congratulations to him. Unlucky for Mini Yeti. Let's jump back over to the draft and see who we're going to be taking a look at next. Alrighty. I do not believe we're watching the Grass Mini Yeti game. I believe we are watching the Rapple Magic game. All right, so that's what's going on. And we do this. And we do this. We're going to jump over to the draft here as well. We're going to, not the draft, the bracket here as well and see exactly what's been going on. So, they're still drafting. Okay, fantastic. Let's jump over to the bracket and just have a little look-see. So you can see as the games have continued on, Mini Yeti did get 2-0'd by Soup. Kovoth did end up winning that game versus Recon that we were watching on Motaba's stream. If you missed that one, you want to go watch it again. It looked like a really, really good game. Looked like a good series and all, but he did win that one with the Quetzalcoatl versus Set at the end, it looked like. Moscar took out Mini Yeti there. Next is, we've got the next one. It's just going to be Rapple and Magic. That's what we're going to be looking at here. Let's take a look at the table. Kovoth finishes his 7 games. It's a 7-game round robin. And he finishes his 7 games 5-2. Couldn't have done it better. Couldn't have performed. Couldn't have done any better. He did take out Recon. And Recon, he has to actually beat Rapple now to have a chance at the finals. Moscar has 4 wins and 3 losses. Is that right? Really? I need to look at the actual. I don't I don't even believe that that's... Is that true? Really? Hold on. I got to know. I got to know exactly what's happened here for Mosca. So Mosca beats Soup. That's his 1 win. He beat Magic. That's 2 wins. He beat Rapple. That's 3 wins. He then lost to Grass. That's 1 loss. And he lost to Recon. That's 1 loss. And he lost to Kavoth. That's 1 loss. So he's actually 3-3, and then he just won. So he's now 4-3. Okay, wow. It was Moscow went off to a really good start, but he has definitely fallen out of contention here, unfortunately, for Moscow. He's got no chance to make it to the finals. That's just not going to happen. The other players still in contention here is the Rapple. He's only got 2 losses. He needs to win the next 2 games. So this game is a must win for the Rapple. Unfortunately for Soup, Magic, and Mini Yeti, they are out of contention. So it's basically between Recon, Rapple. Actually, there is a chance here. If Rapple loses to Magic and then beats Recon, then it's a 3-way tie. And that's where things get a little bit spicy. So this game here is very much going to matter. Let's jump over to the draft and see what we can learn. Alrighty. We got the Rapple. We've got Magic. We've got ourselves a very, very spicy draft here as well, I'm sure. Let's have a quick look at it. We've got Zeuspan from the Rapple and a Chronospan from Magic. And I understand the Zeuspan so well from Rapple. Rapple goes, I want to play Whistlepochly. I am the host. I am the brain. I've got the brains in the draft. Let me play Whistlepochly. Let me ban out Zeus. Zeus is a decent god to play versus Whistlepochly because you can bolt the Blood Pact. You can restoration a lot of the pain away. You can ceasefire a lot of the pain away. You can play for centaurs, etc. Very, 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 very playable god where that's concerned. Magic says, no worries, have Whistlepochly. I don't care. I'm going to pick Quetzalcoatl and Isis, apparently. He's going for his Isis. We'll see how that's going to go. Magic's got nothing to prove here in this tournament at the moment. He is very much still, he's been playing, don't get me wrong, but he is very much not gone into the hyperbolic time chamber just yet. Trust me when I say there is a Magic who is prepped and there is a Magic who is just playing for some fun. So I'm excited to see him go into the hyperbolic time chamber a little bit in a little bit, but he hasn't entered there yet as far as I'm aware. Rapple then picks the Frere and the Fushi, and then Magic takes Loki and Susanoo, and then we have Tsukiyomi as the final god there. So our first map is Elysium, and it is going to be a Fushi versus Susanoo matchup. So there you go. We are going to be going to the east for our first matchup on Elysium. Is Zeus good on Mirage? Nah, see, I don't actually know what Rapple's plan is for that Mirage. Frere is good there. Tsukiyomi is good there. Whistlepochly is good there. But Loki is good there for Magic. The problem with Magic's draft is he has telegraphed that he's picking Loki there. I don't think you pick Quetzalcoatl on Mirage. I think you pick Quetzalcoatl on Okuchichibi. Maybe you pick Isis on Mirage for some crazy reason. I don't think it's a good idea, but maybe you pick it there. Alrighty. Players are still yet to go. They will be starting momentarily, I'm sure. We'll see how this series is going to eventuate. So the the finals is kind of shaping up to either be, who does Grass have to play? Grass hasn't played Mini Yeti yet. Grass just has to play Mini Yeti and Soup. Ooh, hang on. Before we, let me jump back over to the bracket. I need to work this out. Grass could very well get 6-1 here. He's currently playing Soup. And then he has to play Mini Yeti. Am I missing a... And then he has to play Magic. There's some hard games there for Grass. There's definitely some losable games for Grass there. All right, let's actually jump over to the head-to-head because I think this is interesting. We haven't used it today, so let's we finally got some time, so let's have a little look-see. These guys have met once in tournament before, and it did go Magic's way. Magic won 3-1. I don't remember the series at all. I wonder if I watched it. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Let me have a quick look. Can I see this here? I wanna hang on. I think that's what happens there. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get their game. I'm gonna get their game up for you guys. We've got the game started, and it will have a little cheeky timer. All right. So back in Genesis Retold, upper bracket semifinals, best of 5. It was a 4-game series, which Magic won, and the come on, it's not going to help me. I think the matchups were, as I do a drum roll and I tell you, the matchups was a Chronos versus Isis win for Magic, a Frere versus Set win. I do remember the matchup. I remember that game. Magic played out of his mind with that Frere on Watering Hole versus the Set. Then a win for Thor versus Magic's Ra. Mind you, this was the era of Egyptian is OP and all the Egyptians lost. We're currently in this kind of debate about Egyptian being good or not, but that's fine. In my own head, I'm having my own debate about this. And then Magic ended up finishing that one up on Curl Alga with Zeus versus Uranus. Of course, completely different situation that we're in right now. So there is all of that. So we've got just a little bit longer. The Fushi versus Susanoo, I really don't have any opinions on this. Wait, hang on. Do I have the draft the wrong way around? Maybe I have the draft the wrong way around. I don't think so. Hold on 1 second. I do have the draft the wrong way around. Magic is the first pick. Okay. Magic is the first pick. Well, there you go. My bad, I guess. All right, let's jump into game number 1. This is I Am Magic. One of my favorite players to watch. He's such an entertaining player. He's a showman up against Rappel. Another one of my favorite players to watch. Let's jump into this one on the map Elysium and see how things are going to go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, another series, another you, another me. What a fun day we're having. Like, can you imagine a world where you just get high-level games, high-level series, and we just get to sit back on a weekend and we just get to watch these guys duking it out. Entertaining games, high-level games. Every game's different. Let's talk about it. Right-hand side of the map, Magic playing as Fushi. Left-hand side of the map, Rapple playing as Susanoo. Map is Elysium. Now, if there's one thing that I've learned about watching one I Am Magic play an Age of Mythology game, he's going to do something stupid. He's going to do something stupid in the early game. And then he's going to do a series of 5 or 6 genius plays in order to claw his way back and then win. That's the Magic I know. That's the Magic I love. That's the Magic I expect to see here. Of course, if he doesn't do the stupid thing, he's probably going to just dominate. That's generally what happens. But nonetheless, we've got the infantry damage vulnerability to hack, minus 5% there. Up onto this side, we have Maya Huel's Margay on this side, which is going to give... this relic is one of the best at the moment. This is one of the best. 0.05 or 5% resource refund on your units makes your units, technically speaking, 5% cheaper. Now, of course, it's not 5% cheaper straight up. It's a return. So it's not exactly that. But if you're going to play a long, drawn-out game, rather than just like a big death ball kind of push game, that is the relic for you. Relic over here, we've got that Dwarven Calipers, making siege weapons a little bit cheaper. And finally, over on this side, we have Shenong's Ock Grey Whip, which is plow, irrigation, and flood control, plus 5%. As the temple comes up for Magic, walls coming down over here as well. And Magic just has to play around the Kitsune, which should be coming out from Rapple. I'm not seeing him go for any extra Kitsune. So he's just banking up favor at the moment. He's going up through Minakata Tomi, banking up favor for something else. This might be the new sort of style that, like, Kitsune got nerfed. Sometimes when something gets nerfed, it's not really being nerfed. It's like not like it's still going to be good. When something's nerfed, it was just too good. But yeah, it was nerfed, and maybe the better play now is to save that early game favor and just build one Udor into your base or something, for example. Might be the better play. I don't know. Nonetheless, relics will start to come through as Armor of Achilles does get claimed. There are only two Miko out for Rapple at the moment. I've seen some Susanoo players going for some crazy build orders where they go for like 5 early game Miko. It sort of makes sense, you know. If you got 5 Miko, you can build myth units, spam god power, and just enjoy the entirety of the game. Of course, it's a really late advance time. If you get rushed, you're going to get punished. But still, over onto this side now, the Kwafu coming in, and he says, it is time for a town center. Magic wants the town center. It was not scouted by the Rapple. He didn't see it. That doesn't mean that he doesn't feel it. Doesn't mean that he doesn't know that it's coming up. He might have an inkling that there's a town center, but Magic does a great job here of denying the vision because you don't want to throw away a Kitsune just so you can see a little something something. And Rapple will sneak around this side. We'll see the town center. It's not a great town center here for Magic in the slightest. It's really not that fantastic at all. The Kitsune will come over. They see the town center. They see how fast it's finishing. Then now Rapple knows what he's up against. And Rapple is going to be getting put into a sort of all-in situation. I would not recommend grabbing this town center here. But maybe this is what you have to do if you're playing Fushi versus Susanoo. Maybe you can't play that one town center game. Personally, I think one town center versus a Minakata Tomi Susanoo makes perfect sense. If this was, say, Inari or Kami, then I'd say maybe the town center makes more sense. But Minakata Tomi, one town center, Javelineers, Halberdiers, Fire Archer, sort of makes sense. Especially with the lightning weapons there to boot. As Magic comes in, he's looking for any little bits of damage on this side. The Yatsa going to be diving out of this position, doesn't want to get involved just yet. And a little bit of a raid over onto this side. There is the Pioneer in to get some damage onto the Kitsune. Let's get some good damage, actually. The Kitsune... Oh, never mind. Pioneer's blind. Having some struggles. Another military camp coming up for Magic on the back. Crushing waves in from the Rapple, as well as some cheeky little walls coming up over onto this side. And a little bit of a raid getting through onto this back food as Magic just that little bit too slow here to finish that all up. One villager goes down. Magic will be pulling back his villagers over here, getting that back into the town center, continuing his walls. Great early movement with those villagers. Can Magic get around onto the side? Answer is no. He's not going to be able to. Gotta be careful. Magic gets caught out. Nice try from Magic. That's if he got the trap, then you lose all those Naginata riders and you just live in the dream. But did lose a little bit of the old damage there. There's another wall coming up of the Imperial Academy coming through there as well from Magic. Village is going to be pulling back here to boot as another Pioneer comes in. To the bottom side now. Chicken's going to get grabbed. The big problem for Magic is literally he is building Wafu basically non-stop. They're all 100 gold. And he needs to somehow get to a second gold mine. Yes, he's got the Peach Blossom Spring on the back. That's fine. But he can't be spending all of that gold there as the Javelin is. Once we're going to attempt to get some damage done. Pioneers can also try and take out the one unit on the back. Now the Halberdier will swing around here as well. The one unit taking some damage. Can Magic make the micro happen here? Is the question. There is a little bit of an opening into the main base for the time being. As Kusanagi gets dropped down. Magic pulls back ever so slightly. Where is the rest of the units? There's the Terracotta Riders coming in up onto this side. Walls get broken down or deleted here. And Magic says, no, I have the defense. This is why we go town center. The backline archers getting chased away as these Terracotta Riders do start to lose that HP. They will kill off a couple of units here. But so too does this chase prove to be very effective for Magic. As Rapple needs to take his foot off the accelerator a bit. And now, where to next is the question for the Magic Man. A Heroic Age? Maybe. One unit now coming through. Infernal, Contempt Soul, the Infernal one unit also going to be coming through. I don't think Magic can go to the Heroic Age. He wants to. Of course, his Wafu can get into the fight. Another Terracotta Riders? I mean, of course, this is the final one. You don't have another one of these. Magic trying to just get around onto that back line, but not going to be able to do so. And Rapple pulling back says, all right, thank you for the Terracotta Rider nonsense. I will deal with all those, take all of that Bushido, and live the dream. As Condemned Soul is in, there should be a boatload of one Udol coming through. And Magic's going to really need to go into his heroes here in order to deal with all of them, while also having the answer for everything else. He's got so much in the way of resources here. I feel like if he was actually spamming on military, he'd be able to drop lightning weapons and potentially actually win the fight. But like you can see the resources in the bank for Magic. He's got like 1,500, 2K resources in the bank. He has that out in an army. He's got more than Rapple has. The lightning weapons gets dropped down. Kusanagi as a disengage tool gets dropped down. The one Udol do get picked, but there's more going to be coming through. Lightning weapons about to be finished, and you're going to get baited into this a little bit by trying to charge out of here. As the Naginata Riders will dive forward. And where to next for Magic? Can drop a market. He can sell food if he wants to. There's no armories up for either player as the temple is most likely going to be going down here. And this does open up this base. Rappel has been obsessing over killing this temple for the past, I don't know how many minutes, but he will finally be able to get there. So those Naginata Riders go down, and Rappel pulls back. He's not able to quite kill Magic, but the gold mine's gone. The Peach Blossom Spring is gone. Magic is throwing more military buildings down. He's kind of stuck in this. He is, without question, stuck in this classical age. Got a lot of wood, so he can take all these wood villagers off of, or peasants off of wood onto farms as an idea. Coming over onto the food there. And he can sell both wood and gold. But he picks the heroic age angle. I don't know about this decision from Magic. This seems... I mean, he's going to go for the gold mine. Makes sense. If you can get a ballet up, fine. He's up on villages. Fine. Losing the town center isn't ideal, but you don't really need it. As long as you got the villager advantage and you've got a gold mine, it's perfectly well and good. It's the Infernal One Udot. Will almost go down. He pulls that one back, keeps it alive. Miko's going to come through and be a bit of a healing assistant there for the Rappel. What's the range diff? 18? 16. They go up to 17 with the upgrades. So it's only a 1 range diff and they move faster. I have to imagine that a 2TC classical fight here from Magic would have been really good. I mean, he kind of did it. 2TC classical fight, but it's a 2TC semi-fast heroic. As the villagers are over onto this gold mine. Halberdiers stepping in to defend as Rappel will now notice it. He comes in, he spots everything. Halberdiers are in. We'll take out the Naginata Rider quickly. And immediately, we will see the ballet getting dropped as Magic. All he needs is a gold mine secured. And he should have a very, very good time of it as the One Udot gets cleaned up. That kid, Neja, turns into the teenager. And he is going to be attempting his best defense he possibly can. Main base under attacks. Is there crenellations? Yes, there is. So villagers garrison into the town center for some bonus damage onto all of that. They'll get out. Takes a couple of losses. That's good for Magic. Magic says, hey, it's time for another ballet. Why not? Rappel, on the other hand, says, I killed your town center. Let me take my town center now. And I like this decision. I think this is very, very telling of where Rappel is mentally in this position. He knows that he's not in a rush to win this game. He knows that he's playing Susano. He knows he's going to get a big power spike coming very shortly with Bushido Tier 3. He knows he's going to be having the god powers to help him get through any issues that might arise from Magic sort of stabilizing. And all he needs is some economy to actually continue playing the game, and he should be fine. He doesn't have to go for a crazy all-in to try and take out a forest protection or anything like that. Now, the White Horse Cavalry, they are getting made. We've got the Naginata Riders. They poke their head in over here. Get sent packing. Get away from me, says Magic. Now, Raijin on the way. So, I mean, after all is said and done, you look at the military diff, you look at the tech difference, and you look at everything here. Rappel still has to put down a castle to sort of be in a similar position, but it's kind of equal. It is kind of equal. The only issue is that if you're kind of equal, are you happy? If you are the Fushi? I don't know. Naginata Riders over here. They do actually lose to these White Horse Cav, but they've got no upgrades. As the Hooves of the Wind comes in. And we'll see where to next as the White Horse Cav will just pull back to this ballet. Still trying to hold on. Still no halberdiers coming in. And of course, having a front line of White Horse Cab feels a lot better as the Heroic Age comes through for the Rapple. He is going for a big push. He's got that, I keep on forgetting the name of this thing. Thunderburst. He's got that Thunderburst in. And the army says, no, let's take this fight. We've got this fight underneath the forest protection, so why not? Does he have enough stuff is the big question. Another Kusanagi does get dropped down. And there is just looking like there is too much stuff here. But the things that matter are the 2 Infernal, 1 Udor. That's the siege to take out Ballet. There's no gold in the bank for Magic now. Left side of the map has been walled off as well. This position is under lock and key. And now the Raiju are coming in. More units are coming in, and it's looking like our main man Rapple is going to be moving to a game 1 victory here. He pulls back for the time being, but the 1 Udor should take out this Ballet. He's trying to. Does he have enough stuff? Nope. That Ballet is down. No forest protection, and the army will return into here to push off of this gold mine. Magic not able to Magic Man his way out of this situation. He's trying more villages and things to come up here, but he's just got zero economy. But a well-played game from both, but Rapple executed incredibly well himself. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think that this 2 DC angle from Fushi into Susanoo, even with a bad gold mine, makes sense. But just classical fight. Classical fight to the second gold mine. Of course, you have Thunderburst to worry about, but you'll be able to deal with that. I think with walls and things like that, if you can get that position under lock and key with your classical fight, you're good to go. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my suggestion. I think that's what you got to try here. But nonetheless, a well-played game from Rapple for game 1. We'll jump back over to the draft and see what Magic is going to pick for game 2 and what we're going to be watching. Rooney, Rapple 1. All right, we've got Okuchichibu next. And it is going to be a Freya versus Loki. Interesting. This is an interesting matchup for sure. All right. Hold on. Let me write this down. That there is surprising to me. Like, Freya makes sense. But Loki? I would have expected Quetzalcoatl on this map from Rapple's draft pool. But maybe that's why the Freya was picked from Magic, because he feels comfortable inside of that matchup. But Loki... Heimdall Loki seems scary here. Then again, Magic can just play Freya. A Freya might be the right play, even on a map like Okuchichibu where you can get all the walls down. Because then you just forest fire the important walled up position and you're good to go. But then again, you also want to be considering making Berserks to take out Mass Hersa. Very, very interesting. Interesting. Alrighty. Well, one thing's for certain here. If I'm playing this situation as Loki, I'm playing Heimdall. Like, I don't even think you give it a second thought. You've got spy on one of the infantry units that you spot, so you know where any sort of potential hill fort goes up. Undermine the hill fort. get that away if any sort of Ulla comes in. You force a sort of god powerless Norse mirror in the classical age. That's favoring the Heimdall player in that sort of a situation. Though Draugr can be enough. You can get enough Draugr out. I'm not exactly sure. We'll see which way Magic wants to play. So far in the tournament, the actual... Let's have a quick look here. The actual results for Magic have not been the best this tournament. For Rappel, they've been pretty good. He's been playing pretty well. Let's have a quick little look-see at the results for Magic. He has one win. Who did he beat? Was it Mini Yeti? He did beat Mini Yeti 2-1. He got a win with his Huitzilopochtli. He got a win with his Susanoo. Magic has not really found his groove in this tournament just yet. He's been having a tough time of it. Heimdall and try to out boom Fret. No. It's a classical fight. It's Heimdall and classical fight, lock up the map with walls, and utilize the Ironry to win the fights. That would be what I would consider the most effective way to play the matchup from the Loki side of things, especially on a closed map like Okuchichibu. All right, let's jump into game number 2 on Okuchichibu. Off to game number 2 in the left-hand corner. Magic playing as Frere gets his temple down very, very fast here. Very, very fast temple from Magic. On the other side from Rappel, Rappel is playing a much more stock standard build order. This build order, I think, comes from Soup or from Pegasus Rush. I'm not really sure. I know that Magic probably plays quite a lot with Pegasus, so he'll take some of the nuggets of gold that Pegasus comes up with, apply them to his own gameplay. The whole idea here is for early Hersur to come out, and then for relics to be grabbed very, very quickly. You can see the Hersur is on the way. This Gatherers will be needing to force drop again, and I like this build. This is a really, really nice way to start, and you get a lot more scouting in as well. You can see he comes in, gets the Svartalfari Sledge there. Up onto this one, there is the Gungnir Odin Spear. So you can get a lot of advantage, especially in a mirror matchup where relics can basically give you extra unique bonuses. That's basically what they are, like Tail Feathers of Heaven on the bottom. Grabbing that early on, away from Rappel, is going to be really key. If you take a look at what Rappel's seen, he's got no idea of any of the relics at the moment. He's putting his temple down now. He might be scared of the temple, but he spied. He saw the Hersur pop out if he was paying attention. So he knows exactly what is going on. But unfortunately, Magic is scouting the wrong side of the map. He has missed this relic here. He's scouting the wrong side of the map. And, well, he's not going to spot. Well, he might. He's going to move down the bottom side. You can spot this one. This relic is everything. Like extra 0.3 divine damage on your infantry might not seem like a lot, but trust me, it's the little things that matter in this game. Especially if one player is going to be building a whole bunch of Hersur. Forseti! I can not believe it. And to some degree here, Magic can kind of just not advance, C4 steady, and then choose Ulla, and it's just really good for him, no? Unfortunately for Magic, he does not get away with the relic thievery. Does not spot the other relics. These top two aren't the be-all and end-all. Fatal Fairy Sledge is nice, but not the be-all and end-all. Adamantine Shingles, not the be-all and end-all. As the Classical Age is in now for Rapple. And he is going to be sending his Ursa across the map, looking for any amount of early game damage. Of course, the Goldmine is forward for Magic, which means he's going to be in some trouble here. But he should get everything else up and he should be good to go. What? I'm confused why Rapple's running, but now the Classical Age is in. Longhouse will come down. You could even look to drop the Asgardian Bastion in your main base right now, just to make sure that this forward gold mine is as safe as possible. Even just back here is totally fine. But immediately, Longhouse is now up. Still, these relics haven't been grabbed. So this early temple for the early Ursa has not really resulted in what I would have expected. But nonetheless, a little cheeky boulder toss there from Rapple is looking for that pressure on this gold mine. The Draugr kind of loses to the Troll, especially because the Troll's got access to Healing Spring. So you've got to be somewhat careful there. As Magic has I'm surprised he didn't drop Asgardian Bastion here. Like, if you just put it here, right? This protects your your opponent can't come in and kill this. Protects your gold mine, and he's good to go. Oh no. The spied dwarves going to the top of the map. He will get spotted over there, and he will have some problems. Little cheeky walls will come up for Magic as he's got to track that army. If Rapple can be sneaky here... If Rapple can be sneaky here and go around the line of sight, not even with the throw and action, just around the line of sight, he can get in and kill off all those dwarves. For example, up this way, around this way, around this way, around this way, and then wall. That would be a big oof. Now the Asgardian Bastion will come up onto the top, and Magic is safe here. I'm so confused with this game already. Like, what? As if it's more value. Someone in chat tell me. As if it's more value to kill off random animals, harmless animals in the middle of the map, than it is to come around onto this side and deny this gold mine and this Asgardian hill fort. A couple of the Ursa will attempt to come around on this side, but... Oh, Magic did not finish his wooden wall here. This could be a disaster for Magic. He's got 14 seconds left. Kill this! This what? This explodes! Okay. For those of you who don't know how the wall mechanics work in Age of Mythology, the columns, the wall segments, these things, the wooden walls, the one little square of wall segment, if it is destroyed, every wall adjacent to it for a small amount of area loses half of its HP. So if he kills this, which would die very quickly because it doesn't have any armor, uncompleted buildings don't have any armor. If he kills this, then this wall becomes 250 HP. This wall becomes 150 HP. If he then kills this next wooden segment, then the entirety of the wall breaks. Nonetheless, we got an armory up onto this side. Oxcart going to be pulling back in. And Magic's defense has started. He's in a good spot now. More of these spotted deers are just going to get targeted down. At the moment, this is the thing to do for Loki. It's free value. Where Loki lacks, like say Thor gets the extra villages, right? The extra dwarves. Odin gets the extra hunt bonus, right? Freya gets the half-priced technologies. Loki gets myth units from fighting. And, well, myth units from fighting also come into the shape of killing off harmless deers. House over here getting targeted down as well, and we've got ourselves copper weapons. We've got the throwing axeman. We've got more Herser. Magic is in a perfectly reasonable spot to defend here, especially with an Asgardian Bastion. I would be surprised to see Rappel being able to break this position anytime soon. All of those throwing axemen, it's such an amazing defense, but here's the thing. Magic, he has to play reactively here. He doesn't have any real knowledge of what's really going on. There's not much to see here. He's got 0 scouting. He doesn't know what's going on the map. I mean, he sees these gold mines. He sees the hunt on the map. But he doesn't know what his opponent's doing. There's a great haul coming down for Magic as well. And some raiding cavalry are going to get mixed in. But with Bragi does come the threat of flaming weapons, obviously. But you can kind of play around the flaming weapons to some degree by just building defensive walls that you can run through. If your opponent clicks flaming weapons, you run through the wall. You escape. It's fine. Great haul coming down. Upgrades coming through. And Magic is looking for any amount of pressure he possibly can here. He wants some scouting, but his army will get caught out in the middle. He does spot the raiding cavalry, trolls, and everything else immediately, as Magic will pull some units forward to potentially get a bit of a army speed walk back. It's always a nice little trick you can do whenever you're engaging or something and you don't want to fight anymore. Just have some units behind that you can sort of use to pull your army away from the fight a little bit faster than they otherwise would be able to move. It's the raiding cavalry going to charge around the side. Okay, is this relic being spotted? How do you not pick this up if you're Rappel? You have a Herser here. He would prefer to pick off animals than pick up this specific relic. Okay, never mind. Raiding cavalry do come in. They spot the villagers here. Immediate reaction from Rappel. Very, very fast here, but the raiding cavalry will pick off 1 dwarf, pick off 2 dwarfs. Berserk's turning and getting that damage done. And Magic is just saying, I don't even care. Let me just kill off as many of these villagers as I possibly can. This is going really, really... Magic's control here is very, very good. The villagers are trying to get damage done, but they're just going to pull back. And 1 raiding cavalry dies, but I don't even know how many villages. He's up 8 villages now. Of course, he still has to get to the heroic age, but he is up 8 villages now as the raiding cavalry have they have the same speed. They're going to get out of here. This Herser could have built a wall on this side, but opted against that. As Aegir is now coming in. So Magic gets the villager kills, gets his heroic age in, is perfectly safe. The only problem for Magic is that while his upgrades are cheaper, they take a lot longer to research. So Rappel here will have somewhat of a timing to play with. But if Rappel gets too close to this town center, then Gullenbersi Tempest comes in, and then you cry as the Norse player, as the Loki player. But houses getting picked off will slow down Magic's ability to get himself any decent amount of units in. Of course, you can position those throwing axemen at the front of your army. It's probably the way to go. He does do a little bit of a swing around to allow that to happen, but Rappel is doing it in a slightly more efficient way by controlling them individually. You want to be using those throwing axemen almost individually here. Good pullback micro, good front dodging, dipping, diving, ducking, and all the other good stuff as the Great Hall goes down. Still no medium cav for the raiding cavalry is a little bit shocking. As there goes the heroic age, there goes the Tempest, there goes the Gulumbursti, there goes the flaming weapons. What? The decision making here from both players in that situation was questionable, to say the very least. Rappel pulls back. He's now out of the Tempest. The Gulumbursti, however, does not care about your flaming weapons, especially, well, no, he is slow, and he can take this out, but Magic gets some good damage done, pushes Rappel back. Rappel's now 8 out of flaming weapons. I don't understand that as well. Magic shouldn't have dropped Tempest first. Dropping Tempest first means I'm just going to run, and then later I'll have a flaming weapons and you won't have a heroic age god power. Then 2, Rappel shouldn't have dropped flaming weapons. He should have just run. All right, we got ourselves the heavy infantry coming through from Magic. More raids over onto this side as Magic is feeling very, very much comfortable here. He's in his own element. He has got full advantage to some degree, but I mean, trying to kill off the dwarves here. He's going to do a little bit of a ring around, and he will pick off that low HP dwarf, but he is losing raiding cavalry, losing economy for this. But the problem is, it's not just him losing like units to kill off. He is gaining time, and time is so important. So important for Freya. This god, all it needs is time, and it's going to be in a good spot to play the game and win the game. There's a little bit of a fight to come through as the Rock Giant gets a bit of a taunt in. Not the best taunt there from Magic. If he could get the taunt onto the Throwing Axeman, he should, but didn't go for it. Valkyrie spawns coming in as Magic sitting on this fight. Needs an answer for the Battle Ball there. Those Hersa are the answer, but if he charges them too far forward, they will get sniped. As there just seems to be a little bit too much here from Rappel as Magic. Well, he throws his advantage down the toilet with that fight, and now Rappel is ready to turn this game on its head. And got villagers making their way up onto this hunt. And, well, of course, Magic does still have the villager lead, but where to next is the question. He probably should be making Jarls here. He probably should be making Jarls. So these raiding cavalry will make their way up onto the bottom side of the map, looking for a little something something. Mark it up. Great Hall down. Villagers will pull back. Onto this side. Rappel did actually end up picking up that relic, didn't he? Wait, did he? I think he did. No? Oh, he did. Maybe. Bill Ford in the face now of Magic. And Magic here. Where and what to do next is the big question. There is Hunt up the top. Does he not know that? He doesn't know there's Hunt there. He sees Hunt over here. And, well, it should be enough. I'm not going to say it. We've got ourselves the bronze weapons coming in. Goldie on the way. And all the other good stuff. Portal Ram's going to be slowly starting to bash this down. Magic does basically manage to slow the game a little bit. He's going to get his army together, but the one massively scary thing here, as these raids continuing on this bottom side from Magic, just trying to cause any sort of slowdown on that. The massively scary thing in this matchup is the Nidhogg. That's the massively scary thing in this matchup. Both players have access to it. That's why you can actually see that Rappel is already in onto the Goaties. He's like pre-prepared for the Nidhogg. Of course, you don't have to go Nidhogg as the Freya. You can go for Dart. It also can work, but the Nidhogg is so scary because you just drop it onto the ball of throwing Axeman that inevitably ends up massing up. Both players have got it, actually, the Goaties. You just drop it onto the ball of throwing Axeman, kill them all, and you can get just a gigantic advantage. Shaft Mine coming in from Magic. And a couple more longhouses and houses and all the other good stuff coming up over onto that left side. And Rappel, I mean, he's not even going for a heroic age. He's just saying, fight me. If you're not going to fight me, I'm just going to put a castle in your face. And that allows him to like fight here under this position and say, well, even if your town center and your towers here, this hill fort is worth more than that in terms of assistance. And everything is just falling here for Magic. He's getting close to another Tempest. He could go for a whole bunch of Draugr, which is probably the best move for him, even with all those Goaty. The Draugr would be an amazing addition if you can get 4 or 5 of those out as the Portable Ram goes down on the back. Trolls spawning in. Trolls spawning out. Now Rappel loses a little bit as Magic does manage to defend pretty well there. The problem for Magic is he just doesn't have any food income. At all. Is he even making villages? He's not even making villages. He had a crazy villager advantage, but 0 villagers are coming out. Now town center coming up over here. Of course, Rappel knows, if you take a look at his map, he knows all the gold mines are literally in this top corner. So all he's got to do is break through here and prevent that gold mine from getting grabbed. You can come around this way and do it. Wall this off. And then this game is going to be very, very tough for Magic to continue along with. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that Magic army, but he does get a nice pullback, getting himself out some of those Rock Giants. Rock Giants are a pretty nice unit to use versus these specific heroes. They have a pretty nice amount of Pierce armor, but you really have to be careful with how you use them. You want to charge forward on top of the Throwing Axeman and use that taunt. You can see it really doesn't take that much damage from that amount of Goaty. Like that's a crazy amount of heroes out, right? For one myth unit. Doesn't really do a whole lot. You want Hersir or you want crush damage dealing myth units like the Battle Ball. Or Portable Rams also kind of work. Not really. They kind of work. But Rappel does manage to hold that one for the time being. He's up 2 town centers. Dwarves making their way up onto this gold mine now as well. And at that point, Rappel should be clued in here. He should just be like, oh, I can just come and attack that gold mine, right? I can see it. I have spy. And he's going to send some raiding cavalry around there, but he doesn't want to abandon his hill fort position because it's very nice, which makes sense. The Rams should be better. The Rams should dominate the Rock Giant. It's only got 1400 crush armor. This guy is doing 55 crush damage per second, so definitely does damage. Is the dwarfs getting cleaned up over here? Again, unfortunately for Magic, not really controlling those Rock Giants the way that I would like to see them being controlled. Run them on top of the Throwing Axeman ball, drop the taunt, live the dream. He's trying to break through the hill fort, and he's running out of steam here. He's only got 77 population. Rappel loses his hill fort, but he's just so far in front right now. Both players are actually struggling on economy for the time being. Villagers over onto this side getting taken down by this longhouse. Berserks getting built out as well. Of course, you could just drop the Berserks into the longhouse and then pop them out to effectively deal with all of this. Is now, well, Magic is also kind of trapped. Not really. He's got an exit over here if he wants it. Wolves back onto this gold mine. Raiding cavalry immediately say, "Excuse you, you aren't allowed here. I will attack you." There's another hill fort. It worked so well before. Another hill fort going up, and Magic does in that moment decide to tap out as Rappel manages to topple the beasts of Magic. This game, I felt like Magic played a really good early game, which is like not normal for him. Normally he plays a really bad early game and then an amazing mid game. But in this game, he played an amazing early game. He then played a really, like, I would question the decision on the God Power usage, fine, but it went his way. And then he just decided to throw it all down the drain by attacking into a choke point. Even though he had the upgrade advantage, he didn't really have the positioning advantage, which is almost more important in that sort of a situation. And Rappel pulled the game back, and then Rappel took full control. Absolute full control. And that's how things can go from 0 to hero very quickly. Right here is that moment. Anyways, a well-played series from Rappel. He's still got his chances of getting to the finals very much alive. And all the next good stuff. So we'll jump back over to the main menu and see what we're going to watch next. Is it Grass versus Mini Yeti? I don't think that's what's next. I think we're watching Recon and Rappel. Ooh. Well, there you go. Recon and Rappel are going to be going at it. I'm going to take the shortest of breaks to go to the bathroom. I'm going to send you guys to Motoba for a half a second. I'll be back shortly. Don't you guys go nowhere, and we'll start the next series shortly.
Bonus is like cheaper dwarves, and this relic is supposed to be half the villager price. It's sort of ignoring that and allowing you to get like 60% of the villager. No, it's more than 60%. Like 70% of the villager price.
Definitely not a bad relic, but my way of thinking when it comes to that relic is if I'm gonna be losing villagers, I am gonna be losing the game. So I kind of like to avoid that relic just based on the psychological fact that I don't want to think about losing anything, you know. But I do think that relic is pretty good, especially if you're engaging in a some sort of a cav war when you are expected to lose plenty of villagers and all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't buy into the ideology of losing villagers equals losing the game. Like if a Yahtzee comes in and attacks Grass's dwarves, these dwarves have like absolutely insane favor generation gather rate, by the way. So you can just like fight the Yahtzee with the dwarves, get an absolute butt ton of favor, and then lose some dwarves, but like be ahead in resources by quite a bit.
There is a second gold mine. There is a second town center, excuse me, for the Mini Yeti, and this is something that's quite unusual on this map, especially. I mean, this is a 2 gold mines, Ghost Lake, but the second closest gold mine is on the far top and far bottom side. So that's gonna give Grass chance to kind of like gold starve Mini Yeti to a degree, and Grass also has the benefit of being a Tor, so being 1 TC for a bit longer versus 2 TC is not gonna be the end of the world. There's also quite a good move by Mini Yeti. He is herding these caribous to his second TC, so he has the security of his town center, which is something I love to see. He also gets...
It's a very good play.
Did
you see the troll kill?
Yes, and I just wanted to say Mini Yeti did get his hands on the relic with 1 HP left on the Pioneer. That is crazy. But Grass is not gonna risk it. He's gonna take a TC of his own. He's taking a forward one, and this forward TC is absolutely amazing. There is 2 back gold mines, caribous in this position, gold mine in a close proximity, and the one on the right is also close by and easily secured with the walls and all that good stuff. So this is gonna be a longer game, I feel like.
Yeah, only cursor out for grass at the moment, sort of going into that favored generation. You can see 0.02 favor on these. Yati coming in, gonna smack down these dwarves, but I think, yes, grass already has Sharon's Oval, so that's plus 30 gold. That's plus 60 gold for Mr. Grass. Not even mad that he lost 2 dwarves. No, I'm just joking. I'm gonna make a couple jokes like that probably for the rest of the stream. But I like this from, sorry, going on to Mini Yeti. I like this from Mini Yeti. He's actually building Dow here, which is not something that we used to ever see in this matchup. Used to be a unit used to stick away from because it slowed down your army so much. But to deal with the Herser, it makes a lot of sense.
With these changes that was proposed by Young Goat for the DAO speed buff, DAOs became a viable unit to a degree for China, and that is something that I like to see, to be honest. There might be a Kuafu snipe. Grass kind of moves his army and prevents the block, so Kuafu does leave, and Grass has to bail. Now, Minieti already on the second gold mine. He's chewing through these gold mines. He has 3 Kuafus on their armory coming up. Minieti is gonna be going through that Nuba, and Pragi is in for Grass. Nuba angle? Thoughts on that, Young? I know you were a big Nuba fan, but how good is Nuba in this matchup actually?
To be honest, I'm not a Nuva fan. I always think it's like, oh my god, Nuva, let's freaking go. And I like the theory behind it to some extent. But I don't think I've personally ever clicked this once, seriously.
I see.
Herster just coming through for grass, just looking for a bit of damage. I'm not sure where Mini Yeti's going to get some Nuba damage. Another thing I want to point out for Mini Yeti, you were talking about this before, you wish China players would build their base a bit more defensive. Look at this base from Mini Yeti on his hometown center. It's just so well defended.
Yeah, that's definitely the thing I was talking about. The way Minieti builds his base is something that if players are wondering how they should build a base, they should definitely look at Minieti's Rex, because this is how you prevent any damage from raiding. There is absolutely no point where Grass can come through and get damage done. He has tried multiple times, but Minieti's army is in. He has defended those 2 weak points per se of his base perfectly. Now we have a question in chat saying, are 2 wheels enough for mid unit for the Yazi? I would say 100%. 2 villagers for 1 free mid unit. I think that's a trade that Minieti can take. It's not the perfect, but it is understandable, and it's not the end of the world. I would do that myself if I'm being honest. Thoughts on that, Young?
Alrighty, guys, if you are interested in following along with that series, it is very, very important for Grass to win that one. Being down 0-1 at the moment is not the position he wants to be in at all. He is basically in a must-win type situation right now. A must-win. If we jump over to the bracket again, we can walk you through it before jumping over to the draft between Recon and the Rapple. Let's do that right now. So, as you can see, Grass is 4-1. He's got 5 games played. So he could potentially, if he wins this game that he's playing versus Mini Yeti, he's down 0-1. If he wins that series, that puts him up to 6-2, which then means he has the potential to go 5-1. He goes up to 5-1, which means he gets the potential to go up to 6-1. Which basically means that the fight for second place is between Recon and Rapple that we're about to watch here. So it's very, very important for Grass to win. If Grass loses this next game and then beats Magic, of course he's still in the running. But it all comes down to plus minus in those sort of situations. So who wins, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Is there a tiebreaker as well as we have to see another game Not exactly sure what the tiebreaker situation is, but if there is a tie, I mean, it goes to head, I guess. Probably no need for any sort of weird tiebreaker rules. Just go to head, and it's fine. But nonetheless, are these guys done with their draft? Ooh, yes, they are. All right, let's jump over to the draft for the Rapple and Recon. I probably should bring this up as well, actually. This timer is incorrect. I should bring this up as well. This game matters a ton. Like, not just winning, but also winning decisively for Recon and Rapple. If Recon wins 2-0 or Rapple wins 2-0, well, let's just check this. Just check this again. Look at the plus. Look at the plus minus for Recon and Rapple. It's both +3. So if and Kavoth is +5 as well. So you have to win this and wait, has Kavoth beaten both Recon and Rapple though? I don't think it matters. I don't think they can get past Kavoth. Hang on. Did Recon or Rapple beat Kavoth? Hold on, we have to check this. Who beat Recon? I don't actually know what the rules are. I didn't make them. The Rapple beat Kavoth. Okay, Rapple beat Kavoth, so he has a chance. Recon lost to Kavoth, right? Yes, I think Recon lost to Kavoth. That's literally written on my screen. What am I talking about? So does that mean Recon's out unless Grass loses the next 2 games? Dude, my brain's not going to be able to work through that. Let's jump over to the draft. We're just going to focus on this. Just have in the back of your mind that Rapple winning 2-0 is very important for him. If he wins 2-0, he probably goes to the finals. If he wins 2-1, he might not go to the finals. If he loses, he can't go to the finals. Let's talk about the draft. Recon bans Quetzalcoatl. Rapple bans Huitzilopochtli. Recon takes Kronos. Rapple takes Isis and Zeus. Recon's going to take Gaia Susanoo. Rapple takes Thor Odin, really enjoying his Norse gods. And Recon will say, fine, if you're going to take those Norse gods, I'll take Set and, and look to counterpick. Kavoth, are you in the fight? It's not decided yet. That's the point. Not decided. If Rapple wins this 2-0 and Grass wins his next 2 games, then you're not in the finals. So yeah, a lot of what ifs. I mean, unless I've got the rules incorrect, which I might. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, what matchup are we watching here? We've got a Kronos versus Odin for our first game. Spicy McSpice. Kronos versus Odin. All right. They are not quite ready. I can't believe I lost to the Rapple. I mean, that's what this is. That's what this tournament is, though, right? It's just like a whole bunch of chaos. It is just a whole bunch of chaos. You've got people dropping series where, like, it's best of 3. Anything can happen in a best of 3. It's a very, very, very unforgiving tournament in that regard. It also definitely gives a player who is very much specialized into certain gods a big advantage, and that player from what I've actually, Grass is very specialized into. He's been winning with his gods. Like if you take a look at what he's won with throughout this tournament, let's just take a look. With Grass, his wins came from Thor. His wins came from Thor and Gaia. His wins came from Loki and Gaia. Is that it? 1, 2. I don't have the other games yet. I don't have the data for those, unfortunately. I don't know what they were. But I imagine it was Thor, Gaia, Loki, and that's the gods he's been winning with. That's the gods he's been playing. All right, are these guys off to the races yet? Yes, they are. Fantastic. All right, I can only talk for so long. Thoughts on Recon? Thoughts on the Recon Chronos pick here? Let's talk about it. Sure. Of course, he's the only god. Okay, yes, this is obvious. When you think about what Rappel is picking Zeus for, he's picking Zeus for Mirage. This is the only god in Rappel's list that feels good into Chronos. Maybe Thor as well could be argued if you've got the defense down. Maybe Isis if you've got the defense down. But then I've actually, I'll let you know, Soup. I've actually come around a bit on Chronos, but not because of this Chronos Rush thing. It's a terrible way to play the game. You should never Chronos Rush. It just means that you're saying to your opponent that they don't know how to play the game. Chronos has got some other very, very, very good strategies up his back sleeve that I think are actually quite strong. But anyways, not to go there, but yeah. Why would you? I guess that Rappel is. Wait, why does Rappel even have Isis in this list? Isis isn't even a good god. He first pick Isis. What the hell? The strat that reigns in Athens is Chronos fast throwing time shift forward banners fast powers. True. If they make the could you imagine if they made the castles as strong as on Age of Empires 2 in Myth? What would happen? It would just be fast heroic doubt castles for days. Just everywhere doubt castles. Oh dear. But yeah, this pick from Recon. The thing is, Recon only knows how to Chronos Rush, which I actually don't even think is. Actually, it might be okay versus Odin. If he knows how to Chronos Rush really well, it's good versus Odin. But you don't have to Chronos Rush Odin. Town centers are far stronger than AoE 4. I'm talking AoE 2. AoE 4, different game. I got hit with a culture shock when I saw how strong TCs are in AoE 4. Yeah. Age of Empires 4 has also got classical siege or second age siege, whatever it's called, feudal age siege. So it's like I have a different kettle of fish. I remember I only played Age 4 for about a month, and the first month was literally just trying to figure out if you could survive the Ram Ranch. But turns out you probably could if you were better than me, but I couldn't. So turns out you couldn't really play 2 TC gameplay, which meant that every single game was a one town center sort of game, which was fun. And then it turned into a full springled Gimini games. Anyways. I am interested in how Recon's going to approach this. I'm interested in how Rappel's going to approach this. The basic plan here for Rappel needs to be to open up with the Soup Odin build order. If you don't know the Soup Odin build order, go learn it. It's very important for this matchup. Immediately, he should basically knock like 3 animals max, like 3 max underneath his town center. and then he needs to get over the map and see what the hell Recon is doing. He needs to be in Recon's base at about 1 minute 30, 1 minute, maybe, yeah, 1 minute, 2 minutes or something. The who build, Pegasus, you got the Loki one. Soup's got the Odin one. All right, different build orders. You got the Freyr one. It's completely different build orders. All right. Let's jump into this game. We'll see what these guys are going to do. I'll talk about my way through the game from the Odin side, and we'll see how it's all going to go. In onto the map, Elysium. Alrighty, off to the races. We go into the left-hand corner of the map. It's Recon playing as Kronos. In the right-hand corner of the map, it is Rappel playing as Odin. We are on the map Elysium. And this is where it begins. This is the everything. And Soup will be happy to note that some animals have been herded underneath the base, and there is a little cheeky berserk out on the map doing some shenanigans. And Recon is going for a Kronos Rush. So you can see what I mean. I just need to be in my opponent's base at about 1 minute and 30-ish seconds with my berserk, and I know what they're doing 110%. I can come even faster into their base, and I can see that they're not on wood, and then I can head back to my base to build my temple, and it's fine. The other alternative is we see an absolute travesty of a house being built here. I can't believe I'm seeing a house being built with a gatherer, but I am. Oh, hang on. Hello? 2 berserks? Rappel? He's playing his own game right now. The temple... Is he going to time shift it forward? Wait, can he? Why is this oracle back here? Yoshi. Well, he's going to. Puts it onto this side. And that's a third berserk. He has 3. What is this? What is this build from Rappel? He will reach the classical age. It's going to be late, but he will get there. But the problem is, he's actually facing Leto. Finally, Leto! If this is a loss for Leto, I'm going to be so sad. But he's facing Leto, and that's going to be Automaton in his main base. That's going to be some pain. You do see the walls coming up here, but the Berserks are still chasing the Oracles back home as counter barracks is going to get dropped, immediately coming in. And of course, the immediacy of simply building a Caraballister will be very apparent here. And the Automatons come through, push off the gold mine, searching for a temple there. Does get that deconstruct, blocking off the Hearser from coming out. The temple coming down is a mistake. You don't want to go for the temple here. It's 150 gold that you need. You're not getting any gold on this. You need to go straight into a Great Hall. That is your stock standard response to getting your temple deconstructed. As the house over here does get knocked down, and I think we might be heading to a pretty... I could be wrong. I'm calling this super early. We might be heading to a very early game 2, ladies and gentlemen. The spider layer on top of this gold mine, brutal. The counter barracks hasn't been sent forward. Berserk's trying to hit villagers, getting shanked. There is a Caraballister getting built over here for some reason. Don't ask me why that is. Little bit of a mistake there from Recon. He should have had this on the front side. Random Berserk over there is going to be coming in. I guess having a Caraballister in your main base is going to be nice. But now he doesn't have anything for the forward position. He did get some good damage done, but all Rappel is going to be looking to build here as the Ironry blows that horn. You don't want to lose the automaton. He gets some hails in. Keeps him alive. He's getting chased back over here. No resources for the Caraballister. This is a nightmare for Recon. Like he can repair the automaton back up. He can No, we can't heroize the Caraballister. Well, we went for a Catapulti? I guess he wants to heroize to kill off the Ironry, but is Caraballister making its way across the map? Yes, it is. Undermine onto the temple to try and do a little something as the Catapulti will deal with this Ironry there. We do have the Spider Lairs killing off some units. I'm hearing some Spider Lair unit deaths here as the automatons coming in to take out the Ironry. Caraballister going to be on the way as well. And that there's going to be some dead Herser. Got to get onto that automaton. I don't know how much time it's got left, but it's going to die. Pull back. Get the automaton back. Okay, some people understand Leto better than others. Let's just say that much. This here is of course, he wants to put pressure on. He wants to deny anything from coming in onto this side. But look at this pressure. This is brutal. Caraballister can poke the dwarves for days. The wall's going to go down. I'm sure there's going to be more military buildings. And of course, the thing is with automatons, just build the... Recon's new to AOM. That's correct, yeah. The thing is with what you get here by going Leton, this is a thing that I think a lot of maybe Oceanus Atlantean players don't understand, is that you don't need a military barracks when you go for Leto, because your infantry unit is right here in the automaton. You have Caraballas, you have Terma, really, really strong. Over onto this side, the Oracle is in position to spot them on that gold mine. And Recon will motor on over very, very quickly. Good control thus far from Recon, but one slip up, and game can be over for him. One slip up. Don't want to lose those Caraballister. There's no spider eggs here just yet. I'd love to see like a spider lair get clicked over onto this side as well, or locking this off so he has some defensive presence to take out those villagers there. There's Recon going after this longhouse when maybe he doesn't want to go too close to the... I don't know. I don't have the answers. Heroizing the hero Catapultis for the time being. Does need to get a couple more oracles out as Rappel he has managed to get some units out. Recon gonna swing around this side or something. Maybe he's waiting on the spider lair? I'm not sure. The raiding cavalry gets shoot away. Still amazing control from both players thus far, not to really throw all too much stuff away, and the villagers will be back over onto this. So I'll come over and put up the wooden wall. Wait, did Rappel get Rick's Dula? He absolutely did. Why not an Einhurry? Just build Einhurry. This unit is a very, very good unit. You see the spider eggs getting dropped down over here. So now there's all the defense in the world to pop units over here. So now the villagers coming forward. A couple of units do get killed by the spider eggs, and just have to take the fight at this point. Your opponent's charging in. No sense in even trying to do anything else as the Caraballister over here get chased away, and that's gonna... We'll do one more Caraballister here to help deal with those Herser, and there's the rest of those human units there as well. Caraballister on this side's gonna get taken down, but there's no more Herser remaining. One final Herser remaining. But a semi-decent fight from Rappel. However, a certain someone can just repair his automatons back up. He can just repair his automatons back up. He could just... Anyways, onto this side. Recon's feeling like he wants to keep putting the pressure on rather than repairing his automatons back to safety. Back to life. These are brand new. Like they're not secondhand automatons. They come back. They come back better than brand new. They got a new shiny coat of paint. Very shiny, very nice, very yummy. Up onto the top now. The automatons will find. Okay, he's repairing them. It's all good. I was going to be upset. I'm not upset. Happy days. Nice control here for Freak. Oh my god, that is how you save a citizen from certain death when raiding cavalry come knocking at the door. Rappel is back to getting his gold mine. There is a bit of a villager differential, but the big problem is the military differential at the moment. And of course, at any moment here, Recon can just shoot up to like 6, 7, 8 oracles and be in a good spot. 1 Caraballas to get sniped there. Nice find from Rappel. Those are the types of finds you absolutely need. Citizens over here getting chased away. And so far, so good on the defense from Recon. This is the hard part about playing Kronos, to be fair. You don't have the fastest infantry in the game. You basically just have to play a defense while you're playing offense. It's quite challenging for both players. This wall will go down. There's only 293 gold there, though, so probably should even just let that be and be sticking in onto this position to lock off this and lock off this. Wall's now coming up for Recon as he's sick and tired of these raiding cavalry. The army in for Rappel is... I can't say this army is looking all too crash out. Rappel's plan here is to use Berserks to beat Automaton. Now, trust me when I say, yes, Berserks that have got their upgrade Hamask, that's got to feel great, right? But the Automatons win that fight without question. Like, at base stats, before they get any upgrades, 354 effective hack. They're doing 11 hack. Berserk is doing 9.3, so it's doing like... can I do some math, some mental math? It's probably doing like 12, 13, 14-ish damage, I guess. There's no way the Berserks are winning 1-to-1. Definitely not on a population standpoint. 13.9? Yeah, close enough. And now Rappel needs to take the fight, it seems. He brings all of his villagers forward. Terma take out that back line very, very quickly as the Berserk's trying to run around onto the back. But even if the Berserks kill off those Caraballas or whatever, it doesn't matter because all the Ursa are getting cleaned up. And this here, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be game 1 for Recon. Rappel will not be able to beat Recon 2-0. So I think, I could be wrong, this might mean that Kvothe is safe. And it might mean that Kvothe is in the finals. I could be wrong. I could be calling that a bit early. If Recon wins this 2-0, I think something also spicy might happen. I don't know. Let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see what we can see. Alrighty. So that's one win for Recon, isn't it? Next map will be a Rappel choice. He can pick Ghost Lake. He can pick Mirage. He did pick Ghost Lake for himself, so I imagine he's going to pick that, but he doesn't. He goes for Mirage, and I've got to imagine this is going to be a Zeus versus not Zeus. No Zeus. We finally see a little bit of shenanigans here. This might be a little bit of mind games from the Rappel. It's going to be Susanoo versus Isis. Susanoo versus Isis. Alrighty. I'm not going to lie. I hate Egyptian on water. I find this, like, unless you do some sort of random, I really mean random cheese, this is a hard god to play on water. Seems like a tough matchup for Norse. Yeah, I think Atlanteans are pretty decent versus Norse in general at the moment. I wouldn't. Definitely Thor, Freyr, and Loki. I would probably I think those three gods are fine versus Atlantean. Odin might be having some troubles versus Atlantean for reasons of I don't have access to Forseti or Ulla. How's raw rain affecting water? Haven't really seen any raw on water, so not a lot. So we might have seen 1 or 2 games of raw. I don't know. The real reason is I'm afraid of Leviathans? I don't even know what that means. You might be right. I don't know. Also, guys, for everyone who's hanging out with me tonight, don't forget, tomorrow we have the grand finals for Thrones of the Titans, and next weekend, it is the Gameathlon Open Qualifiers. Yes, it is that close. It is literally creeping up on us, and we're just like, what the hell? How is that a thing? How can we be that close? It's the qualifiers starting on, or next weekend. Alrighty. Let's kick off into game number 2. It's going to be on Mirage. It's going to be Recon versus Rappel. It's going to be Isis versus Susanoo. Let's check it out. Mirage is where? There it is. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves Recon playing as Susanoo in the right. And we have on the left side Rappel playing as Isis. This is not the first time I think I've seen Recon playing Japan on Mirage. I think he likes the idea of playing Japan here. Makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of advantages here. But Isis versus Susanoo, I mean, the advantage that Isis has got in this matchup, without going too in depth, is just monument blocking. And what does Susanoo do? Susanoo says, I want to use my god powers. So if you build monuments, you block god powers. You can sort of play around the Susanoo power spikes, the Susanoo advantage, and all the other good stuff there. So let's check out some relics. We've got ourselves Hermes' Wing Sandals. 5% more hero movement speed is always nice. especially for Egyptians who have got very slow heroes. Onto this one, we have that Dwarven Calipers for Siege becoming a little bit cheaper. Up onto this side, we have Tail of Cerberus. Can you feel my want for a certain unit that holds a club and bashes things? 25%. He's basically just going to be spamming his special. He's Susanoo with Cerberus' tail? I know. Okay, well, what do you want? What unit do you want more of in this case? Let's go through them. Juragumo. Yes, the special is really good, but I'm not really going to build them versus Isis anyways, right? They're a little bit too weak to use versus the Priest. They're more of a unit that you want to use in a different sort of setting. It's fine. Next unit. 1 Udol. Doesn't have a special. Don't care. Next unit. The Raiju. Okay, that one makes sense. I wouldn't mind building that. I'm going to get a whole bunch more specials off. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be really, really strong. Next one. The Oni. Of course, the Oni. It's just going to be a absolute menace of a unit to kill and deal with. Always, the special will basically always be up, right? Like, let me have a quick look at it. I'll click over here. So the Oni has a 20-second recharge time, and his special lasts for 10 seconds. So you have 33% off and 25% off the special attack recharge time. You do the math. How many seconds off of charge will it have? Next one on the chopping block. Asura? That doesn't have a special. Don't care. Shinigami? Oh, baby. The Shinigami will go so hard. Terrifying shout. Can someone do the math for me? 20 seconds? Take 25 and 33%. I'm pretty sure it's probably down to like 12.5 or something, right? Is it less than 10 seconds? That'd be wild. It's off base, right? The thing is off the base. Or it might not be. I don't actually know. I don't know. I don't know if it's off base or not. Where's Loggy when you need him? Meanwhile, we will see Bast coming through. It's a little cute cat. So Bast got a choice for Rapple as he's going to be wanting to go into some Ancestors Eclipse shenanigans. Gets himself out his Sphinx. He's got himself a whole bunch of obelisks out. Searching around, looking for all the good stuff. And we will see Person Sane coming through. There's little Shanky Shanks coming in. Unfortunately for Rapple, doesn't get his wall down. And the Kitsune gets out of there for the time being. And yeah, so Inari Okami versus Bast in this situation. What is the actual plan here, though, for Recon? A stable. A house. That's what he's going for. Sphinx shoos away the Kitsune. Makes sense. And more Naginata riders will start coming out. .6 seconds, half Jordal says. I don't even know. Doesn't matter. Point is, it's really good, but it hasn't been picked up. It has been scouted. No, it hasn't been scouted. No, it has been scouted. How do you... Well, actually, no. Recon hasn't scouted it. All right, that's fine. If Recon spots that and doesn't pick it up, I'm going to be so upset. The Juragumo coming out will be a little bit of an answer there for the Sphinxes. She has a bit of a bite. A lot of damage. 16 times 3. Always nice. And the Sphinx pushes back, but we'll go all the way back home. And there's a Prosperity getting dropped down as Rapple is on the way to the Heroic Age. So it will be a fast Heroic. 1 town center fast Heroic for Rapple to try and make something happen here. That's the game plan. We got ourselves the Sacred Cats coming through, Spearmen coming through, Priests coming through. Onto this side, Rappel checking things out, but he's probably, I have to imagine he's just going to be looking for like an Ancestors Eclipse in the main base. Generally, these fast heroics, that's kind of the everything, so to speak. There's the obelisk getting cleaned up all over the place. We got ourselves the bushy coming through. Mark it up over onto that right side there for Recon. He's also going now to the heroic age himself. He's a little bit behind the 8-ball on this, but he should be okay. As Ancestors Eclipse gets dropped down. This is just something that happens. One villager. Oh, these villagers are all sitting idle over here. So 2 villagers getting picked is probably more than Recon would have liked to have dropped. It's also going to be losing the Miko over here as well, as it's trying to take out all these units. Of course, he gets Bushido for fighting this. That's a lot of damage actually coming through from Rappel on this position, but the Bushido should be coming back in. Where's the Spider? Oh, Spider sitting over here. It's a little bit risky. Of course, the Migdol Stronghold is getting dropped already over onto the left side. And after the Ancestors Eclipse is done, well, the game will continue along. I don't particularly like the way that Recon approached this. I feel like he should have just played... for the classical age a little bit harder. Nakanata Riders onto this side as the Spearmen are in position. And Recon sees that. He's going to be pulling back now. Now, next tier is up. Scorpion Man goes down. Game to continue along, but, I mean, after all is said and done, yeah, Rappel got some damage. Sure. He did. But he gave Bushido over to Recon. Recon got to the heroic age. He lost a couple of villages he probably shouldn't have lost, mind you. Probably shouldn't have lost them. But he did. So 2 villager kills, and it's a 4 villager advantage now. And it was a Miko kills as well, as Ivory Netsuke is going to come through, and basically Rappel has to hug this monument for the longest time now. Those Spearmen are incredibly weak to a bunch of Raiju coming in. There's 120 favor, 19 villagers on gold at the moment. You can tell, at least I think you can tell, that Recon is going to go very heavy on the Raijus. How many priests are in? You think that's enough priests? Let me tell you, they're not. They're not. Unfortunately, Recon still didn't see this relic, so we're not going to see our supercharged storm roaring Raiju. But they are going to be getting spammed out. All that favor is going to be getting spent. That Bushido is going to be coming in very, very quickly. You see the crushing waves also coming in. Also Thunderous Presence. As up onto this top side, the Camel Riders are going to come through, and they get shoot away very, very fast by the Raiju. For the moment, they're a little bit on the slow side. 5.5 speed versus the 6-speed Camel Riders. But once Thunderous Presence comes in, once Crushing Waves comes in, that's plus 20% speed for those bad boys. And Recon going to be cleaning up some of these obelisks. Is he going to say... I would wager that even if he does see it, he's probably not going to be seeing it. As Thoth is now queued up for Rappel. He still needs to get a little bit more economy in. Now the Raiju are up to 6.1 speed, and I imagine there's going to be some massive meteor onto the main base as well. But is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough for Recon or Rappel to win this game is the big question. The Raiju now up to 6.6 speed. He just wants to get the special off and enjoy some of his Ivory Netscape and enjoy some of his actual Raiju shenanigans here. He's just not been able to quite do this. He hasn't been quite able to get any of it. The resource is now in for Rapple. He's going to have his Meteor. He's going to have his Mythic Age. He is mining out this gold mine pretty quickly, though, so he will have to be careful with what he does. Moving on to another gold mine. We do have that Jurikuma still chilling over here. And now the priests have been spammed out. He's got 10 of them. Does he have the upgrades for them? Yes, he does. They're all upgraded. They're all going to be very, very, very strong here. Over onto this side, the Naginata Riders catch out those Camel Riders there. And of course, Recon's got to know that some sort of Mythic Age is coming for him, because this is not enough units to be defending here. He's just got to break this wall, and then the Raiju will be in and very, very scary. He could also just attack the town center. There is a lot of monument protection here. Is there anywhere to drop this? Maybe like here? I don't know about this though. The Raiju is stuck. Does use the special ability to try and move these units. He's trying to get around here. Is there enough stuff here for Recon? Is the big question. Has the Mythic Age of Rapple been defended? And of course, all Recon wants is somewhere to drop this. And it's just not in. The Raiju are dying. The Raiju are not as good as the Oni to push through a position like this, and Rapple holds. Well, that's also a thing. I don't know how I feel about it. I would have rathered him just drop the Thunderous, like the thing here, kill the wall, run through, kill the army, and then just come over and kill the town center. I don't understand what that attack was for a Recon. I think he thought he had the god powers, but he obviously you don't have the god powers. Like, you could drop this one or this one, but not really. Meanwhile, over onto this side now, the Jurikuma does get spotted here. The units for Recon still have an opportunity to make something happen. He's moving in onto this spot. It might have to be a defensive meteor or something, because Swampland Thunderburst will get dropped down here. You have to imagine backline priests do get sent packing, as there goes the meteor. Bit surprised to see no Thunderburst there to play around the meteor, but getting your army meteor seems like a much better option than getting your main base meteor. Is Recon now going up to another town center? I really wouldn't mind seeing some Yati Spearmen in the mix as well for Recon, but he is still just spamming out Naginata Riders. Of course, he's spent all of his favor already. Villagers over onto this gold mine as well, as Recon not really aware of that. Doesn't have that scouting in, doesn't see anything. He does decide to charge forward and try and take out these units. Generally speaking, this is a little bit of a difficult way to go. As the army getting sent up and down. Priests retreating from this position as well, trying to keep themselves alive to get healed back up. But Recon is just, I think it's just a little bit lost on this attack. The fact that there's no, like, where is the Yati Spearman? Like, you've even gone for Raijin. Get this upgrade. Now he's building them from one of them. Okay. He sees all that Camel Riders, like, all right, let's build some. Camel Rider's going to be coming in. Recon does a bit of a split. Does drop the Kusanagi down. Camel Riders are going to be bitch. Well, I mean, it's kind of close, right? They're both doing bonus damage versus each other. I think the Camel Riders do beat the Naginata Riders, though, right? And there are a lot more of them. There's the Riders coming in onto that back line. Taking out the Priest is basically as key as it gets. But the villagers over here getting sent away. There is a second town center up for Recon, so his villager advantage will slowly come forward for him. Coming over onto this side. Naginata Rider is going to be very, very key. Also seeing Yumi Horse Archers in the mix. Champion Camel Riders do come through as well. Axeman in the mix immediately here for Rappel as well. There's Rappel will pull back. He's making some chariot archers in. His Phoenix, for some reason, is on this side. Does that Phoenix come back even though there's a hero bushy hitting it? I have no idea. I think if it gets underneath 200 HP before it gets to the halfway point, nah, it's dead. It is dead. Now, of course, more Bushido will come in about 10,000 XP. Champion will come through. Rappel's going to be taking another town center. Recon trying his best here to keep everything alive. A little bit of dancing shoes from the Raiju before it's going to be moving back in here, but he didn't really get the Priest to move all too much with that one. Does he have enough stuff here is the big question. As the Priest now will finish off that Raiju. No real attempt to take out the Priest on the back, as another Raiju is going to be coming in, and Rappel does seem to win this fight yet again. Back onto the defense is one more fight, it seems, for another tier of Bushido for Recon. But at that stage, it's going to be up to 3 town centers for Rappel. Should be able to catch up on the villager differential. He should be able to get some damage onto the villagers. This Phoenix is going to fly around here and look to try and take out some commoners on the gold mine there. Bushy is in for some help. The other Bushy is in for some more help. A couple of villagers going to be going down over here, and well, someone is going down, but that should be a dead Phoenix. I mean, making like these types of raids generally, he got 7 kills, to be honest. They're generally not the best use of the Phoenix, but he got 7 kills, so why not? Oh, is he going to get away? Yes, he is. 4.2 speed, not enough. The Phoenix going to attack the fishing ships. And Pain in for Recon for a moment here. Now the next tier of Bushido comes through. It might be worth getting Den drums for the god powers. Yeah, I'm very confused at why there's still Naginata Riders coming in. You just see the Yati Spearmen are out at the very least, but now there's also Heavy Axemen in, but that's good for Recon, I'd say, because it allows him to use that next cast of Thunderburst. Villagers trying to get this town center up. Units coming in over onto this side a little bit late. Villagers getting targeted down as Recon comes through with his Naginata Riders, his Priest straight onto the Raiju. At the very least, there is some defense here, but the village is still going down. It's 27 seconds now on that town center to come up, and I think even with full champion coming online momentarily here, this is going to be a tough one for Recon to bring back, and Recon there does tap out. You got to be asking the question, what were you thinking with that all in on this choke point here? I don't understand it. I'm sure Recon will look back and say he doesn't understand it. Rappel was looking at saying he doesn't understand it. Chat was saying they don't understand it. I feel like he could have just really been a lot more solid with it, a lot slower, tried to break through this wall slowly, maybe even sacrificing a couple of units to make it happen, rush in onto this open position where the Rappel army would be very poorly placed. The army would move back in this way, and then he could go after the town center if he wants, and he can go after the villages in the main base if he wants. Then he can catch the army wandering over here and then engage on this position if he wants. Then he could kill this monument and then do the same sort of thing. And then on top of that, if you see your opponent going for a fast mythic, they're going to be going for Migdol units. Migdol units die to counter cav, so build counter cav. The Yati Spearman would have been a godsend for Recon, but he did not go for it. But nonetheless, well played game there from the Rappel. He's up 1-1. He makes the ISIS work. And we'll move back into the draft and see what we're going to see for game number 3. All right, it's going to be a Ghost Lake, and it's going to be a Gaia versus Thor. So we got another Atlantean versus Norse. Very different Atlantean versus Norse, though, so it could be very different. When are we going to see the Oni? I don't know. If there's not, if there's a map to build Oni on, it was that map. What are you going to do? How are you going to stop? How are you going to go for a fast mythic if your opponent's got 5 Oni killing your town center? All right. Ah, we have a final game, don't we? I didn't put it up. I didn't put it in. Gaia, Thor on Ghost Lake. Nice jacket, boy. Thank you, Jay. Oh, I got gifted this. I love it. It's incredibly warm. My hands are free. You can see my hands are free, so I've got all of this. It's just a very, very nice jacket. Big fan. All right. So this next matchup, Gaia versus Thor. The thing I guess that is, I don't even think this is that scary, but the thing that's kind of scary is the Thor player able to kind of go lots of Herser. You can basically defend Herser with Caraballister and Lush. Really, really strong for Gaia. We'll see if Recon's going to go for the Leto approach again. It worked well for him in the last game, or the last sort of Atlantean versus Norse thing, but things do change. Thor's got a lot more advantages. He's specifically Forseti, which changes everything. So you got to be very well aware of what's going on where that's concerned. I don't know if it's fair for the Rappel to play and look like a Greek god, but he didn't pick his Greek god. That's the problem. That is the problem. Also, for anyone else hanging out, I'll let you guys know right now there is a open signups for the Athenian League Season 4. It is open to intermediate to advanced players, so from 1300 onwards. So basically for the players who want a tournament experience, the competitive players who are playing pretty well, want that tournament experience, but they don't want to kind of play games against 2K players because they have low seeds. Yes, that is open. It's on my Discord. It's run by Iron Hajib. It was run by Chrono JJ. He hasn't had time, so Einajib has stepped up. So if there's anyone out there who's like, hey, I'm a 1300 to 1400 level player, I would love some tournament experience, but I'm too terrified to play in the tournaments that are currently put on. Well, that is your opportunity. Nito as well. Yeah. Magic not present for the... Like, look, nobody walks away from that game going, ISIS won that game, therefore ISIS is OP. Nobody walked away from that saying that. They all walked away from that going, wow, Recon played that awfully. That's how you know ISIS is a terrible god. Everyone except for Skelly Boy O walked away from that saying, ISIS is a terrible god. Now we're going to see Gaia coming in and dominating. Actually, I actually like this matchup for Thor. Thor's really good versus Gaia. But it still can go very badly for you if you misplay. And of course, the Gaia player can outplay as well. So it's not... It's very, very... It's probably kind of close-ish. Maybe that's why I like it. Close matchups are always my favorite. When there's not any advantages, any massive advantages to be had, you have a lot of chances to win. Asking for a tip. Should I never be buying lineup versus Japanese then because of Bushido? It gets cheaper. So if you really need it for a fight and you're like 15% away, you're only paying you're getting like 85% off the cost of it. So yeah, buy it. It's fine. Not a problem. But if you're not going to fight or whatever, you don't need it. Yeah, there are some times. No. Darth Nox. Throw an Axeman raiding cavalry, Atlantean, and specifically Gaia is perfectly fine versus that. I'm not gonna have any of your Gaia propaganda that is just patently false in the chat. All right, let's jump into Ghost Lake and see how it's gonna go. All right, we're into our next game. I think this might be my last game of the day. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe there's one more after this. I can't remember. But we've had a lot of very, very competitive Age Mythology games today. And we're going to have one more as Recon spawns in with Gaia. It's double Goldmine Ghost Lake. And Rappel spawns in as Thor. This is where things get very, very, very interesting. Double Goldmine Ghost Lake really gives a lot more time to get set up, a lot more opportunities for Thor in this specific situation. A lot of opportunities. This is going to be a really nice map for Rappel. He's going to be really happy to play this one. If this was one Goldmine Ghost Lake, you can get into trouble very, very, very easily. Recon's going to have to play very good Gaia here, though. One of the main advantages that Gaia has got is this big, fat, green thing you see surrounding the town center, growing out of the manors. What it does is it gives 1 HP per second of healing, or regen. I'm not exactly sure which one it is. But it gives healing. But that's not all. There's a technology called channels, which, if you grab it, any unit on top of the Lush goes up by 15% movement speed. In other words, if you can ensure that you spread your Lush out, all of your units are going to be having a 15% movement speed bonus, which means that units like the Catapulti, units like the Terma, units like the Caraballas, units like the Murmillo, these units are going to be moving faster than any other Atlantean unit can possibly move. And that's enough to give you the advantage in very, very important fights. And we'll see how it's all going to go, as Oceanus is going to be the god of choice here for Recon. Bit of a strange build order from him. It's looking like he is going for a fast second town center. He goes for the no economic guild approach. This makes sense. Let me explain exactly why it makes sense. Well, you know that the Thor player, as it has been scouted here already, the Thor player has gone for a Dwarven Armory. He is getting extra economy in for this. He's getting extra villagers, but he's advancing later. If you go for an economic guildless opening, then you're going to get your town center up. No problems. It's perfectly fine. Can't really be defended or can't really be denied because of the Caladria, because of the faster advance. So you go and put your town center up, and you will not only catch up on the villager diff, but you will get in front on the villager diff as if you were to have otherwise done that. So, Kuvoth is in the chat. He knows exactly what I'm talking about, but Recon is on the way over here, and he is going to get himself a town center. The one thing to be careful of is that normally you were kind of really wanting to drop this Gaia Forest down onto the town center, but you don't know if the Thor is going Freya or Force City. He's going Force City. We know that as the spectators. Recon doesn't. Freya would be able to forest fire the forest, and then you'd lose the town center and you would cry. But anyways, he does drop the Herser. That is wild. Okay. Herser is in, but again, Galadriel, this shouldn't, like, he's going to get favor here. That's, like, he's not even out damaging the Galadriel. He literally gives up.
Yo.
That's so funny. He just gives up. All right. But nonetheless, the town center will be up, and immediately Rappel's going to look for his own second town center. It's fine. He's allowed to do this. This is very, very smart. It doesn't keep his villager advantage in because he advanced so much later, but because he got the extra dwarves out from getting those armory upgrades, he's still basically in the same position he otherwise would have been in. The only way to have approached this better would have been a no dwarven armory, second town center that finishes around 5 minutes or something, and then the dwarven armory comes in, and then you get the upgrades. But that there would be too difficult, I guess. Oh, I have Soup versus Magic next. We've got a fun matchup to finish off the stream with. All right. Well, actually, no, that might be on the other channel. I don't know what's going on. Who do I have next? Do I have anyone next? I think that might be it. Okay. The Hammer of Thunder coming through for the Rapple. On the bottom side, Oroc's getting eaten up there too. Pickaxe, Hand Axe comes through for Recon. As those Termera are coming in. And the town center will be through, and the next part of the game to begin. And you can see the villager differential is now starting to favor Recon ever so slightly. Of course, he is Atlantean. He will be able to get his villagers out faster. So he does innately just get that advantage. Doesn't really mean that he's in front by this amount of villagers, or his economy is like that % faster. He just is. He's in a good spot here. Now the gold line goes down. And at the moment, I'd love to see... I keep saying Kavoth because he's playing Gaia. Recon. I'd love to see Recon already starting to expand this lush out. There's really no problems with him coming over onto this side. Does he not know that there's a town center up? He does. He knows there's a town center going up. So whenever you see that, it's time to go, okay, fantastic. Let's just quickly get over here. We can drop a mana down. We can put the gold mine over here as well. Move on to this side. The third town center from Rapple to come through, as he is going to be looking for a big boom here. And well, Recon can kind of do the same thing if he wants. He is going to be sending his Caladria over there. So he's got an inkling that this might be an option for the Rapple. And this leads to a potential for some sort of like fast Ragnarok if Recon isn't incredibly aggressive. So we'll see what Recon's game plan is going to be. I like the idea of him being aggressive here. He's got the Carabao set. He can move forward, put Gaia Lush down, get himself channels. Should be a good thing for him. Nice snipe on the throw and axeman. And Rappel's units coming in onto this position as Caraballister might get caught out in the middle here. He should be okay there. Nice control. Let's pick off a couple of units for it. But, I mean, after the dust settles, I kind of feel like... Recon has to make something happen here. He's going to come in, look to hit this gold mine. Of course, Rappel has done the right move. He's on the forward gold mine. He's got his back gold mine there that he can move to. No problems. And there are obviously gold mines all around the map. Mermullo's coming in over here looking for villagers to pick off. And we will see Thea as the god of choice here for Recon. Very, very quick Thea. I like the idea of Stymphalian birds here, actually. If you think about it, if he builds a whole bunch of Stymphalian birds, that's going to be able to deal with Berserks. It's going to be able to deal with the Raiding Cavalry. It's going to be able to deal with Throw and Axemen. It's also going to be able to deal with or force out Goaty. You know, Terma have got value for the entirety of the game as well. But and not only that, you also get the Poseidon's Secret in for your Terma. Over onto this side, a little bit of a raid onto Recon citizens. Not what he wants there as the villagers will bail for the mana. Dives through his mana, gets out over onto this side. Low HP villager will end up going down, and he has to pull into his town center here. And that will be a wall getting dropped up immediately there from Rappel, but he loses the Berserk, so no harm, no foul. One citizen for a Berserk, and no crazy wall setup, but the mana might go down over on this wall. Some more Caraballas are on the way, and what is the plan for the Reconator in this game? Let's drop the Hesperus tree. He could have gone for like a Rhea sort of play. Drop a Palace down, siege with the Behemoth. Kind of makes sense, actually, the more I think about it. Now, Stymphalian birds coming in. More Terma on the way. So he's going to get those birds out. So it will be very, very strong here. Momentarily for Recon. The village differential is now starting to favor the Thor, which is generally advantage Thor. But he doesn't have the heroic age. He's trying to get there through Skadi. Apple pulling back, trying to not take any fights at all. So the Great Hall will get torn down here. But the walls are coming up onto this side. But Recon, he's not moving around here. I'd love to see him just get that lush spread out everywhere. Get onto all those gold mines and be in a good spot. Another house coming up for Rappel on the back. Oh. Flying units. Flying to their death. What's happening? Recon! Oh, he does notice. At least he's going to keep his Stymphalian bird alive. At this point over here, looking to push off units left and right. Villagers are onto the wood. Now over onto this side as, I guess, the next moment here with the Skadi to come through will be those Goaty as the army charges in here for Recon. He feels like he can take the fight onto this side. The Stymphalian bird's doing so much damage. You can't fight them. A troll doesn't do anything to those Stymphalian birds. Town center going to be getting torn to shreds. There will be a frost, but guess what? The Stymphalian birds don't get frosted. And all of a sudden, that be some dead berserks, some dead villagers. And the frost here is just slowing the game down. It's just like giving Rappel some time to escape with the villagers, I guess. More berserks coming in here as the army just says, I don't even care. Hero units getting converted in. Doesn't even need that. He's got Stymphalian birds to kill off the frost giant. And onto this side, some Dryads decide I can go after villagers as all the chaos is happening on this left side. Rapple not paying attention to the right side. Meanwhile, Talent Center for Recon behind all of this. And he is, without question, in the driver's seat here. Up onto the top side. Berserk's getting converted. Try and fight back, but I think they're finally going to see some Goaty coming in. I still want to see there are Terma. The Terma will pick off Goaty. This is the thing. This is the thing I'm talking about. Stymphalian Bird plus Terma against Norse? Hello? What are you going to do? How are you going to manage that fight? It's going to be a hard one without question to deal with the Terma that kill off your... They do have 17 range, mind you. But the Stymphalian Birds will just run as soon as they get targeted, and then what? So Herso going down. Terma are getting picked off. We're not seeing more Terma out here from Recon just yet, but he's done the dash, he's done the damage, he's done the deed. He's in a very, very strong position now. Rapple is taking full advantage out of his wooden gate there as well. You fight in the middle of a wooden gate with archers. That's really strong. Meanwhile, Dryad's coming up over onto this side. And that there is the game. As Rapple says, GG. As the Gaia of Recon dominates the Rapple in this final one. That was not close. Rapple was like, I'll go 3 TCs and we're going to be in a good spot. And Recon says, well, if you do that, you're going to get hit by my heroic age Stymphalian Bird timing. The bird is the word. I mean, Stymphalian Birds have been very, very good versus Norse for a very, very long time. Since, I believe, 2004. They've been very, very good versus Norse, and it never changes. If you guys enjoyed this one, make sure you hit the follows on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button and all the other good stuff. I'm going to jump over onto Motiba's stream for a hot second, just while I work out exactly what's going on. There is another game to go today. I don't know if I'm covering it or not, so I'm just going to check in with the admins and see what's happening.
The worst either. He did manage to avoid most of the fighting. Some Contarius and Arcus coming in. Orichalco Mail also being researched for the stronger infantry units. 15% of hack armor increase, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So I think now Soup is in a commanding spot. He has better true bronze plus restoration plus second bolt. He is on 2 TCs. Magic is on 1 TC. And in spite of the really bad early game, Soup seems to have found his groove and he is in a commanding spot. Now what Magic can do? Magic needs to do something or this game will spiral out of his hands really quickly. Soup is trying to go forward and engage in the fight, I would assume. No heroes for him, so some mid units wouldn't go astray, but he does have Traitor, which is gonna be problematic. So also kind of overgathering the wood. Magic will get another snipe on the Oracle. 5 Oracles for Soup though. Valor to save this one, and he manages to garrison in the tower. Great move by Soup here. And he's pushing on the forward position with majority of his army. He does have plenty of backline in Arcus and Kairos, but these Peltals are going to be a great answer, and it doesn't look like Soup is going to win this fight. More units from Magic coming from behind, more units from Soup coming in as well, but Soup's army has been decimated, absolutely. And Magic is going to be pushing forward now. I do think Soup can kind of like chill. He doesn't need to force anything. He is in a good spot. You don't really want to fight Greek late game as Atlantean, but Magic's economy is going to be miles away from Soup. So If Soup just gets his Contarius nice and easy, he goes for some raids. There's no walls for Magic whatsoever, so he could definitely exploit that. And then he can play from there, get some units in to defend the position that he wants to be defended. Some palaces down as well, so Magic needs to set up his things and get the Petrobolos. But Soup doesn't want to go that way. He's trying. Magic is trying to pressure actually, and Soup is defending. He does have a wall of Arcus, and all the Peltos have been sniped by Contarius. So this fight actually ended up absolutely amazing for Soup. Soup will be pushing forward. Magic does have some units in the queue, but this is a big W for Soup. Soup is in a good spot now. Fortress coming up onto this position though, and that is gonna mean that Soup cannot really get any damage down here. He needs some siege, which he doesn't really have access to. And destroyers versus Hypaspis is not the way to go. At least from my experience, I don't like destroyers versus Hypaspis. They cannot get even close to the building before they get killed. Now, Magic is trying to get some damage here on this position with a couple of hoplites, but Soup has reacted. He also has double manor to garrison his villagers and be perfectly fine. The score currently is a 1-0 for Magic. He did manage to take the game 1, and this is the game 2 of the series. Soup is getting his things set up on this side. He's also pressuring with Contarius, which is what I said earlier would be a really good thing for him, because obviously Magic doesn't have any walls, and these Contarius are kind of faster than anything Magic can make to defend himself. Of course, he can go into Prodormos, but Prodormos require the certain tech switch to cav units, and that is incredibly expensive for Greek players, especially in this phase of the game. Magic is gonna go forward. He's gonna try and take down this TC. He definitely can do so with this amount of hoplites. This is gonna be a dead TC, if you ask me. Soup he doesn't have any army close by to kind of help, so these villagers need to bail, and that's exactly what Soup's gonna do. There is a deconstruction here. Soup recognizes the moment. He's gonna try and push onto this position. He knows majority of Magic's army is not present, so he is just pushing forward. These are all Peltas plus couple of hoplites, so that's gonna be a good fight for Soup, but it doesn't really seem that way. It seems like Magic is actually winning this engagement. Did Soup bring some units back? He had some Contarius back, but these hoplites are just rampaging through his main base, killing villagers, disrupting the reinforcement. They are doing everything. They also do have Aegis Shield. No Aegis Shield for hoplites, and they're still doing really great into Arcas. These are heavy Arcas, mind you. Soup still managing to get some trades, get some raids off here, but his army has been decimated. Although he did manage to clean all the hoplites. There is double of fortress here, palace. Another oracle going down on this position. Magic has done an amazing job sniping these oracles. And now, after all the damage, Magic is gonna go for the second TC. He's gonna take this gold mine. He has the market if need be as well. And I think Magic, despite the score difference, is in a decent position right now. This is kind of a blunder from Soup. Salt Amphora coming in this late. You kind of want that Salt Amphora as early as possible. That gives you an incredible fish economy. But it seems kind of like Magic is struggling to repop, and Soup has a decent army with plenty of destroyers as well. So buildings are not gonna be the problem for Soup right now. He's also gonna have an access to a deconstruction shortly. He does have 100 favor in the bank, which is gonna be amazing. He can do whatever he wants. I would love to see some more mid units. As Boit likes to say, mid units in this game are incredibly strong and good. And that is something that you should always try to go for. But I can sort of understand why Magic doesn't go into mid units. Traitor present is something that you kind of want to avoid, but Soup nevertheless manages to take the dub. He kind of cleans up the army. Magic knows he's behind on villagers. His economy is not the best, and he simply couldn't hold this. Soup manages to equalize the series 1-1. I do need a cheeky 1 point for Soup. I did that. Very nice. Now we have to click this as well, and that is amazing. All right, now what I can do is I will be checking if there is a draft, there is a code. The map is gonna be Okuchichibu. All right, let's go. We finally get to see Okuchichibu as the map. We have an amazing intro for that map, actually. Thanks, Morame. Appreciate it, man. So, for the next match, we have. Let me just confirm real quick. I think I got it, but I just want to be sure. So we have Quetzalcoatl versus Nuwa. Now, this is a matchup I don't really know a lot about. I haven't seen China versus Aztecs all that much. China did get some good economic buffs in the recent patch, so that's something that is gonna affect the matchup. But I'm quite curious to see how this whole thing go. Aztecs obviously as a DLC are incredibly good right now. They have an incredible tools in their roster to kind of deal with anything that China can get, but it's gonna be interesting seeing how these players are gonna approach this, especially on the map Okuchichibu. We do not have the delay, which is absolutely amazing, and we can jump into the game straight away. Enjoy this amazing intro, and I will be seeing you in a bit. All right, we are in the game and we can begin. This is a deciding game for this series between Husky and Magic, and I just want to confirm that everything is in the right order. On the right side, we have Soup. No, this is Magic, and then this needs a little switcheroonie. I'm gonna do that, and then we can proceed with the introductions. So, in the bottom hand side of the map, in the blue color, we have I Am Magic as Quetzalcoatl. And in the top left hand side of the map, in the red color, we have Aces Husk Soup playing as Nuwa. Now, I don't really know a lot about this matchup. I haven't seen it a lot. Even in this tournament, I don't think many players played it. But I can say that this map is kind of like weird. It's a kind of a hybrid Alheim, but you do get an access to some back resources, but the town center itself doesn't secure anything outside from like a little wood line or something like that. like when I see something like that, I think singular struggler tree or a wood line. So that's basically it. So I'm not expecting players to go for a town center approach, but there is an option. You can always wall the things and be good. But the main thing is that gold mines are kinda exposed, so you cannot really do that. If I'm not mistaken here, you have to be extremely careful with how you approach this, or else you're just gonna end up gold starved, and that's gonna be extremely bad for you. A Kuchichibu map intro was made. Yes, proper gentleman with the proper response. Thanks, man. I could see maybe if Soup goes for that how to, he can go for the earth wall and kind of like secure the town center, which is not going to be the worst. And then he can go into mass fire archers to a degree to kind of prevent anything infantry like. But has to be aware of the heroic timing though. And those eagle warriors plus juggler riders could be deadly to him actually. Actually, wait, I stand corrected. Jaguar Riders coming mythic only. This is Quetzalcoatl, not Tezcatlipoca. So only Eagle Warriors are problematic thing here for Noah in Heroic. But then again, Soup can go into White Horse Cow. I think those bad boys deal pretty efficiently with the Eagle Warriors, I would assume. It is gonna be interesting though to see how that's gonna go. 2 TC into Quetz might be a GG. Yeah, I do agree. I'm trying to consider every angle that Soup can take here, and I don't really know. Maybe forcing a 1 TC fight, taking a... What's the name of that other minor god that gives you Vanish could be a good thing. But Ayatollah is plenty enough to kill buildings, especially if you build a few more of those. It should be plenty enough to steamroll absolutely everything. And then you have Eagle Warriors to kind of snipe Pioneers and any other hero. How to is in for Soup, and he is gonna be going for the town center. Patecatl is coming up for the magic. Now, does Magic see this? No, he has no idea that this is coming, but there is a possibility he's gonna be going for the town center himself. And I would say that's the accurate thing. He has his macro on the second TC. He's aging up a bit later, so he kinda have time to gather all the things he need. And this is gonna be a 2 TC game. While I did say it's kind of hard to secure the gold mine while you're playing 2 TC versus 1, if both players are going for a second TC, that should not be a problem. Now, this Chongchi did spot the villagers immediately, and that's gonna delay Magic from taking his town center significantly. He needs warrior priests, but the question is, where are those? Those are taking the relics. One relic is in for Magic, but villagers had to pull all the way back to go to the tower, and now they're idle. They have been idle for 20 seconds already. That is gonna hurt Magic 100%, and Chongchi is just gonna fly away. He will not have a care in the world. Now, Soup already has his town center up. He is chilling. He has taken a back hunt. I would love to see some wolves coming in for him, though. I think that is extremely important to kind of prevent any sneaky attempts at trading. One pioneer is coming up though. These bunnies should be good here. There is plenty of berries to kind of replenish the HP. That should definitely be the case. Agave Bloom has been used on the front line, and Soup with one Chongchi managed to idle 8 villagers for 30 seconds, and he also managed to get the Agave Bloom early on out to get that town center up. He is in a perfectly good spot right now. Magic is trying to eat his berries though. This is really funny. I haven't seen bunnies being used like this ever. So this is really cool to see. Eagle Warriors countered by Kwafu says, honey, that is a possibility, especially with the unique upgrade that Nua has. We will have to wait and see, I guess. I wouldn't be surprised if Soup actually decides to fight with those bad boys. Bunnies are full HP and ready to cause some trouble here. They are going for the villagers. This might be some bad villagers here. Pioneers are a long way away from the hunt. Soup can bring the hero Kwafu. That's exactly what he's gonna do. But 2 villagers ended up dying, and this is not the best thing for Soup though. Pioneers also coming in. Earth Wall is gonna be casted here to kind of secure the position, maybe. Or he's just expanding the favored land. He does have an access to the Earth Wall still. Another villager going down. These bunnies are doing the work. 3 kills, 300 damage in so far. Bunnies have paid themselves big time. Bunnies OP, absolutely. Now they're just gonna replenish their health. There has to be some berry bushes around here that they can jump on. Exactly, there are some here, and that's gonna be completely fine. Now the question is, what's Soup gonna do? Does Soup wanna go heroic and try to fight there, or does he wanna commit to classical fight? I don't have a perfect answer, if I'm being honest with you guys. There are a couple of Coyote Warriors for magic in as well to deal with these pioneers. These pioneers do have an archer tag, so they are gonna be countered quite hard by these Coyote Warriors, but the Earth Wall has been casted and they are gonna be running through that. Although the Earth Wall has been destroyed immediately, I would love to see some Dao Swordsmen, if I'm being honest, for Soup here. I think those would be a really good right now. One more villager is going down. Magic is doing a really great job sniping all those villagers. Another villager goes down for Soup. And even though Soup did manage to cause quite a lot of damage early on, I think the situation has stabilized to a degree. 4, 5 villagers dead. Earthwall has been casted here, not really securing anything in particular. And Magic is just gonna try and destroy the parts and get rid of the Earth Wall. Now the bunnies are coming back in. There is quite a few of them right now. They are gonna be running in to try and get some more damage onto this position. There are towers though. There's one villager in this position though that's gonna have some problems. Now, Soup going through Gomang, he doesn't want to commit to anything classical, but he is losing villagers left and right due to that decision. Couple of Dao Swordsmen would be absolutely amazing here, I feel like. Defending with only Pioneers is really hard when you're against Warrior Priests and these Coyote Warriors. They are kind of great answer to these Pioneers. And I don't really think Soup can place that ballet anywhere. Maybe if he can sneak it onto this side, he would be fine. Bunny is doing the work. He also managed to kill one more villager, I feel like. No, but he did do some damage. No kills though. Heroic Cage is coming in for magic as well, and that's gonna mean what exactly? City Metals and Starfall is gonna be available, and that's gonna be really hard for Soup to get that ballet up. If Magic get the eyes on every forward gold mine, the ballet is not coming up anytime soon, and there is no gold for Soup. Ballet is coming up here. Will Magic spot this? Magic doesn't know about this. This is going good for Soup right now, but if Magic does spot this, this is gonna go down 100%. I don't know how Magic's not thinking about the expired gold mine. He's pulling back now, probably gonna go into this position, but Ballet is up, Forest Protection is available, and that's not gonna matter at all. So Magic is not even checking there yet. He's kind of taking his sweet time. He's enjoying killing this Earth Wall. It did plenty of damage too though, so White Horse Cav is gonna come in now though. So that is gonna be something that Magic has to be aware of. Also, there is an access to Zia, which is gonna be a good answer to those Tsitsi Needles. There is a Sage as well, which is also a great answer. So Soup does have tools to deal with the Tsitsi Needles. We do see a couple of spears from Magic. That's an absolutely reasonable choice. He knows Soup is gonna go into White Horse Cav, kind of try and match the speed of Aztec units. And these spears are absolutely amazing. Couple of Eagle Warriors will come through as well. And that is going to be amazing for sniping those Pioneers as well as any sort of archers that Soup will build in the future. He's not building any at the moment though. He is strictly sticking to Cav, taking the heavy upgrade, heavy Cav upgrade. Both TCs have Coafus on pre-Q, so Soup wants as many as he can get. There are some walls onto this position from Soup, which is quite nice. He's securing this side. I would love to see some more walls coming everywhere actually. This map is kind of like easy to wall, so I don't see a reason not to do so. Great Temple is on the forward gold mine for Magic, and Magic pulled back a bit. He is giving Soup time to kind of consolidate. Soup does have plenty of wood, but once he transitions to farms, that wood will be gone, and he needs a lot of farms to be able to go to make Cav, and assuming Cav is the unit of choice for him. Now Magic has pre-queued, actually queued, Tlaloc. That's gonna be that big statue. The name is, just give me a moment, the name is, I have no clue what the name is, but it's gonna be the big statue nevertheless, and that's gonna be extremely tough for Soup to deal with. Soup doesn't have any machine workshops, and he's gonna need every bits of siege he can get when that gets in. More walls are coming onto this position from Magic this time around. He's trying to lock Soup out, but Soup has an access through here. Magic could wall that as well. Coafus are jumping onto the forward gold mine here. Soup also pre-queued Gomang, so he's gonna have access to Great Flood, but not before Magic gets his hands on the Tlaloc, and that could spell disaster. Magic has decided to push. White Horse Cav is in though. They didn't go raid. There is a forest protection, but there is gonna be Tlaloc with the big thingy that's gonna destroy the ballet here. Magic kinda can take this fight, I feel like. I don't think it's the worst of fights, but he doesn't wanna risk it yet. He's gonna go down. Starfall has been casted. The big badass Tlaloc has come down from the sky. Pillar has been casted, and Soup has to bail. This position has been completely overrun by Magic's units. Soup did manage to bail with his Coafus and villagers. He's gonna try and make ballet into this position, and that's gonna go up. If Magic doesn't react, which I don't think he's gonna do, there is a Great Temple coming in onto this position, but Soup with the great catch, he's trying to get some villager skills back. More White Horse Cav are coming in. Spears are in as well though, and the Great Temple is present, so that's gonna be a tough fight for Soup to take. Soup did manage to snipe a lot of spears, but he also lost quite a few Cav units, and that is not something he's gonna be happy with. On the top side of the map, TC is getting siege down. Magic is going full throttle in this one. Plenty of villagers are gonna try and escape, but the Tsitsa Needles are in. They are gonna be chasing those. So many villagers going down. The villager lead has switched on the Magic right now. Gomang is in though. Great Flood is gonna be available, but gold mines are gonna be a problem for Soup. Soup has this one, and he has this one. But Magic does have a significant army lead. He is gonna be going strong. There is no reason for him to back down. He can make some warrior priests to deal with these shenanigans. Tiger Cap is also coming in, but I do think Palmani Spears are a great answer to that. That's not gonna be a problem for Magic. Tailwind has been used to kind of get onto these villagers, but villagers have Earthfall, and the Great Flood has been used to village. What? Units did manage to go through the Great Flood with the Tailwind, which is interesting. Magic is building those kimchi spies, and we know what that means. That's gonna be a great sacrifice, and a lot of units, mid units, are gonna come out of that one, and that's gonna be really, really hard to stop for Soup. Soup does have an access to extremely strong Mythic hero though, with the great AoE stun. That is gonna be something that Magic has to be aware of, but Eagle Warriors are incredibly good at sniping heroes. So that shouldn't be the biggest of problems, if I'm being honest. More warrior priests are coming in. There is a cheeky little raid with the Chinglong onto this position, but warrior priest is in. He's gonna be able to deal with this one. No problems. Third town center is up for Magic. And Magic is well and truly in the commanding spot right now. Soup needs to do something in order to get this game back on track. He does have a decent mass of Tiger Cav. Not sure where, but he does have them there in the main base, waiting for the fight. Couple of crossbows are gonna be built too. Town center coming up onto this position for Soup. More damage coming in from the Chinglong. Where is the warrior priest is the question. I don't see him anywhere. He's coming in now though. But Soup is running. Magic has decided that enough waiting. He's gonna be going back to all in. He has full pop army. He has all the advantage he needs. He's gonna be trying to finish this game right here and right now. Big stun has been casted. A couple of units will go down. I'm quite surprised that Magic is not even checking this gold mine. There is only one place that Soup could run to, and that is that gold mine. But I don't think that's gonna be the biggest of problems. Magic does have a significant advantage. He's trying to get into the main base, but he can always switch onto the second PC here. And there is so many farms here right now. And if this gets destroyed, Soup loses access to 10 farms and probably a couple of dead villagers too. Great Temple coming up onto this gold mine to secure it. Magic doesn't want to let anything to coincidence. He wants to secure everything. He's gonna be taking this TC, I reckon, as soon as this one goes down. Soup doesn't really have units to fight this amazingly strong Aztec army. He's going through some fire archers right now. Oh, villagers are going down. So many of them is down. Villager differential is 20 right now. Jaguar Riders also coming in from behind, sniping those siege crossbows. Huge stun by Soup, but I don't think that's gonna matter, and he has tapped out. Magic has taken a dub in this third game of the series. GG, well played.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, we are up to our final series of the day. Huge shout out to Mataba for his monumental effort streaming and casting. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do, so appreciate him putting the effort in. I hope you guys did enjoy his casting. If you did, make sure you head over to him and give him a shout out. No excuses not to do it. Well, not give him a shout, give him a follow. No excuses not to do it. He's doing a bunch of other casting and things. He's following the MCL. He's going to be following a bunch of other games as well. So worth it to support fellow content creators and check out all the other good stuff. Alrighty. So I think the next one is going to be another Magic game. Another Magic game indeed. So this one matters. Let's talk about it. I'm going to explain it. I have been in chats with the administrative peoples. I'm going to tell you exactly what we're looking forward to here. So, Kavoth. He has 7 games played. He has 6 wins. He has 2 losses. Recon. He has 7 games played. He has 6 wins. He has 2 losses. That means they've both got 5 points. Grass, well, he's got 6 games played. He's got 4 wins, 2 losses. And he's got 4 points. If Grass wins this next game, he goes to 5 points. He goes to +5 as well. If he wins, he'll go to +5 regardless. You can't go up by +1 and +-. Basically, if he wins 2-0, he'll go up to +6. If he wins 2-1, he goes up to +5. So regardless, the actual tiebreaker that we're in with all of those all that points doesn't exist. The only way that the tiebreaker actually exists is if the ± is equal. So Kavoth at +5, Recon, if Recon was at +5, and then Grass went to +5, then we'd go to our sudden death tiebreaker situation. So there is no way we're going to be seeing a sudden death tiebreaker situation because Recon does not have +5. That's my understanding of it. So, yes. All right. Basically, as far as I'm concerned, Kavoth is guaranteed to be in the finals. You can see his name is actually highlighted green. So, the next player to basically determine whether or not it's Recon versus Kavoth tomorrow or it's Grass versus Kavoth tomorrow is Magic. Magic can step up. Magic can beat Grass. And Kavoth plays Recon. Or Magic can shit the bed and he can lose to Grass. And then it's Grass versus Kavoth. That's what we got. All right, now, where are these guys? They got to play their games. We got, where is it? Magic and Grass. They have, apparently there's a short little break, a short little Magic break. Magic isn't the young whippersnapper he once was. He can't play a billion games back to back. For some reason, he's deciding that he needs to eat. Hopefully he's done his draft though. Surely he's done his draft, right? Surely you can get a draft. Oh, he hasn't done the draft. Well, in that case, everybody take a quick breather. Magic is he's taking a quick breather. There's 324 people waiting for Magic versus Grass on Twitch. There's 200-ish on YouTube. So let's just go ahead and say there's 600 people currently waiting on I Am Magic to eat his food. I do love I just like add an extra 100 people because it makes me feel better about myself. Shout out to all you guys for coming in and tuning into the Throne of the Titans here. For everybody who's just wondering what's going on, if you've got any other RTS fans that you got any friends who play RTS games, you're like, guys, I'm checking out this really cool tournament scene from Age of Mythology, and like, I like watching Age of Empires 2. It's cool. Age of Empires 2 is cool. Thank you for the raiding party, Motaba. Thank you for the raiding party, Motaba. Everyone go give him a follow, give him a love. He's a very, very solid effort on the old Throne of the Titans casting shenanigans. Okay. Let me get back to my rant. If you're a fan of Age Mythology competitive RTS, and you have other friends who are watching competitive RTS who happen to not be watching Age Mythology, you tell them, I like Age of Empires too, but I also like Age of Mythology. There's this cool tournament that's happening. You tell them there's this first LAN for Age of Mythology that's happened in over 22 years. 22 years. It's 23 years maybe. The first serious LAN. And the qualifiers start next weekend. So just tell everyone. Word of mouth. Let's spread it. Wildfire. Like, tell your mum about it. Maybe your mum wants to watch. She's got nothing else to do. What about your nan? She's definitely has nothing else to do. She might want to watch. Tell her that it's basically like watching the World Cup. Like, it's about that. It's about as good as that. Like, Red Bull doesn't count. That wasn't the 2 people went. As if that counts. 2 people. We got 8 people going to Athens. 8. 8. That's more than 2. Like, look, there's more fingers up than. So yeah, let everyone know it's going to be an amazing tournament. We're in a bloody Olympic stadium. I don't even know what that means, but we're in an Olympic stadium. There's going to be a whole bunch of other things coming on. My mum doesn't understand the meta, but she says that the bald Aussie bloke is quite. Bussin Palace's mum. Yes. Not only that, the more important, more pressing thing is that tomorrow we do have the grand finals. I believe we're kicking off at 1400 GMT. I might try and push that back an hour. Not sure. We might try and push it back an hour and have some pre-game show. I don't know. But it's a best of 9. So we'll be going for at least 5 games, if not more. Last time I watched the best of 9, a certain somebody, Tudison, decided he only wanted to win 2 games. So we got to see 7 games instead of 9. But we might see a very, very long series tomorrow, which is very good. We got more countries than the World. We have definitely not more countries than the World Cup, but we do have a better. We have something, that's for sure. We have something. All right, looks like the Magician and the Grassinator, they are off to the races on their draft Rooney, and picking their gods and doing all the good stuff. So we're going to have to fill for a little bit longer. So I told you about Gameathlon. I told you about Throne of the Titans. I should also mention that if you're a team game fan, I did manage to cast a couple of the games yesterday. Yesterday? The day before yesterday? Yesterday. I managed to cast a couple of the games yesterday for the MCL upper bracket final, which means there is I think there is a grand final. I think there's a double elimination or something. So there's still some games to come from the Mythic Clan League. So that's still good. If you think that the Age Mythology competitive scene, it's kind of alive. We've kind of a lot of stuff going on. I don't really know a whole lot about it, but there was recently a 2,000 USD tournament announced for late September, I believe. And I just read that there is a $1,500 Age Mythology Retold LAN going on in America. It's only available to the US and the Canadians, so it's a regional LAN, but it's going on in the States. So there's everything going on. Apparently. I just heard about it. I don't know anything about it apart from I don't even know if it's actually okay, let me have a look. I don't know where this has come from. I'll show it on screen because that's the type of guy I am. I don't even know where this image has come from. Someone posted it. And by someone I mean Nyan posted it. So I don't know. Let me do it like this. I'm gonna do it like this. We go save image. Let's do this. 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 I didn't save it to the right place. There you go. So yeah, I don't know what it is. It's hosted at Rock Gaming Lounge in Miami, Florida. So there you go. Kind of exciting. All right, take that away. Yeah, you get flights covered, hotel covered, food covered, apparently. Ground transportation covered. It's in the fourth quarter of 2026 for the qualifiers. And the first quarter of 2027, live in Miami, Florida. I have no idea. Who are even the top 4 NA players? Nyan, Magic, Mini Yeti. There's Redo. There's Green Sea Squash. Tunison. Do I have a draft? I do have a draft. Yay. Let's check this out now. All right. Isn't Mini Yeti French? You show him French flag. Mini Yeti is French, but he is living in Canada. What Hells? What you want me to? You want me to say Hell's Ravage is a top 4 player? You want me to say Hell's Ravage is a top 4 player in NA? Is that what you want me to say? Prove it. 4 people go to that land. Prove it. Prove it. Alrighty. What am I doing? Oh, they're still picking gods. Nice. All right. We have the first game, and it's going to be a Winslow Butchley versus Zorados. Okay. A little bit of Aztec versus Atlantean shenanigans. That's always fun. Wait, who's on which side? Surely the right side is Magic. The left side is like grass all over. Oh, it is, yes. Okay. Why does Grass take selfies like an Uber driver? Maybe he is an Uber driver. You don't know. He could be. Oh, who put Susanoo down there? That's weird. Kavoth, why did you put Susanoo on the matchup? It's Oranos versus Witsila. I don't know what you're doing there. Come on, Kavoth. Sort it out. Yeah, that's right. It is your bad. Okay. So, like I said, this series is very, very important. Very important for Grass to win. He has been having a very good tournament, though. I think the only person that he lost to was... Who? Grass only lost to me and Yeti. Oh, Yeti took him out. The Kavothinator and the Yetinator. The Yetinator. B did sign up for Gameathlon. He might come and save me. B qualifying. He is the king of age 4 now. He's been dominating age 4. Now he has to come back and show everyone the business. Grass can't fly alone. No, he's 18 now. He's allowed to. Also, the legal drinking age in Europe is like 15 or 16, right? No, that's England. What is it in Europe? Is there a legal drinking age in Europe? It's like 12, right? I don't. Have these guys started yet? Oh, they're off to the races. That's nice. It's 18? Unheard of. Legal drinking age of 18. I'm very, very glad that I'm currently hosting a tournament not sponsored by World's Edge. This is not how I would behave, World's Edge. Please. You can trust me. Yeah, anyways, let's not go there. Let's focus on the age of mythology for a change. Guys, I know you guys like to go off on your little tangents. What's my favorite beverage? My favorite beverage is lemon, lime, and bitters. Thank you for playing. See how I did that? We went like a little snake around it. Technically that is a alcoholic beverage, isn't it? Even though there's like 0.0001. Do I like what kind of self-respecting man doesn't, Rapple? See, I don't even have to say the thing. I'm dodging this. I'm practicing. This is good. We're in a good position. All right. I think that's now time. We're going to be jumping into our. We should have been focusing on the Witsila versus Arano situation, but instead we've been talking about silliness, and that's fine. And yeah, let's jump into our first game here. It is going to be on geezers. Everyone's favorite geezer is the geezer that you like. All right, off we go. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, we're going to get ourselves a Witsila Magic. This is our final series. Oh no, the players are in the wrong spot. This is our final series of the day, of the tournament, of the round robin. It's going to be Magic as Witzapotchuli to kick this one off, and Orados for grass here. Alrighty, now I get to learn. I like this. It's not that I have been... Look, here's the thing. There are now 23 gods and goddesses. Major gods and goddesses. Got to be politically correct. Let's be serious here. There are now a butt ton of gods to pick from, which means that there are even more matchups you have to sort of learn. Now, of course, you could go through it and you could kind of sort of pass the matchups into their subcategories. For example, instead of thinking about everything as like Uranus versus Zeus, Uranus versus Hades, Uranus versus Poseidon, Uranus versus Demeter, you could say Atlantean versus Greek. And you can get yourself away from 23 times 23 to 7 times 7. That's still 49 different matchups. That's still a lot. But anyways, this matchup here is one that I haven't given any thought to. Zero thought to as the Uranus. The only thing I thought was, well, you've got Sky Passage, so if you put a Sky Passage somewhere on the map, you can dodge a God Power, Blood Pact or something, and maybe that's fine. But that's about the extent of Huitzilopochtli, of Uranus versus Huitzilopochtli that I've thought about. So I'm pretty excited to see what grass is cooked up, because this means I don't have to use my brain. Love it. That's the perfect thing. Fantastic. Anyways, we got ourselves the Malinal Zhaochitl. Did I do okay? I've been working on my Aztec. What's the other one? No, it's not coming. Can't remember what it was. And of course, grass is going to be going for Oceanus here. I also did have the idea that potentially Prometheus wouldn't be a terrible shout here either, just on the fact that you can use Valor to play around the sort of like hero spamming ways of a Huitzilopochtli sort of Deuterino. But Magic for the moment does have his temple out, and he has been collecting relics. He's been playing too much with Keto. This is a Keto approved build order, and he is going to be very happy with all those relics. What has he picked up? Shenong's Okra Whip for faster farming of Aura. We've got Feather of Jingwei with the wood trickle rate of plus 0.5, and then finally the Nine-Tailed Fox Charm regeneration rate of plus 0.5. Up onto the top there is the Hori's Hunting Bow. Am I saying that right? I know it's like a ho and then an o and then a ri. Hori. I think I am. Anyways, that one there. We've got the Warrior Priest coming in. Gonna have a little bit of fun beating away at those. Oh. Well, that did not go well for Magic, and he is going to continue his Warrior Priest attacking ways for the time being. As of course, one very simple way to beat the Warrior Priest is to have units out. As on the back here, the Mamillos will get converted in. We do have the Macca's Coatl to come through, and that's going to be getting a little bit of poison damage on, but of course, it just gets healed back up and no problems. And Magic, his rush, I don't even know if it was much of a rush, but his early game attack has forced out a response, and that's kind of fine. He didn't really invest too heavily in it. Wait, did he get himself... Oh, he went for the early temple. I'm okay with someone going early temple and getting out early warrior priests over the livestock pen. That's the only time it's okay. The only time. As one villager will get sacrificed for, I guess, his upgrades. And the archers, the Tequila archers, are on the way now for Magic. He sees his opponent making Mass Murmillo, and he thinks, hey, I will build archers to kill off Mass Murmillo. But little does Magic know, these Murmillo, they're built differently. They're kind of closer to a cavalry unit than an infantry unit with the amount of speed they've got. 4.8 speed at the moment, but also, once he grabs this tech, it's 5.3 speed, which is only, I think it's as, are they moving as fast as a Jarl? I think they are. Can I elaborate? Why is the early temple better than an early Calpuli? Well, the only reason I can come up with is that you get all the relics. So you're getting extra favor income and you're getting the extra bonuses that come in here. This is like all of these are literally just, they're just extra economy, basically. Jarls are 4.8. Well, there you go. Mamilo's moving faster than cavalry. So they are a cavalry unit. That being said, they have low pierce armor, so you can beat them with the archers if you've got the good micro and all the other good stuff. Alrighty, up onto the top side. Sky Passage. Getting grabbed. And into the main base. The grass units will check out all the other good stuff. Meanwhile, Magic coming around onto the side. He does see these red units. He's got all the speed in the world with the Tequila archers. The big thing is, though, that the unit he needs to kill is those Murmillo heroes, because they will be able to turn. They will be able to take the Scorpions down. Magic is literally just going to be trying to chase these units into the corner, and Grass is sort of struggling to find his way through here. We do see over onto this side, and Oracle gets spotted. Does get beaten up. Some units are coming over to attempt to heal that one up, get that one to safety, but not going to happen yet. And Magic does actually just allow Grass to leave over here. Bit surprised he didn't try and punish that. Of course, he's got 5 speed units at the moment. And, well, Grass has got 4.5 speed, so he's way in the lead there. But we've also got some of the Terma on the way. Now, here's the thing, right? Do you go into Coyote Warriors as well? Or do you just build some Spearmen? I feel like you just build some Spearmen. The reason being is Spearmen beat Terma, and the Spearmen will be moving at 5 speed as well, or even faster than 5 speed. I'm not even sure. They definitely move very, very quickly, as Magic will attempt to prevent the retreat here. Picking off any amount of units is good. Avely in the chat says, Magic built archers, he'll lose. Well, time will tell on that one. Avely. At the moment, he is not losing. But he might be. He's in front on score. He hasn't lost any villagers. He is falling slightly behind on civilian count, but that is normal. He does need to go into an armory and get himself that ballistics as he picks off a Terma. While this is all going on, we do see an attempt at a cheeky little citizen movement here. The more I play against Uranus, the more I'm starting to think, what unit is kind of useless in a fight versus the Atlanteans? One myth unit. One myth unit's not very good versus. A lot of myth units is good versus the Atlanteans. What if I just send my Makizukotl away and just sit on important resources and try and find my opponent moving around the map? Nonetheless, Magic going for the fight here. He does have all of these large Scorpions on the front there as the Shockwave does come through. We do have a Super Priest in, as this Priest in the middle here trying to get converted into. Do the large Scorpions have enough? I think they do. All the heroes have been taken out. The large Scorpions are going to town on this Grass army. He's getting absolutely obliterated. And Grass has to pull away. And it looks like, well, a certain someone has to eat their hat, saying that the archers are no good. It could have been, actually, let's have a quick look. Which units do you reckon did more damage? The large Scorpions or the archers? 738? 1,649. Certain type of unit had a very, very successful fight there. Well done, archers. Well done. Ballistics now coming in as Magic can continue his dastardly ways with even more efficiency. Charging in here as the Terma. They can be used to try and take down some Tequila archers, but he still doesn't have ballistics, and with some good kiting, he can get shots off, and Grass can't. Nope. Now ballistics is in. Now we can hit them. The Murmillo is dodging the ballistics arrows. What the hell? No, he doesn't have it in. We're still researching. As you do see, once the ship player is coming through for little bits of pressure onto this side. Can he actually attack the Caladria? I don't know if he can. Anyways, the archers will charge forward. We do see a little bit of an attempt of a raid, as the villagers over here might be opened for somewhat of damage, as the citizen does get sniped. The Murmillo's charging off into the corner of the map, and Magic now says, my archers say no to your running away. You will feel pain. You will feel my arrow. And your Mamillos will die. But his units are obviously out of position for the moment. And we will see a Thea coming through. As Grass's next movement here is for Contarius. As the Terma will spot these villagers enjoying this Rhino. And Magic will have to pull back. Taking a little bit of damage to shoot and scoop from Grass. Very good. He does need to get some kills here. Making a bail over onto this side as the villagers will pull off of the tower here. He can sort of dive through that if he wants to. Any amount of dodging. Not able to do so. And they're 5.3 speed speed. That's the damage. They do damage. Those Terma are not going to be happy. Not going to be happy at all. Meanwhile, Tequila Arch is literally just running through the base of Grass as Magic kind of knows there has to be something going on here as the large scorpions will come through as well. They are less speedy, but they pack a punch, a claw, a bite, a snippety snap. They pack something there. And now the heroic gauge is in for Grass. He will be going into his heavy cavalry, his lance of stone. No Poseidon secret just yet. One hero Mamillo in as the Scorpions will go down to that one Mamillo if Magic's not careful, and he's not being careful as he charges forward here, trying to take out some units, but the Stymphalian Bird is in, and Magic will have to start getting himself some heroes through. And we do see an attempt at a ghost building there from Magic. He needs that for his population, but he does lose quite a lot of his advantage here. I'm not sure. I think that raid hurt way more than the gains that Magic got with his Tequila Archers. Now we see Eagle Warriors, but really the unit that Magic needs here is going to be those Flaumani Spearmen. He needs those in very, very quickly. Not only that, walls are good. A great temple down is very, very key here for Magic. He's got so much gold, but something to keep him safe. He's got all of these villagers to eat the herdables for even more food in the main base. And another Tajipla will come forward as, well, Magic, he can do the Blood Pact, Ayotochli attack and actually kill off the main town center here as well. That's kind of scary. As the Warrior Priests come forward, trying to take out the Stymphalian Bird and all that other good stuff. Buildings slowly getting taken down. But Magic will pull back for the time being. No need to full send and not work. Onto the backside there, we are seeing a little bit of raids as the Spearmen do pop out. And that's what he needs to have in his main base here. He is making them. He still hasn't got himself this other technology here. As the raid will pop in onto this position, the Lichers will do a little bit of poking and prodding. One or two Tlaumani Spearmen will be able to deal with those Contarius very, very nicely, as well as he should be able to pick it off. Nope, it gets away. 5.8 speed is never. No, he doesn't. Goes around onto this side. Contarius are going to be looking to come in onto this position as well. He can't just pop through the sky passage and be here. He's got a sky passage here. Pop in. Charge around. Makes sense. Buildings going down over onto this side. And the question is really going to be, can you win a fight versus this, though? Earth Monster? Like, there's going to be a Blood Pact on this Ayotochli. That's going to be a dead town center. While this is going on, Spearmen, they're in defense. Magic is ready for that. He's going to take down the temple here as well. Spearmen up onto this top side, taking down that back line. And I don't see Grass holding this anytime soon. He's losing everything in this main base. The citizens getting brought over here to try and take out the Tajipla. That is not going to be able to work there. The counter barracks is going to be falling. And Magic is now going to start making his way up onto this side. Those Contarius have been dealt with. Really, really great defensive and offensive play from Magic. He is in his element right now. And of course, he's got to know one big Ayotochli and that town center is... He doesn't even have to click on it. He doesn't even have to click on it. The town center is going down. The Earth Monster gets dropped. All the units are going to get eaten up. So the rest of the units, while they're not even here, they're getting cleaned. And Grass, I do not see him winning this first game. This first game is going over to Magic. Magic can also claim those Hesperid's trees after everything. That there is a ridiculously cool screenshot. That's how to finish your game. Look at that. Look at that. Look, wait, can I do photo mode here? I can. Oh, that looks sick. Okay, we're gonna take this. Just work with me. We gotta take some. Let's do it. Let's do it like this. Hey, let's go like this. Oh, that looks sick. That's sick. I'm just here just admiring the resign timing. Let me just take that. There we go. Great win from Magic. Shows he does mean business when he means business. Unfortunately for Grass, not able to make the Uranus work versus the Huitzilopochtli. And of course, Avely is beside himself as not only did Archers win, but also double Archers. 2 different Archers won. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. He cannot hold his disappointment. All right, onwards and upwards. We will move into the next game shortly. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they will pick. Alrighty. So, we've got ourselves Ghost Lake. And it is a Thor versus Fu Shi. Thor versus Fu Shi. Wonderful. Everyone's favorite on Ghost Lake. Yeah, so for everyone joining in right now, including Darth Nox, yeah, if Grass wins this, he's in the top 2. If Grass loses this, it's Recon versus Kavoth. Grass wins this, it's Grass versus Kavoth. There is no semifinals, no. This is a brutal tournament. I kind of like it though. Like normally, like think about it this way. Normally you play a tournament and if it's double elim, you lose twice and you're out. This one, if I lost 3 times, I can still make money. Because every single game is worth, I can't remember what the dollar amount is. Every single game is worth some dollars. So it's a kind of a fun tournament. It's definitely not a tournament for every time, but it's definitely a tournament I'd like to run again because this has been a lot of fun. Yeah, it's a best of 9 for the finals, and I believe there's something like is it like $800 or something? 500 for the winner. I can't remember. Maybe if Mill's there, he can write the prize pool for the winners. Is Magic back to being king of the jungle like the old days? Magic is yet to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, as far as I have been told. The hyperbolic time chamber for Magic is when he will stop working and just play games. The players have to nominate 5 gods for the whole tournament? No. They can pick whatever they want. Where's the top 1, 2, and 3 civ? Well, Egyptian is quite clearly the worst civ at the moment. I can't, like, there was a time where I was there and I was like, nah, Egyptian's just really good. I'm happy to play Egyptian against everything. And I was winning. I even was feeling good playing like Egyptian versus Atlantean, even though I was like, it's probably not my favorite matchup. It's definitely winnable for the Egyptians, even though I can beat it with, I can play it. But now I'm looking at it going, I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened, but it just feels really, really, really rubbish. Even when I watch Egyptian players win in these tournaments, I'm like, this isn't like before. Like before I was like, oh, just dominating performance. Like, what can you do versus this? Now I'm like, well, he made this, like his opponent made this mistake, this mistake, this mistake, and then still almost won. Magic is better on paper, but Grass can't read. I'm not sure I understand. Grass is he's an adult now. He's learned how to read. He went through the very rigorous training process of the American education system. A Blaze River says, I'm glad you're growing your facial hair back. The clean cut wasn't bad, but this is definitely... thank you. I shaved it off because we did so well on the crowdfunding. But I was always going to get it back. There are obviously some very, very nice things for Egyptian, though. It's not like Egyptian has got nothing going for them. All right, let's jump into our next game. It is Magic. And Grass Magic up 1-0 at the moment as... we're going to see something very, very naughty here from Magic, but that's pretty funny. I'll explain it when we get into the game. Let's go Ghost League. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, in the green color, Magic said no. You're not allowed red. Get wrecked. Magic wants red. He's the villain. He's the villain in today's episode. He's doing everything in his power to put Grass out of his comfort zone. The green color for Grass. Grass doesn't want blue. He'll do anything in his power to stay away from the blue color. Now, I would say that green suits him better. His name is Grass after all. Grass is green. The grass is greener on the other side is what I've always heard. But Magic, he's the villain here. He is the red Fushi. He is playing as the red menace. Yeah, we're building it. It's working, right? He's the Chinese. He's the red menace. And he is ready to put it to Grass and Groom. Well, I guess let's think about it. What's going to be happening here? Let's check out the relics. We got ourselves Tusk of Dan Kang. Over on this side, we have the 9 cauldrons. For those of you wondering, it's bonus damage for the Huskal or bonus damage for the White Horse Cav or the Tiger Cav. And the Tiger Cav, I should say. On this side, we got the Bone Shards of Mictlan. If you lose a myth unit, you get 2 favor back. To be honest, I think this one should give you more. There's the human unit one, right? That gives you back 5% of the resource cost of a unit, right? I get back 2 favor. And the myth unit costs 25 resources or 25 favor plus all the other resources. I'm not getting back 5% of that unit. I want 2 favor and I want 5% of my myth unit back in terms of the other resources as well. Thank you very much. Blue crystal shard up on the top there as well. Golden wood cost plus 5%. The automaton. Well, you're never going to lose an automaton, you see, Loggy. You're never going to lose one. They just get rebuilt. Unless you get the 2 favor if they die, and then you rebuild them and you get 2 favor, and then over and over. Compare it to Pandora's box makes it look really weak. There you go. My analysis is right. Even when Soup agrees with me, you know I'm onto something. Normally Soup just says, "Boy, you're stupid," and you're wrong. And I'm like, well, maybe, all right, fine. But when he agrees with me, that's where we get to somewhere. Alrighty. On the left side, we've got Chi Yao coming through for Magic. We've got Forseti coming in for Grass. Not really surprised on this one. Grass is going to build a lot of Hersa here. I've seen him playing this style. He is in love with it. I don't believe it's the be-all and end-all of Forseti Norse at the moment, but it is very, very strong. And Magic is going to have to make something happen. He's going to have to be very prepared for this. The thing is, right, Magic is going for a town center. All Magic knows is this one thing, and it's disgusting. Why doesn't Grass mix in gatherers? It's because there's a couple of reasons for this. The main reason is it extends the amount of food in your main base. That's the main reason. In fact, that's the only reason. Anyways, town center coming up. There's a back gold mine. There's a gold mine over here. Very nice and defensive map for Magic. Very, very nice and defensive map. So he's going to be able to defend this. He also kills a house for free, which is always nice, but that's a scout for Grass, and Grass is going to be thinking, well, if you're going to grab that, I'm just going to go all in. But also, Magic knows that Grass is going to be going all in here. So he can now start preparing to defend the Grass all in. The only issue here is that, well, Magic doesn't know what Grass is going all in with. And the thing is, I know because I've seen Grass's games, and Grass is not necessarily hiding anything here. Now, maybe Magic's seen the games. I imagine he has. Oh no. Grass is very distracted by a certain red dot in his main base. He drops a Hersa for the cost of half a house. And that's not even half a house. Half a house is no value, right? Actually, it's a little bit. You get some favor, I think. Not much, but you get some. Anyways, Grass is going to spam Hersa here. And if Magic knows this, well, then Magic's just going to build a butt ton of Fire Archer, and he probably should make some Dow as well. Especially with the back gold mine like this. The Dow Swordsmen have been buffed. Not in this patch, but the patch before. And they were buffed by 0.2 speed. Which might not seem like a lot, but it's enough to turn a unit from a very, very good unit into a very, very, very good unit. As the Hersa hit up onto this side, Magic will pull back to his town center. And the game will continue on. Yeah, Magic does have a lot of goats as well. Holy goat. I'm just going to say, I'm going to put a my prediction in this game is I'll be very surprised if Grass makes this all in work. If Grass makes this all in work, I'm going to be surprised. All right? That's my takeaway. That's all. There's still plenty of gold in the main base to be grabbed here. Magic is chilling. He's not even mining the gold for the time being. And now we see a Townsend. Okay, so Grass isn't going for an all-in. He decides this isn't an all-in territory. He gets a little bit of pressure in. Could be somewhat of a... It could have been like somewhat of a fake with the pressure. He is behind on villagers. So he didn't really get the value. The arts are causing issues all over here. And Grass is going to have to basically get a really good raid off to equalize, or a really good fight. Now, the one thing to keep in the back of your mind is that each of these Hersa, we've got TSM player on Grass's team. We've got Celine Dion as well on Grass's team. We've got Unmonarch. We've got another TS. There's a lot. They've got Jonas Jonasson, a random guy, dude fellow there as well. There's quite a lot of people here helping out Grass, but each one of these is working for 0.1 favor, 0.15 favor, 0.015 favor a second. So he's actually getting, I probably gauge this as about an extra 2 villages worth of economy for all these Hursa just existing. That would be my guess, roughly speaking. I don't know. Anyways, a couple units are out. Magic's got his stuff. He hasn't scouted. He hasn't really been sending out those balloons at all, which I can't say is a good thing. Definitely want to be sending those balloons out as much as you possibly can, as the houses over on this side will go down. And Bragi is now on the way for Grass. So Grass is still going for this all-in. But lightning weapons versus flaming weapons with pure Hursa, that's kind of value for the Fire Archer. That being said, we do see medium cavalry coming through. Grass is going to now go into Jarl. And that's going to be a nice front line for him. And while there are going to be a nice amount of doubt, the unit that Magic is going to be wanting, and the unit that also got buffed, mind you, is the Halberdier. Take a look at the actual damage this guy's doing. It's 5 hack damage per second at the moment. It used to be 4 or something. I can't remember. Of course, the Dow Swordsman here does way more, but that Halberdier, if you get the upgrade for the Halberdier, its damage goes up even more. It goes up by quite a bit. I think it goes up to like, I don't know. It just goes up by quite a bit. It goes up by enough that I think it beats the Hursa. As Magic says, hey, you're going next stage? No, you're not. I'm going to attack you. Wait, but now I'm stuck out in the middle of the map. And Grass is sort of still got stuff that he can do here. This is a little bit scary for Magic. I don't like that he's out in the middle of the map. The army is going to start pulling in onto this position. He's going to look for a surround or a cut off of reinforcements. Houses going down is obviously always going to be good. You're going to take some population away, prevent the units from coming out. We do see battle boars on the way now for Magic. He's only got 3 heroes in this army pulling over onto this side. He's fighting underneath the healing spring as well. The Dwarven Armory does get dropped, as there goes the lightning weapons. There goes the flaming weapons as well, as the battle boar on the back does get sort of stuck up there. But what is this decision for Magic? I do not know. He was doing an amazing job of playing defense, and then he decides to move across the map and look for an attack out of nowhere, and he does get absolutely demolished. Not only does he get demolished, but that also opens up Grass's ability to get even more battle boars out. He is going to be pumping those out of his temple. Going to be looking to take this fight over here momentarily as well. There is the Najjar in, but Gormang is going to be coming through momentarily for Magic as well. He's going to have to really work hard to defend here now. You know, we've got the double Terracotta Riders to come through as well. There goes the Forest Protection. Here comes the Tao Wu to try and push something into the middle. That's going to go down nearly immediately, as the secondary Terracotta Riders now going to be coming in onto this position. And is Grass going to throw this game straight back? Is the Najjar dead? No, the Najjar is still in. Where are you, Najjar? You are chilling. You are taking out the battle boar slowly. And well, Grass just obliges back. I don't understand. He just charges straight into the death ball, into the god power of Magic. He could have ran. There was no problems with him with that there. He could have ran. He could have then pulled around, maybe attacked the main base, done something else away from the Forest Protection. There's plenty of other things he could have gone for. He could have come around this way, attacked this, hit this, rather than sitting on this town center. Anything but this town center with that army advantage that he had. Anything but that. Ballet coming up in the main base for Magic. Ursa coming through. We got the hand axe. We got the pickaxe. The hill fort in for grass as well. Now the next question is, can Thor tango with Fushi in the late game? We're seeing Magic make a pretty interesting decision. I like the decision. He's going Huang Di over Gong Gong. Gong Gong brings with it, what does it bring with it? It brings with it the Dragon and the Super Tiger Cav. Don't really need Tiger Cav to beat Norse, I think. Like, they don't, like, it's not a unit you really want to be building most of the time. Of course, it kills off the cavalry, but you already got Halberdier for the Cav. And of course, well, what do you need to actually kill off? Well, you have to kill off infantry mostly. So stronger units is going to be the best help, and that's what Huang Di does give. Meanwhile, heavy infantry on the way for grass. Is he getting eco-ups? Nope. This is one thing I've noticed from grass. I don't know if he... I mean, of course he was in an all-in, so why get an eco upgrade if you're going for an all-in? But now he's going portable rams. He is looking for some pressure. Magic needs houses. He's a little bit housed, but he's almost in the Mythic Age. This next push, if he can hit it in the next 30 seconds, he has to be going right now. He can't wait because this is going to be up in 45 seconds. Magic yet again, going Mythic Age and pushing out. One bad move. Pull back, sit back in your hole. Get back in there, Mr. Magician. Wait for your dragon. I don't want to see another throw. You see Town Center up over here from Grass. This is going to help Grass catch up on the economy a little bit. But there's going to be a dragon. There's going to be a pushback. This position could fall. There's a nice hill fort, nice town center. Magic does need siege to get out of here and get to his next position. He's got these gold mines mining out very, very quickly. Dragon going to be getting dropped down onto the top position here as the village is going down. Nice usage from Magic out of the middle of nowhere. We are seeing goatees coming through. The dragon will very happily move elsewhere after all of that, as well, this does allow Grass the opportunity to go aggressive. Is the Hundun the newly updated Hundun? Did this guy get updated yet? I remember the unit basically needs to use the special attack order. Yeah, it's not. This is Chaotic Fear. This unit here, you want to turn off Chaotic Fear and turn it onto and just use Banish straight away. Though he loses it before it would have even mattered. But use the other one straight away. That does the most damage. Fire Archers getting some good damage in. We have got the Yinglong making its way back here as we got the adult Najar to take down those myth units as well. And I think Grass's units are going to be falling very, very fast. And this might mean that, well, Grass, I don't know if he's going to tap out here. He needs to win this. This game is worth fighting it out. I mean, people make mistakes. People lose these positions all the time. But Grass has got a monumental mountain to climb. Is that a thing? A monumental mountain? It doesn't even make sense. He's got a... I mean, it's two M's. Got that alliteration, so it works, right? Tiger Cab coming in as well. And Magic not yet getting his unique upgrades. Just missing a couple of favor for all of that good stuff. And it's the Goaty will come through. We've got Yang Jian to come in and smack away. How much damage is he doing nowadays? I know I sat down and he still has 2.5 damage area. This guy is still a menace to society. A menace to Norse society. Anyways. Magic now sitting underneath the hill fort, underneath everything. Trying to take this fight, but this is what Grass needs. He needs a good fight here. Battle Ball gets stolen away as the Goatee going to be returning back in here. But there's just nothing left for Grass. He's got no military. He's getting food all over the place. Yinglong up to the top, searching for things to take out. Down center here for Grass is going to be going down as now the Axe Carts rolling in here. And this is going to be Magic able to secure another town center. Grass is trying to make himself his Jarls out. Lots and lots of Huskarls in queue. And the Halberdier coming in as a reaction to that, of course. You can also make Tiger Cab. They'll do fine versus those Jarls as well. And that there does end up being the game as Magic makes it work. He wins in 2. Dominating performance. Unfortunately for Grass, he does not manage to make it to the finals. The Yinglong is back onto the 12s as well for even more pain. And that does mean that it's going to be a Kavoth versus Recon final tomorrow. Unfortunate for Grass, not able to make it work. He had a good position. I swear he had a good, after, like, this is a lot of talk. I'm going to say it again. Magic, you're going to listen to this. Magic is the best player, but no matter what he does, he's going to make his really stupid decision early on. That's going to cost him the game. And then somehow, he uses his magician wizardry to make his opponent either make some terrible decisions or he makes 15 billion good decisions in order to win the game. That's what we saw. That's what we saw in this one. This was a magician wizardry, made Grass do something silly, and, well, that's the game. Well played for Magic. Better luck next time to Grass. Of course, Magic is also out of the tournament, so better luck next time to him as well. And we will be seeing more games tomorrow. Let's jump over to the bracket, talk you through it all, and then all the other good stuff. So this does be the final bracket. Maybe if I hit refresh. Nope. So what this means is that the 2 people with 5 points will be going to the finals. So we have Kavoth and Recon there. Grass comes out with 4 wins. Moscow comes out with 4 wins. Rappel comes out with 4 wins. Magic with 2. Mini Eddie with 2. And Soup with 1. Bit of a insane sort of tournament here, series, and all the other good stuff. We do see the top players. There it goes, updated right in the back of right in the behind the scenes. Alrighty. Let's jump over to the main menu and I'll say goodbye. Tell you what's happening tomorrow. All the other good stuff. Alrighty. Oh, we have player. He is doing something. I'll send you guys over to player. But first, before I do, it is tomorrow at 1400 GMT. It's going to be Kavoth versus Recon. It's a best of 9. Very long series. I'll be there. Motaba is going to do some co-casting with me, apparently. It's $24 Dollarinos for each best of 3 wins. So, yeah, there you go. And all the other good stuff. So, thanks everyone for hanging out with me. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye for now.